that rally, and then sure enough you're heading towards some key support levels right now, so keep an eye out on that. We tempted along on Bitcoin, it went right into VWAP and it didn't work out, so we get out of that trade there. So we'll continuously look for something. I mean, I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities. If we do crack 101.73 here on the TQs, then I think we have a pretty good opportunity of heading towards some of these pre-market lows and even towards the low of the day. So support level right there, and it's just this gap up. It's going to be a grind. It's going to be a grind after this gap up. So blue ocean traders, you get this move, and then sure enough, I think at some point throughout the session we're going to fill a little bit more of this gap. So patience is key on this. You get in closer at the volume weighted average price, and then maybe it just might be of a grinder of a day to the downside there. Adair, what do you got for us?
Here's the US dollar, which is actually continuing to look really strong after basing out here in mid-September. This is the same pattern that we saw last year, guys, if you recall, where we had some weakness or some choppiness in the US dollar. Then heading into the end of September and then through the rest of the year, we have a lot of strength. Let's see if the US dollar can kind of replicate that run that we had at the end of last year. As of right now, it is poised to, I guess, compete with that type of move. Now, I do want to say here with regards to news today in the economic space, there really isn't very much. Tomorrow, we actually do have commentary coming from Fed Chair Powell, but we don't have any economic numbers to watch for the next couple of days. Again, the government is shut down. It is worth noting CPI was initially scheduled to be released on Wednesday. However, last week, the Bureau of Labor Statistics announced that that number will be released on Friday, October 24th. So CPI on Wednesday, not likely to happen. I do want to mention, though, at 12:55 p.m., we have a new Fed governor, or not Fed governor, but Fed president, Fed speaker, Anna Paulson, A. Paulson. You can check this out on X at TTP Research. It's going to be posted in about 20 minutes. It's been pre-scheduled, but prepare for a new Fed speaker. I guess give her a warm welcome there, 12:55 p.m., replacing Patrick Hark here. We have the new president of the Philly Fed Bank. Back to you.
Okay, good stuff there.
Right. I am appalled by a Paulson right there, but no, that's great. Great. It's nice to see the Fed getting all sorted out, obviously, as we continue to make lows. So in the market anyways, right now, lows of the intraday, I mean, we do have that very bottom low that was made right off the open. So that would be another level to look at. We do take another piece out there on AMD. I wanted to talk to you about Bitcoin now, Joe, because there we go, man. We are starting to break lower. Trump is planning a lunch with Zelensky on Friday. Okay. I just heard it in my ears. I don't think that's going to affect anything in all this space. But anyway, there's a downside play there. We're going to have to go over to Mitch quickly and see what he's up to. Go to the screen. There it is. Is that GWH? All right, I'll call it up. Get that man a mic. I'll do the work for this guy right here. 784, 785, $9. Let's just have a quick look at GWH right now, and we're going to get a mic on him. That was just like, go to Mitch. And I was like, oh, no. All right, so this is what it looks like here. S Technology. Adair's already brought this to our, look and said this was a two-day runner, and it is. So there it goes, gapping a little bit higher, 950, looking like some good areas right there. $10, 950 coming into play right there. But so far so good. Oh no, Mitch, right now there's a fallout on this one, just like the Fallout Boys. This looks like this is coming back in 750, 749 right now. So when Mitch is ready, I want to know what your exit plan. If he is not ready, when Mitch is ready, I want to find out what that plan was there, if it's still intact, and what we're looking at. So anyways, IBIT. Let me just have a quick little look at the crypto space in general. But first, let's go find out. I saw the request on the chat. Let's go find out. Bye-bye, GWH, by the way. It's not doing good. Let's find out who's making money right now.
I thought it was What's for Lunch.
I want to do What's for Lunch in a minute, my guy. Right. This is what made money on Friday. So we weren't in.
No.
This could have been Joe. This could have been Obi. Who knows? $41,000 from somebody trading Amex and NASDAQ. Then we have Amex, Chicago, New York, and NASDAQ. These are the three markets. And this is not simulated money, my friends. This is US dollar, cash money, Amex, NASDAQ, Canada. Shout out to our European. Look at this trader, Joe. You want to talk about a busy trader. Amex, Amsterdam, Copenhagen, LSE, Milan, NASDAQ. Slow down, my guy. New York.
I know who that is. G's.
Do you? You know someone that made 10 G's?
I do.
All right, good job there, man. And we like that. The 10G Club, we say hats off.
That's crazy.
To you right there. So a nice little move there. Yeah, and again, you know, make sure that you're in all of the games right now. Sorry, I was trying to find out iBid right there. Nice move down in, breaking through 114 right now. You looking to pick up any iBid down here? You got any key levels? Or you got
Yeah. I want to get back in. So I was telling you guys earlier about just me releasing some of the contracts. I'm getting back in. Anything south of that support level in Bitcoin, I'm going to slowly start to grab a little bit more. Am I going to go via contracts? No, because the at the money is relatively high on this. I want it a little bit more subdued, 52.6%. I mean, I can buy these contracts around 35% roughly at the money IV. So those 66 strike prices, my average price was $8.71. They're now trading at $9. I sold them at $11.30. So thank God we got out of that one. Otherwise, again, you can't allow a four-figure trade turn to a negative trade. So we got out of that one there at 66 bucks. So that's the strike price I'm looking at there, Katina, man. Anything south of the support, I'm going to get involved with some more Bitcoin for sure, for a potential swing. I think shares is the route. There's always a time and a place to go contracts, and right now when the volatility is stepping in, I would suggest to not buy the contracts. But there goes the TQs, Katina, man. We're right at those pre-market lows. We were talking about it, potential double top on the daily, on the intraday session, and then now you're at that 101. So hey, only a matter of time, I think, until we snap and start filling that gap that we were referring to from the overnight trading. So yeah, nice look there, $6 there on AMD. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. And then we have the likes of NVDA trading down to 186 as well too. But guys, I mean, we already know what's for lunch. It's nothing because there's no caters. It's a Canadian holiday, so we don't got anything along those lines. So I'm waiting for another attempt on the TQ short. We took 2 stabs at it. We go 0 for 2. We're at 2 strikes. Now we're still at the plate with 1 more. Let's see if we can get something rolling there.
Yeah, no, good call on that one. I think the Trade the Pool guys want to take us out for lunch.
Okay.
So we might get something there, but yeah, I didn't say.
There's not much open, man. There's not much open.
No, there's some restaurants are open.
Are they?
Yeah. On Thanksgiving? Yeah, for sure.
All right.
The place beside us, for sure. Here we go. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody out there. This was last night's dinner. Family came over. It was a lot of fun. Thank you to my wife cooking up the bird there. We got some jalapenos going on as well. Great, great times there in the Katina household there yesterday. You guys, you meet the folks or anything for?
I went to my grandma's yesterday. Oh, nice. Yeah. So nice. I cooked up a bird for her. Threw it on the barbecue, some vegetables and some rice, and
Sweet,
I brought
man.
her some stuff.
Yeah, I love that. Stuffing, you a fan or not?
I don't mind it, but it's not my go-to.
Right. Okay.
I'm not a big stuffing guy. Yeah.
Gravy guy?
Oh yeah, of course. You got it on the mash and the turkey. You got to. I
almost asked you a question that was ridiculous.
Wait, go ahead, ask it.
I had this great pumpkin and pecan pie.
Yeah, no. But see, the thing, a lot of people are telling me a couple bites of pumpkin pie and you're sick of it. I don't know how. Yeah.
It's a very
Yeah,
it's a very seasonal.
Seasonal thing, right?
Yeah,
you get your fix. And
well, have you had pumpkin spice ever? Like the pumpkin
the lattes?
Yeah,
no.
It just basically tastes like that.
It does it? Yeah, no, I've never had the pie or anything.
What about pumpkin seeds when you're carving Halloween?
No, I don't roast those or anything.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of
I just like, when you're carving a pumpkin, you just like getting all the goo on your hands.
Oh my God, Dan McIsaac in the chat. Yes, man, cranberry in the can. That was one that my wife will not have fresh cranberries. Okay. You got to go get the ocean spray. It's got to go in the can, onto the plate like in can form.
All right.
I don't know. She likes it. I like
cranberries.
it.
All right.
The cranberries, the ocean spray there.
And then, with the turkey.
Yeah, everything else homemade, right? But the cranberry has to be. That's very, very specific.
So what are what size do you got going on?
Size of cranberry?
No. With your Thanksgiving dinners, you got the turkey. What
everything,
kind of size
man. Oh, sides.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We make always a fresh salad. We always have sort of a fresh salad there. We've got mashed potatoes.
Okay.
We've got my wife made a mac and cheese.
Bang.
Yeah, so we got homemade mac and cheese yesterday, stuffing, homemade gravy to go with it with the drippings and everything like that. We have The cranberry, I'm missing one side as well. The stuffing. Oh, mashed potatoes.
Yeah, you said
that already.
Double up on the mash.
We had an apple crumble.
Okay.
So that's kind of like a pie.
So what about some roasted vegetables? You got the carrots,
my bad.
Carrots
roasted
and everything.
carrots.
There we go. You got to
roasted
get the carrots.
Roasted carrots, and cut up a little bit of jalapeno there, throwing on top of the salad. So yeah, roasted carrots. My bad.
You're gonna get the roasted carrots.
Yeah, we had the roasted. I should take a picture of the whole spread.
You should have. Well,
and then some sourdough bread on the side there.
That's my favorite.
We got a long loaf there, the French baguette.
Okay,
but
nice.
sourdough, had that with a little dip action there, dipping it, using it with obviously some of the gravy, and just scooping that all up there with the turkey, the big combo going on there. And then I always I think it might be my Italian side. I said, I don't know if that's true or not, but the salad. You got
to go with this. You
always got to have some kind of a salad there.
The ensalada.
On the side. So, all right, thanks, man. Yeah, that was absolutely great. So we want to thank everybody. We want to thank Trade the Pool. Stay tuned, man. Mitch is going to be here throughout the show talking about a few different things as we work on what the plan is. But Joe, thanks again, man. If Neil's not doing too well, promise me you'll be back tomorrow.
I promise.
Okay, well,
as long as I'm allowed to.
I shall hold you to that. All right, thank you, everybody. It's now the Midday Madness as we rotate hosts again, but now we've got Obi and Sharif. So that's something that people are familiar with.
Switch it up.
All right, Joe, thanks for that, man. We had a great show. We're still $6 in the money on AMD.
You're going to the Leafs game.
Yes. Oh, where's my...
Let's see the tickets.
Hold on. Oh, the tickets. We're sitting in Roller Bowl. No, hold on. I got this going on right here. Where's my jersey? Oh, here it is right here. Yeah, we've got the... Get out of here, jacket. We've got the Leaf jersey.
Okay. Who is it?
Nobody. I got
nobody. All right, that's good.
There's nobody on here.
We don't want to.
We've got an early little Thanksgiving Leaf. My brother, who I thought would be here right now.
Where is he? Is he late? Fashionably late?
I don't know what this guy's doing.
Okay.
But there it is right here. So, yeah, we're going to the Leaf game. We're ready to rock and roll.
Okay.
And then we're going to hang out, check if we can see some of the Jays game. I know these guys are going over there. All right, without any further ado, thanks, Joe. It was a great time here today. We say go Leafs go. We've got $6 on AMD. We're ready to rock and roll. It's the Midday Madness. Let's throw it over there.
Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Obi, and I'm Sharif, and welcome to everybody on this Monday. How you doing? Thanksgiving holiday, might I add. Shout out to Ronaldo, Shadow Up, Eternal Reality. Shout out to Shrush. We got Sunder R and PMAC, Eli, Ebflow. Shout out to Andrew Chow and Dangerous, Shadow Rap. We got Miggy Mog, Mo, and Shaubo. Obi's in the house as well. Can you believe it? Andrew Chow and Why Not? Shout out to the OG Gorev, CEO, Mixel Ventures, and Gert. Ahmed's joining us as well. Shout out to TX. Badger and Ron Miller. We got something there. Yummy Thai Foods, Donkey Trader. Who else, man? We got Hurt Scrambler. We got Derek Thompson and Alex Nagan, Daja Binks and Eddie R. Shout out to Echo Max and Papacito. We got KC 526. RCPC, we got Todd, we got the Northwestern Sasquatch, and shout out to Mahi and Gia. Bora is in the house as well. Shouting out everybody. Good morning, Ob.
Good morning, everyone. Hopefully you guys had a solid weekend here. It is Canadian Thanksgiving, so we do have it off today. The drive-in, absolutely beautiful on Canadian holidays.
Oh yeah.
Normally
fantastic.
the drive would take about like an hour and change, and I got here in about 35 minutes.
I believe that.
From the East End, so
I believe that.
It was pretty nice little drive. I usually don't prefer driving in the morning session, or before the morning session, because I'm just like, that's too many decisions for me. Too much decision making. Like the mental can get a little skewed.
Yeah.
There's you got to avoid some crazy drivers out there.
I bet.
Just like sometimes
it's a brave new world.
It can be a little bit distracting, I would say. And
all right.
When we come in the morning, you got to be at 100%. So,
okay. Oh, I just want to cover the things that I've got over here.
Yes, sir.
Andre, by the way, I can't hear anything you're saying, so you're gonna have to message Obi. Okay. GWH. This is the biggest, the baddest in the market right now. It's up, I believe, 868%. But there's a new one, ELBM. We're keeping tabs on this one. This one's up 250. 6.53%. Good looking flat top break, ascending wedge, continuation pattern through 5.25. That's where most of the majority of the closing prints were all rejecting. 610 high. I'd be looking for a 5.5 to 5.25 buy and a continuation. That's a previous level of resistance. I'm interested in ELBM and AQMS. So I was looking at actually punching into AQMS, but we had to start the show, so I had other things that I had to keep an eye on. But these are the two ones right now that I like the most. UAMY's got a good looking chart pattern as well, but it's a bit more expensive, and we'll have to, that price will have to factor in to your risk management. So there's AQMS trying to take out 9 again. It's got a 981 high. Not the same looking ascending wedge pattern that we got on the other one on ELBM, but you're getting a whole lot of respect here for the 10 EMA or VWAP, which are basically overlapping right now on the 5-minute chart on AQMS. So this is of a lot of interest to me. Likewise with ELBM, as I mentioned. Criminal, we had multiple times last week. CRML has been running for days on end. Today, no different. And much like the other days that this was running, it is respecting trend typically at the 10 EMA or at VWAP. So we'll keep tabs on those. There's also STI, which is a little bit less than 150% green on the day. Alas, it's a bit more expensive and much more volatile, as well as spready. 1581 high, trading below 1350 at the moment. Trying to hold on to that $13. I perceive this $13 area to be a breakout level, so I'll keep tabs on that. That's all I've got at the moment. SOAR has been going. I'll keep my eye, as I mentioned, on GWH and IPD, Enob.
Yes, sir. So a couple of trades from me this morning, and I was just like, and a couple of missed ones as well. So I kind of want to talk about the ones I took, and then the one I pretty much missed, and it definitely should have been a top op. I kind of fumbled the ball on that one. Here. So in the morning, Palantir, a little bit of a 77 VWAP hold. I like the bit of a continuation, but you can see how tight I kept it. I didn't give it up to 178s. It pops up into 178s. Gives us a little bit of a wick action right there before coming all the way back down to 174. So, oh boy, sellers are definitely in charge on Palantir, and they showed you they were in charge in the morning session. They showed you they're in charge in and around that VWAP and even around the lower test. Look at the step down, 178 resistance, and then 177, sellers stepping it down all the way to day lows now, trading at 173.79s. So keeping an eye on those as well. QS, got a little bit lucky with that one. That one pretty much fell into my lap. I just happened to have it on my screen, and I was like, oh boy, this thing is running. And I was like, why are you running? Where are you running? So a little bit of an aggressive bid off of the open, just took a easy reversion to VWAP right there as those buyers step back down. Just a 17 failure to follow through. If you go back and look at the prior day here on QS, you can see why I might have liked it a little bit more on that initial push. That was prior day's high. Prior day's high was at 1698. Sorry, 1689. We go all the way up to a high of 1706, and then the tape just stalls. A little bit of a stall there after an unusual buying period, and yeah, a little bit of a reversion back down to VWAP. Got a little lucky with that one. Another name, I know a lot of people are watching this, are the rare earth names as well. You can see MP Materials Corp, the strongest out of the rest of them, most of them. I'm watching TMC as well. This was a beautiful, beautiful reversion here on TMC as soon as those buyers finished. 11 all the way down to 1040s. Sure, it's only about 60 pennies, but the reversion is definitely very, very much there on some of these names here. So that's what I got on watch. But we said one more, the one that I missed. Sharif, on Friday, the market absolutely tanked.
It did.
Right? We got a little bit of a panic sell that happened.
We did,
sure,
yeah.
Participants kind of pushed into the market. Great. There was one name that really did not care.
Which one?
OKLO. OKLO, I remember even saying this. I was like, oh boy, the market is dropping, the sky is falling, and OKLO is not doing anything. So this was prior day. So OKLO went all the way to 160s. These were all-time highs, kind of a consolidation range sideways, but it managed to hold that 150 pretty well, while a lot of other names in the market were taking out day lows and closing even further. So I did notice the relative strength on OKLO. Guess what happens coming in today? That strength showing up in the pre-market session with a tight, as a tight consolidation between just shy of 160 and 155. You can see the highs there, 159.70s, and oh boy. While the rest of the market was chopping around, doing absolutely bupkis, as you like to say, in the morning session, look at this clean breakout of pre-market highs. Never even looks back. There's an all-time high push on OKLO, and that goes from 160s all the way up to 173s. And guess what? If you didn't like the long, the reversion back down to VWAP was absolutely beautiful as well. So a little bit of a miss on my part. Probably one of the best opportunities, in my opinion, that happened on the day today, because it already showed you who was in charge on Friday throughout the turmoil, throughout the panic. OKLO was relatively strong off of the open. Buyers showed themselves again. So a bit of a miss on my part, but something I got to review, and there were nuances there that, you know, if I'm effectively doing my preparation, like I'm like, all right, cool, OKLO might be one to watch out for. But in the morning, I was watching BE, I was watching AVGO, fresh news things, maybe some MP as well. But yeah, other than that, I haven't really done anything. But bro, there's another reason why I haven't really done anything. Why? Because I told you, well, first of all, drove in, so decisions maybe not the best.
You didn't get to
I think
prep.
I'm having some sort of spark plug problem, because the car was like shaking on idle, which was concerning. I'm like, all right, I gotta call CAA in the evening. But other than that, last night I was up till 4 a.m.
Why? Oh, you were trading up Blue Ocean.
I was taking a little bit of a swim. Swim in the blue ocean. So some crazy moves. And I did take the reversion. That is an ignition coil saying, hey, hang her off. Yeah, exactly. I think, so there's no engine light or anything. So I think it has something to do with the engine, some mounting issues, but could be sparks. There's no engine light on. So I think I might just call the tow truck from here. I don't necessarily want to drive it back, even though I could drive it. I was going like, I think as soon as I revved it above 2,000 RPM, it just started shaking, and I was like, oh boy, I gotta slow down a little bit. Rolled in a little slow.
Sorry
but
about that,
yeah,
brother.
it could be so many things, exactly. So I'll give it to the mechanic and then find out. But Blue Ocean was great swimming last night. I traded a little bit of Tesla. Nvidia was great as well. I was looking for that 190 push, because I'm like, all right, what's the probability of there being some liquidity at a key level like 190? And we eventually kind of reverted to those levels later on at night. But it took I took a long on Tesla at like around 11:30. And I didn't get out till about 3:30 a.m.
Oh, wow. Good for you, bro. So, that's committed. I appreciate that, Obi. I definitely wasn't doing that last night.
On my phone, kind of watching my position, playing Pokemon Fire Red.
I like that. All right, guys, couple of trades to talk about. AQMS, looking for that hold of 5.5, trying to build my position. Sorry, this is ELBM. Trying to hold my position into 5.5 on on EBLM, excuse me. Trying to see if this 5.5 area breakout level is going to hold. I put my stop through prior bar low, so if I end up getting stopped out, I can always work my way back in on this one. AQMS is doing all right. We got a couple of beak wetters on this one, looking for that continuation above 9.5, but we are getting lower highs now on the 5-minute candle chart. You're getting higher lows, but you're also getting lower highs. So I'm keeping my eye on that one. That one is of interest to me. I haven't pulled the trigger on IPDN or UAMY, so I'm going to pack my patience on those ones. I don't really have much other than those two. I see SOAR is breaking out as well, so I'll keep my eye out on that one. Criminals pulling back into the 10 EMA, but it's really about setting up for me pardon me? Setting up for me at this level on EBLM here. We're going to the big desk.
Keep an eye here on Arista Networks, ANET. This is actually dropping here on reports that Meta and Oracle are saying they're going to be using NVIDIA's Spectrum X Ethernet switches to power their AI data center network. So I guess this is viewed as competition for ANET, dropping sharply on this catalyst, guys. Arista Networks, ANET. Back to you.
Oh boy, the longs are definitely getting arrested in their positions on that drop. No, I'm joking. Yeah, interesting.
Get it, Obi. Get it, Obi.
Very much. But no, let's see what's going on with Arista here. RIST. What's the stock there? ANET. Okay. All right. Boom. Yeah. Of course I know ANET. Yeah. Okay. Boom. Down to 150s, but straight slam in 147.58s. coming into some not even prior days levels. Look at this. That's after hours from Friday, coming in with a little bit of a chop in and around there. So let's see how this one pans out. Man, some of these intraday news trades have been absolutely crazy. Like these breaking news traders, shout out to you guys. You guys probably printing in this kind of market because as soon as some sort of news comes out, we see that crazy directionality and then a sudden stall after that pressure is just done. So whoever's the fastest to the punch on those ones, yeah. If you're scraping for news, you're punching into.
All right, I gotta interrupt. Well, AQMS is breaking out, guys. Here we go. We got 84s on, $0.50 breaking now. We got shares on this one. It's about 50% in Greensville. Watch out for the turnaround on AQMS, but here we go. Took the breakout there at 9:30. On the break, we added aggressively on this one. So let's see now if we can shake the $0.50. The next area we're gonna wait is in the mid-60s. Let's look for the continuation into the $0.50, but anything below that $10 area ends the trade. 9.5 is the breakout level though. So that's what I'd like to end the trade at 10. If it loses 10, but I will add again if it comes back into that area. Now, watching for the $0.50 seller. He's stepping in again. Now we're seeing more stepping in right there. There we go. Now we're taking the $0.50 seller, and there it goes into the high. We've still got shares on here, guys. Let's go. We're taking out it at the high. We're $1 in the money almost on this one. AQMS up about 82%. There's a 75 seller, and there we're going to take out more. And there's 82 now. We're going to take it out there as well. Watch out for 11. Here comes the squeeze into 11. 88 showing up. 90s. There it is into 90s. So EAQMS. We're still holding bigly on this one. Let's see if we can continue through 11. The highest print we've got, 95s, high of day, 97. We're gonna go ahead and wait north of 11 for a quick price spike up. But look at that turnaround. As quickly as it touches 11, as quick as it can come back down into 10. And that's what ends the trade for me. That is one of my better trades there, simply because once I saw that flat top break through 9.5, I added aggressively on the breakout, which is what I've been wanting to do. Keep your eye on AQMS, but look for that $9 hold. The volume weighted average price and the 10 exponential moving average are both overlapping at that level, in addition to the fact that it is psychological support vis-a-vis the whole dollar level. On the lookout for AQMS, looking for more.
Nice. That thing is going absolutely crazy, man. You gotta watch out for that one, especially when those things start to hold higher and higher like that. Yeah. Just that grind up, man. But it always scares me. Those drops always definitely scare me because I'm just like, if I'm getting over leveraged into something and that swipes down, oh boy.
Yeah, this is like playing a video game, though.
Oh, 100%. Trading is like playing a video game.
I think it's a lot more of playing a video game with this because you got to react in the same way. Yeah,
it's a much faster. Like,
much faster.
I guess it would be the difference from playing like a fast-paced first-person shooter versus maybe like maybe a more like SimCity or like maybe like a Tetris or like a chess or something.
Tetris, you got to speed up at. But can I show this?
Tetris, have you seen that?
I think I have. This is really ugly though, guys. So look at this topping tail candle that's forming right there on AQMS. Now. I always want to stress that this is not the same thing. Seeing this topping tail candle manifest in the way that it is right now, as say seeing it on a Tesla or an Apple or an Nvidia intraday, it doesn't mean the same thing, because you got to understand why people are in this versus why people may be in an Nvidia or something else, right? This is an intraday trade for 9 out of 10 people. And when you get price spikes like this, it's not the market turning its back on AQMS intraday. It's just people taking profits or short seeing a good opportunity for a mean reversion trade. And look who I'm talking to. Got the mean reversion trader right next to me. So that's why I want to stress that these topping tail candles, especially on these small cap gappers, are not the end all and be all, and they're not the same thing as seeing them on a different, I want to say more legitimate stock. I don't even know what that means, legitimate stock, but you guys get my drift here. So I'm still very interested on this name, and if it holds this breakout area, if it continues to hold this general area, I'm talking about 9.5, I'm a buyer again. If it loses 9.5, I'm looking for a 9 to about maybe 9.25 hold, depending on where the moving averages are at the time. EBLM has pulled in to the 10 EMA on the 5, and I'm 0 for 1 on EBLM, and I want to see if we can possibly do a little bit better on the second attempt, because it's been insanely respectful of said 10 EMA on the 5. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give it super tight room. We're going to give it to 530. If it loses that, it's going to be the end of the trade.
Yeah, I'm just reading the chat here. People talking about, or someone just asked me about Palantir. Satin in the chat. Asking me about Palantir. What are your thoughts? Hey, man, I'm looking at Palantir right now, and I kind of mentioned this earlier as well. Sellers at VWAP off of the open. Sellers at VWAP around 1050. Sellers at VWAP at 10. God. Sellers at VWAP at 1045. Guess where I'm waiting for sellers to come in?
VWAP.
Boom. All right, so that potentially going to be in the next trade, but I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen there. I'm going to wait for price action to come in into that VWAP, and then maybe observe some of the tape there, looking for those sellers, right? I want to actually see the confirmation of sellers on the tape, and then maybe potentially get involved in and around some of those areas there. But we'll see. Maybe they can step down. 175 is a bit of an interesting area. We clipped this 174-day low. We came all the way back in. A nice little reversion to VWAP, quick scalp on this one. And then the reversion of the reversion, or the continuation of the bigger picture trend on the intraday kind of continues and gives us some fresh lows, 173.48. So I like that, but I'm watching it. Nothing too crazy. If sellers want to step in down here at 175, that's cool as well. TSM actually breaking high of day right now. So that's something else that I have on watch alongside this. Palantir, but yeah, it's a great look on Palantir, man. I think it's definitely well within play and something we should be watching. But I also like some of these China stocks as well, TSM being one of them. You can see how strong that is. Consolidation above 300. So not only do we reclaim opening range high, we pull up all the way $2 above, break out of the 300 level, pull back into opening range high. That resistance turned into support, and that support is stepping up right now with the buyers stepping it up above high a day, printing some fresh prices. So I like the strength on TSM, but I don't really know what to do with it up here. I don't necessarily want to buy a breakout as of right now at this time of day, or in this kind of maybe when the market is kind of consolidating sideways. But I think along, definitely it gave it to you multiple times over on TSM here. So yeah, no, Mike P. DeRider in the chat was talking about how the Tetris movie was a really good movie. I love that movie. It was good. It actually caught me by surprise. I thought, yeah, it was the whole story on how the Tetris game kind of came to be, because the rights of the game were held by, I think it was a Russian dude?
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure it was created by a Russian guy.
Yeah, it was a Russian guy, and then they didn't let it get out of the country, but then it was already out there, and there was a whole bunch of stuff around like the right, and it was actually an amazing story. I think it's a solid movie. I'm not doing justice at all. But yeah, let's see.
All right, Oba, I gotta interrupt, brother. ELBM is breaking out, guys. Here we go. We've got 43s on. We just took out 85s. This one is up 250%. It's got a 616 high, but as I see it, it is a $6 level of resistance. So that is the level I'm going to be looking to fight with here on ELBM if we do get back into 6. Now, here's the deal. We didn't close any of the prints north of 6. All the moves above 6 are wick and wick only. So be anticipating some resistance into that $6 area. Now, if we get a closing candle on the 5-minute chart above that $6 level, I think that changes things, and it certainly changes my opinion. I'll be looking to get in a bit more aggressively there, but for the moment, we added aggressively into that 10 EMA. We were rewarded because this one has absolutely respected that green line, which of course on my side charts will always be the 10 exponential. Look at this, not one closing print. I was gonna say nary a print, I got it. Nary a closing print below that 10 EMA, but you did get wicked. So do not place your stop in an area where you're likely to get wicked out. And if you look at the 10 EMA here, it's been breached multiple times on a wick basis. So if that's the case, then it doesn't make any sense to put your stop below the 10 EMA. I would either put it at prior bar low, or I'd be putting it below the 20, which obviously means that you have to get a little bit more risky. So keep an eye out on that, and we'll send it to the big desk.
Just keep an eye here on BKKT backed holdings. Getting a little bit of a bounce here. Mike Alfred, I guess a member of their board, just said that he finished his first official session of the board meeting with the full board of backed holdings, and basically teased that they're working on some cool things. He said, quote, "I look forward to telling you more about what we're working on." Either way, even though that's really not a lot of information, BKKT pushing higher, backed holdings again on watch to the upside. NVIDIA also on watch. Power Integrations, which is a company that does, I guess, high voltage conversion, is announcing some work here with NVDA. I believe that came out about 20 minutes ago. I'm seeing it circulate, though, in social media right now. NVDA pushing higher. Back to you.
All right. Thank you for that. We're going to keep an eye here on STI. Look at what STI is doing. Now, look, you're going to have to manage risk fundamentally differently on STI than you would on an AQMS or an EBLM. They're not trading the same. They don't have the same price. They don't have the same spread. They don't have the same price action characteristic, okay? So here's the deal. This one, to me, screaming 1350. Many reasons I feel that way. Look at that pre-market high. Yes, 1350. Institutional level prints at 8 a.m., 1350. First halt level at 1035. Can you guess what it is? I'll let you guys guess. 10 EMA on the 5 into the pullbacks. I'll give you that guess as well. So here's the deal. I don't expect this one to respect the 10 exponential moving average on the 5 in the same way that I did with the others. Why is that? Well, look at the amount of breaches that we have with the 10 EMA and the price action. It looks more akin to a line of best fit than a support level. So you're not going to see me catching a bid here at 1450 where the current 10 EMA is waiting. I'm going to look for price action support, previously resistance. That to me screams 1350. Now, the deal is, it may not come right into your 1350 area or your 1360s. So what I want to do is create a buy zone where I like this. To me, that looks to be around 14 to 1350. I could get in possibly a little bit of the position ahead of that 1350 and then maybe work my way closer to it with the majority of the position there. But here goes EBLM. We're still nursing this. We've got 43s on, and here comes $6 again. We're showing that mid-80s seller in the same way that we saw him on that last little ascent. Let's see if we're able to take out that mid-80s seller, and then we'll have to start dealing with the 90s, mid-90s seller. Again, I still have a bias that EBLM has resistance at $6. Here's the high 80s. We can't shake the seller in the high 80s. 85, 86, generally where you're getting the sell here on EBLM. Continuing to watch. Let's watch. There's nothing for me to do at the moment other than just to continue to watch the price action to spot where the sellers are coming in at any one time. And if there are any buyers backstopping me, it's so easy for a long focused trader to always look at the ask side of the level too, because I want to see any big sell orders are going to prevent me from ascending. But it's equally as important to look at who's going to backstop me if a big sell order comes in. And to determine that, I look at the buy orders coming in. Are there any big buy orders coming in at specific levels that I can say, you know, maybe I can rest easy for a little bit because there's 10,000 lots waiting at 570. I'm just giving you an example. I'm not saying that there is, in fact, 10,000 lots at 570 here. Here we go. We're zigging and zagging with 575. So it looks either we're going to get a lower high here, not having reached 6 this time around, or we're going to zig and zag until we can get that seller taken out. But here we go. AQMS breaking out again. So pulls back into VWAP. 10 EMA, double bottoms, and takes out 10. And this is the first time we'll actually close above 10 if this candle, which is going to close in 2 minutes, actually stays above that $10 area. We've been above 10, but the last little topping tail candle couldn't close above that $10 level. So this will be the first time on the day. So let's see if we can get in anything here and then possibly use the prior bar low as our backstop. So continuing to watch here. Let's see if the buyers are stepping in. Buyer at 5s, hidden buyer, won't be convinced any different. So there's a hidden buyer at 10.05 here on AQMS. Let's see if we come back into that level and whether he steps in again. Pack in the patience. Don't need to enter or do anything at the moment other than to tape watch. Let's see. Now we've got a buyer stepping in at 15. Hidden buyer, both at 5 and 15. And there it goes into the $0.25. So we now know there's a hidden buyer who's backstopping the price drops. That's trouble for the shorts. We know that for a fact. All right, let's continue to watch here. 10.5 now with about 30 seconds left on this candle. Sorry, 5 seconds left. This will be the first time we close above that $10 area on the day if we close this way. Pack in the patience, pack in the patience. All right, 10.5 resistance, but we buy it up. This is the highest we've been up all day. Let's go ahead and get in a little bit over here, looking for that 10 continuation. We're gonna send it to the big desk.
Of course, there's a lot to discuss with crypto. We know crypto moved to the downside along with everything else on Friday as we got those heightened trade tensions between the U.S. and China, specifically with regards to export controls. But I want to discuss something of an urban legend that was mentioned here by Unusual Whales as a result of, I guess, this crypto moves on Friday. According to Unusual Whales here, which is an account on X known for pointing out potential insider trading situations, they basically posted here that a new crypto wallet was created on Friday, a brand new wallet that started shorting the market, I guess, hours before Trump started posting about tariffs. Their last short was placed just 1 minute before Trump's tariff post on Friday after the bell, where he did announce those 100% tariffs on China. Interesting point there. They actually made nearly $200 million in profit. So I did want to address that. I don't know if a fun fact is the right word, but interesting trade on watch here with regards to the crypto space on Friday. Let's take a look here at Bitcoin. I'll move to the daily chart for you guys. BTC had quite the move on Friday. Highs here of around 122,600. Lows all the way below 108,000. 108,000 has been a key level of support for BTC, as you can see. However, Bitcoin, as of the end of Friday, there was able to bounce back a little bit and more or less hold at 108,000 support level. Right now, very much waffling here around that 15,000 level. Let's see if BTC decides to kind of push back above and reclaim 116,000. We'll take a look here at Ethereum for you guys as well. ETH looking almost identical to Bitcoin, but the support, instead of that 108,000 level, was found at another previous level of support for Ethereum, specifically just below 3,600. Back to you.
It is go. Oh, wow, Ob. Wow. The small caps are absolutely parabolic today. Look at this move into AQMS, man. We get in at the $0.25, and within seconds, we're $1 in the money. And here it is. We're going to halt at 11.35. Watch out here. Let's see if this actually halts or whether this is going to be a false halt. We need about 4 or 5 more seconds at this level. AQMS now up 100%, and there is the gray out. We are halted to the upside on AQMS. Today is very, very strong in small cap gapper world. You need to be alive to these days, and not just because you have to trade, but because it really should affect your position sizing. Okay, this is the type of day where we see, you know, 6 figures with some online traders. So be on the lookout here. AQMS halted to the upside. This is not the first time it's been halted on the day. 11.34. It's showing me a tap currently flat. 11.34 having halted. 11.32.33. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one. What really got me interested and what got me aggressively into this was just the ridiculous respect that it keeps showing for the 10 EMA and or VWAP, which for me, this has got to be a new one for me. Usually when price action develops in this fashion, they're not overlapping, but they're continuing to overlap. The white line is the volume weighted average price. The green line is the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. And, you know, they're taking turns about which one's higher than the other. But the fact of the matter is, for the most part, they are overlapping. So I don't need to worry about which one it's respecting at the moment. Maybe when they start diverging, then we'll have to get a little bit more nuanced with it. But the strength today on small cap gappers really should be noted. But let's just make sure that, you know, it's going to continue in this way, and be on the lookout for any signs of impending weakness. So I'm quite pleased with how the trading has been today. I'm still holding a piece over here on ELBM. We're in at 43. I'm looking for a hold at the 10 EMA, but I am concerned now with this specific trade because we are starting to put lower highs lower than that $6 area. So it feels like maybe the shorts are now starting to look at $6 as like kind of the launching pad off which to take this bad boy down. And if they're going to do that, have at it, baby, but I'm not going to participate in any DCAs. So a loss of the $0.5 ends the trade for me, and that by definition will mean a profitable trade on the last remaining amount because we are in at 43s. If it holds up at the 10 EMA, I can always choose to get back in. I don't need to choose to be in the negative by dollar cost averaging into an oblivion, especially having not planned that. So we're going to keep an eye out on this one, and we'll see what else is available. Before I send you back to OB, I want to remind you guys that STI is continuing to make higher highs and higher lows. I'm unlikely to want to touch this at all unless it comes into that 14, 13, 50 area about which we spoke. But punching in at highs, given the spread and given the volatility, is of no interest to me, OB. So I'm going to keep my eye on this one, and we'll see what we can do.
Yes, sir. So I'm keeping eyes on this AVGO. So we know this thing had some catalysts in the morning session. You might have heard a little bit of a deal with OpenAI. We've been seeing this kind of catalyst come into a few different names. We saw it on Oracle. We saw it on AMD. Now we're seeing a little bit of it on AVGO. Breaking a little bit of structure is what I'm looking at as of right now. So VWAP lows were in and around 353s. We've held that pretty well for a decent part of the morning session, but finally making those high lower highs there. Sellers already in charge off of the open. I was watching this a little earlier, that 360, but I was like, I don't know in the pre-market, do I really want to risk $12 all the way up to 372s? But that came in real nice. That reversion was absolutely beautiful, giving us over a 50% retracement of that initial leg. But excuse me, it seems like sellers are stepping right back in as of right now. We couldn't really get too far. A bit of an inside day here on AVGO. We attempt to break the opening range high, and we're pulling right back into VWAP as of right now. So nothing too crazy. Let me know in the chat what you guys are up to, and I want to take a look at some of those other names as well. Janveer in the chat saying CRML. Oh boy.
I love that one, Rob.
I was having some, there was some caramel jokes happening for sure in the chat, and this one was quite sweet off of the open. Critical Metals, another name in rare earth that is running absolutely crazy here. Pulls back all the way down to VWAP. You thought the reversion was nice, but the buyers are still very well in charge on this name here as it pushes a little bit higher. 2207s on this one. So. Yeah, I do have it on watch. Good look there. But a lot of these names that have this kind of strength, Sharif, I'm waiting and watching. Yeah. MP might look nice. You know me, I like the reversions, and I'm like, if something's gonna run, I'm gonna let it run. Like, trend traders, go for it.
98, 95 high.
Yeah, 98,
Can I
95.
say something to you? This is a position I've been in a while, ever since the Pentagon took a move.
Nice.
I go in last night, I'm like, let me look at the materials names because of what happened on Friday, right?
Yeah.
So I go on Blue Ocean, right? Like the DGen IM, 7:30, I'm waiting, right? Because what happens is these blank out at 7:30.
Right.
And they blank out, and then they and then at 8, exactly.
Yeah.
So then I look, dude, it's $1 spread. So I post on Blue Ocean at 81.5. Because it's gapping up already.
Yeah.
Dude, it not as liquid as I thought, obviously.
Absolutely.
Right,
Yeah,
I mean, I didn't have too much experience with Blue Ocean to be quite
it'll
fair.
teach you.
It taught me a lesson.
I'll let you finish.
I'm trying to add more. End of the story, I was trying to add more, couldn't get more. Without chasing it.
No, man, that's the thing with Blue Ocean. Blue Ocean, like the first time, is funny. I was sizing in lightly. I'm like, okay, just as kind of dropping. Let me kind of get involved here. And the bid falls another $1. And then it falls another $1. I'm like, all right, how far can it go? Drops another $1. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna see. I got more ammunition. I can definitely push into it a little bit more. It just dropped. There is just air. The bid just every time the bid gets taken out for any sort of size, it just drops even more. And I was just like, oh boy, that's absolutely crazy. And that was my first experience. I was just like, all right, pretty much down almost a full shutdown on that drop. And I'm like, okay, you know, I wasn't tripping. And I'm like, all right, cool. I understand how this thing moves.
Okay.
And then when the buyer stepped right back in, I was like, boom. I was just like,
rocketing.
Okay. Just as soon as they stepped back in, I'm like, okay, now I know. Like I got a feel for it. I pushed into everything I could, and then just took it back. But that's what you have to know. It's like when it goes, it goes. And if you want it and you see that it's going, you have to be willing to remove liquidity. You can't care because best believe if you don't do it, somebody else will. Somebody else will. Like last night, Blue Ocean was absolutely crazy. I
need more practice.
I don't know if I don't know if I want to show. Yeah, I'll show my trade. Why not? I'll show my trade. Let me pull it up.
Pull it up.
But like it just goes to show, like, why did I stay up till 4 a.m.? Absolutely crazy. Like,
there's got to be a good reason.
I mean, there might be a good reason, but I think the bigger reason, like I said before, I was like I'm a little somewhat addicted to Pokemon. I just had like this epiphany. Like last week, I'm like, I just feel like playing Pokemon Fire Red. Like I grew up playing it when I was a kid. It came out in 2004.
Oh wow!
So I downloaded an emulator on my phone. I'm just playing, and I'm like, I'm watching my position. I'm like, I don't want to get emotionally involved with the position. And it's working for me. So I just need a thing, and I'm just grinding. I'm like looking up every 5 minutes. I'm like, I wish I could take more, but I'm maxed out. So I'm just like, I have what I have. I need more buying power in BL. Please give me more buying power if you're listening.
IB?
But, yeah, exactly.
Hey,
let me pull up the chart here.
Pull it up.
And we can talk about what it did. There was a lot of names that kind of did similar price action in Blue Ocean last night. But that's a beautiful thing about real trading here, that we have the ability to kind of trade all of these markets. How about we open the link? Here we go. Boom. I don't know if this will let me zoom in that well. That's horrible. Yeah, can you take over for two seconds?
All right, guys. Right, I'm watching ELBM again. So we got out of this one because it was losing the 10. It's still putting in lower highs. So it's not like I've got, you know, a glowing endorsement from the name. Hey, take me long. No, I mean, all I see is this support level, AKA the 10 EMA, holding on for dear life. And I see far more aggressive lower highs than I see higher lows. So it has me in a situation where I don't know exactly how to execute. Do I get in here, give it to prior area low? And by prior area low, I mean exactly where I got in there. And I got in at 540 for a reason. Clearly it was a flat top, 540, 550 as we've discussed. Yeah, but it feels to me still that this one has the sellers in control locally. And I want to say locally because we're still above the 10 EMA on the 5. So it's not like exactly like the sellers are taking this one all the way down. Moving back to AQMS, the two that we've been trading, AQMS just popped through 12 into another high of day. And here we go again on AQMS. It's going to take out the $0.50. It's a 46-penny high of day now, over 100% in Greensville today. Zigging and zagging with 12. Be on the lookout. Current bar low, though, I want to say is at 11. So you've got $1.50 worth of range on this 5-minute candle, meaning that if you're to put it at prior bar low, you've got to put it below 11 because prior bar low is 10.93. So you've got to figure out a different way to manage risk here, because I don't know, but if you're sizing in substantially, $1.50 may not be the move here to give it with respect for your stop. So I'm continuing to watch here. We're putting in higher lows and higher highs, but there's definitely a bit of a tug of war happening between buyers and sellers into this $12 area. But yeah, man, the buyers are still winning because, well, we're about $2 higher than VWAP right now. So that's my look on AQMS. I wanted to set up in a bit of cleaner of a way to get into a key level, show me some support, and then we can talk. And then just before we send it back to Obe to see that awesome trade he had from yesterday, I want to mention IPDN seems to be setting up possibly here a flat top breakthrough 395.4. It's holding generally that 380, 385 area. And it has an initial bull flag right at 930. And then we all know 2 bull flags are not created equal. We're kind of in a consolidative mode of this current one right now. It's up 31 1/4. I'm talking about IPDN, Obe.
Yes, sir. So yes, I finally pulled it up here. So this was the action on Blue Ocean here last night. So we opened up. This is Tesla. We opened up 413.50s, and this is what I mean. Especially when this is a minute candle, right? Now, if that volume comes in, it's just straight. It just goes, right? So it's like, sure, if you're fast enough, if you're fast enough, you take it. So 413 halves all the way up to 425, straight rip on the initial push. I'm like, all right, cool. Like, I see that, and I'm like, absolutely wild. I didn't participate in it, but again, it's one of those moments where I'm like, that's obviously a little bit of an extended move. The reversion in the short came in real nice off of it, but I was sitting there, I was observing. I'm like, you know, Neil, you hear Neil say this all the time. You got to miss the trade to make the trade.
Okay.
Right? Okay. So it's just like, all right, I missed the long, sure, that there's no way, that all of that pretty much happened in the first minute. I missed the short. The short was nice on this kind of structure breakdown. You can even look at this breakdown of this kind of a low here. But when it did start to overextend, I'm like, all right, there were aggressive buyers all the way from 13s to 20s, and it starts puking. It starts puking. They're just wiping the bid. I'm like, all right, I like this. I'm willing to buy a little bit of a range here because it kind of sets up for me. I like the price action. I like the tape. And I'm going to give it a little bit of room. So I start buying slowly. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know what these prices are. I don't care. I'm trading price action, right? So I'm just like, all right, this is the kind of action I definitely want to participate in. So start getting long. But take a look at this. These longs are all the way at 11:30. Right, 11:30. So let's kind of zoom out here. So 11:30, these lows come in, and now I'm just watching it. I have my stops in. I'm seeing this action right here. Very, very convincing. That's a real wick. Comes down to 416. Buddy steps right in instantly. Wipes it up 17. I'm like, all right, confirmation of buyers, right? I'm like, I have no more buying power left to buy any more of this area. So I'm like, all right, no reason to sell this until it works. So I'm just waiting. I'm watching it.
Oh, that's
you know,
nice.
I'm eating dinner. I'm doing whatever. This is
good patience, brother.
That's 2:30 a.m.
That's crazy.
2:30 a.m. I'm just like, all right, we finally got here. And then I reload so I got out majority of it, and I'm like, okay, no, this is going to do a little bit more, and we might even see some of these highs at 425s. And like, boom, boom, get right back into everything and just piece it off into strength. 3:30, I'm like, all right, good night. I gotta be on the show tomorrow, so I gotta go to bed. So this is what I mean. Absolutely crazy. So like, you guys talking about, like,
man.
I gotta be patient for those trades. When the trade shows up, I'm more than willing to take the trade. I'm more than willing to participate. And you know, sometimes the hold time, we were talking about hold times in the morning. Sometimes the hold time is, you know, a couple of minutes. Sometimes the hold time is 4 hours. You know,
well, yeah,
it's just, it doesn't matter. It's like, what is the kind of price action I'm looking for? Is it panning out on the time frame that makes sense to me? And as long as continuing to do that, there's no reason to get out, right? Okay. So the only reason was our arbitrary target at VWAP. But when it showed me that, okay, no, we're still going to continue this momentum, I just got right back in and took that piece as well. So that was the Blue Ocean from last night. But you know, patience definitely paid. I don't know if you know, Wayne was just like, I don't know. It's an increasing negative EV the longer you stay awake, because the lack of sleep can definitely carry over into the lack of decision making today, which can be like, all right, maybe you made some there, but you're poised to kind of maybe not make the best decisions on the lack of sleep. So I went to bed around 4 o'clock, and then I think I woke up around 7.
That's intense, Obe. That's intense,
that's what I'm on right now. A little bit of coffee is definitely required, which reminds me, I left it at the thing, so I might go grab that real quick. But that was a trade on Blue Ocean.
Good look, Obe.
I'm just waiting for the next trade. I'm not worried, dude. I'm not worried. When it shows up, I'm more than capable of taking it. So I just have to wait for those opportunities. Why should I just try to shoot at anything and everything that moves? That's not how. It's not my style, right? Everybody has different styles, and whatever works for them. I've seen traders trade in ways that I feel so uncomfortable trading. I probably wouldn't trade like that, but I know there's an edge there, and I know that makes money.
Absolutely.
Right? So it's just like it's to each their own, and some, you know, I'm a little bit more I realize I'm just a little bit more maybe lazy, maybe laid back. I'm just like, show me it
works
fall
for
into
you,
my
though.
lap.
It works
let
for
the
you.
trade fall into my lap, and then I'll be like, all right, well, if you're gonna scream at me like that, I got to participate.
You're gonna yell. If you're gonna raise your voice,
you're gonna yell at me. Of course, I'm gonna
I like that, Ob. I like that.
So,
Oba, we got to cover AQMS again because we got another new high of day, 85s. We got in on the break of 12. We're taking out through 12.5. So I'm liking this trade. Here we go again. There's a new high of day. It's 1290. What I'm looking at is my side charts, guys. 1295s, 1299. It's just a matter of time till that 13 seller gets decimated. Run for your life, bro. Why are you standing in front of this? 1320 high. I don't know where the halt parameters are. 1321 high, 22. Selling coming in now, dropping below 13. Very good strength today on AQMS. And it's only done about 8.5 million shares. It feels like way, way more. I mean, is that even right? There's no way this is only done 8.5 million shares. It's only 8.5 million shares. I guess maybe because it was doing bupkis in the pre. But there it is. Here we go again. We're trying to reclaim $13. So let's keep an eye here on AQMS. I want to give you an idea of some current levels. Current bar low on the 5, 1136. Prior bar low, 1105. So you know there's buyers at 11, and the prior bar low is 1093. So the buyers certainly stepping in at 11s, and you can see that very clearly here on the micro time frame at 1. We used 11 as a resistance, hence why I was getting out aggressively on the break of 11 the first time around, and then we clear it. We hold 11 like a glove. So $11 at least for the moment, and intraday at these levels is a price action support level, so that should factor into your decision making. Separately, GWH, another 100% winner and a multi-day runner. We were talking about this one on Friday. We were talking about this for multiple days. One of the days was Friday, and look at that continuation today. Higher highs, higher lows. We easily hold that 420, 415, something like that area close on Friday in the pre-market. In fact, we use that level as our support level at around 4 to 5 a.m. And then all hell broke loose at 5:30, and this one rocketed above the pre-market high of 475, and it made a new pre-market high through 7, and then it made another new pre-market high at 7 o'clock into $8, and now we finally took out, yes, that said pre-market high, and it is now tradable under my system. 8.5, 856. GWH is going here, guys. We're going to have to load this up on a trading screen now that it has met my rules for small cap gapper trading. So again, if you're a newer viewer and you're wondering what is this guy talking about rules, all I see is this guy punching into positions. No, typically what I want is for 2 factors to be met, sometimes a little bit more. Those 2 factors are that if it was trading in the pre-market, which a lot of these small caps do, look at this thing go, man. 875, the breakout is on. 78, 80. Here we go with GWH. So if this was trading in the pre-market, I need it to be trading above that pre-market high during regular trading hours. That means 9:30 onwards. And if it's trading above that high, it also has to be trading above the volume weighted average price, VWAP, for me to get involved. I can wait for it to get above VWAP. I won't just cancel it because it's not. It could still be playable, but I just won't enter it at that time if it's trading below, because to me, that says the sellers are in control as opposed to the buyers. That's one thing. Then the kind of the pseudo rule that I have is the volume rule, right? Like I generally want to see this one doing about over 1 million shares of volume. But as of late, I've had to kind of make exceptions to that rule because a lot of them, we're not doing volume because the pickings were super slim. So instead of just sitting on my hands for 3 hours, I was sort of forced to adjust some of those rules and make entries into stocks that we're not doing the requisite volume. We're going to the big desk. Oh, no more. Okay. So GWH continuing to go over here. So watching this one as it touches 880. What's the move though? What the move to me is that $8 area. Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
No, I'm
yeah.
just
the move to me is that $8 area. I see once, twice. OB, he is the one thrice into $8. Yeah. It couldn't break. So if it wants to come back in $8 and test it, and the buyers step in, that's the most important part. It's not just I'm not in love with the $8 level. for the sake of being in love with it. I like it because I'm anticipating buyers stepping in at that level. Whether or not they do, that's a different story. So we're going to keep tabs on that, and we're going to be looking to get in at around that $8 buying zone. But it is $8.87, and here we go again. Oh, we're going to take out that high of the day. It does feel like we are destined, at least for the moment on GWH, to break 9. And if we get that close, we get to 9, we might as well get to 10, right? Like, I mean, that's just a natural extension. I'm exaggerating, of course, but that typically is the case. You will probably get a break above 9 and maybe an attempt at 10. And if that's the case, then I certainly want to participate with that. Last but not least, before we send it back to Obi, SOAR has a flat top around 290. This one looks like it's destined to break out, hit 3. You could size in aggressively with this one and then, you know, give it to maybe the loss of 280. So that's what I'm keeping my eye on. How about yourself?
Yeah, a lot of people in the chat pointing out quantum names. So Rigetti just had a crazy move here. A little bit of a swipe up into 52 and a strong pullback back into 50. That's a little bit distinct, man. Short's getting absolutely blasted on this name, kind of back-to-back days here overall, and it continues to print some fresh highs here. So in and around this $50 level should be interesting. I got eyes on after that swipe up into 52s, and sellers going to step right back in. Another name people are looking at are QUBT, of course, and QBTS. So yeah, I do have some of these on watch. You can see that QBTS relatively stronger than the rest of them. It's still holding within the upper quartile of its price action, currently trading at 37.38 as of right now. I don't know, a little bit of a swipe up into 38s. 38.08. So what was that prior high? 38.07. This is what I mean. 1 penny swipe and then slam right back in for about a 50 penny drop. So yeah, the action's definitely there. I don't know how it can effectively exercise on that one, but I'm looking for anything that's doing something unusual. Is it trending? Is it overextended? And there's one thing right away as I'm scrolling through and looking through some of my baskets here. ARM looking a little strong here. Might be hitting the gym. 167 halves. So a bit of a gap up push right there. Yeah, but tush. Definitely 162s, 167s as of right now. Sellers came in Friday, 169s. We know they came in across the board here, but a bit of a reversion happening on ARM. We know bigger picture, this thing has been pretty strong, Sharif. Looking at it on a higher time frame, you can see it's been kind of slowly, methodically trending up, holding structure a little bit higher. Since April, you can see here 130s held well, and then we're just hitting the high of the range here at 170s as of right now. On ARM holdings, let's see what else is happening here. Let me know in the chat as well. We can't have eyes on everything. That's why, as a community, definitely a little bit better to participate in the watch, in the hunt, and then bringing attention to potential plays to each other. You don't have to take them, but you know, it's good to keep eyes on. And if they align with my playbook, I'm more than willing to take a little bit of a stab. Right? I don't really see anything too crazy right now. Pathic in the chat saying Google, so let's take a look at that one there. Okay, high a day, 242s, I like that, nice strength, but here's the thing, maybe you gotta keep eyes on, but because it's been selling off pretty aggressively, right? We had selling on Thursday, and then obviously selling on Friday as well, which broke prior day's low, holding that structure, that support, turning into intraday resistance going into the end of day here on Google. Guess what? Support, turn into resistance, turn into support this morning as we gap up and push a little bit higher. So I like that, but we're pushing up into places. If a chart is respecting like recent support and resistance levels, I'm going to put a little bit more weighting on recent support and resistance levels. And just looking at prior day, 244s is high a day. Sellers really stepping in and around 242, 243s, and we're just quite in that range right now, in that area, 242 halves trading on Google. So I am watching Google. Let's see what that has in store for us today, but nothing too crazy just yet. Maybe if it can get up a little bit higher into 243s and alert me to some sort of things, maybe I get involved. But oh boy, this USAR, that's the reversion here, man. USAR, almost 100% reversion here. all the way back down. So a high day of 43.97s. That thing, another rare earth name that did run pretty aggressively off the morning session. But you can see none of these are kind of acting similarly to each other. They had the run in the morning. Some of them have pulled back a lot more than others. Some of them are still holding their highs. So it's like the sentiment is not equally distributed.
No,
right?
Certainly
the
not.
distribution is not there. So it's just like they're kind of doing their own thing, but they have a general bid. I find that interesting when certain things within the same kind of theme or sector, or however you want to call it, start to disconnect and move on their own. It's interesting to watch here. So USAR with a pullback, TMC with a significant pullback as well. TMC might just
I got to cover this, brother. Guys, LITM is rocketing up, and I've been long here since 620. It's taking out 7. This thing is absolutely rocketing up. It's going to halt at 705, guys. Here we go again with this one. False halt into 705. Now we get a reinitiation of the halt parameter. It's going to do this for 10 seconds. This is Bhavan's call. Shout out to Bhavan Patel, man. He brought my attention to LITM, and look at this one go. I'm willing to bet they do something with lithium here, Ob, with a ticker like LITM. Don't embarrass me, please. Critical minerals, good. They do uranium as well, so not just only lithium. What a move up, Bhavan. Great call out by you, brother. We added aggressively initially. We got in small position at 30, scalped up into 55s. It dipped back down. I added into 50, scalped up again, added into 75, and took it into 7, man. Absolutely beautiful trade this time around. I'm happy with how I executed this. I wish I would have done a little bit better by waiting for that $7 break. I don't know why I was so gung-ho to get out in the 80s, because the spread had opened up. I worried. I saw it posting something like 95s, and then the bid dropped back down into the low 70s. I panicked. I shouldn't have done that. I was worried that the bid was dropping off and the buyers were, drying up, and it wasn't that way at all. It ended up rocketing through that level. It is now halted 704, up 57%. It's showing a theoretical auction price of $7.10, having halted at 1158.52. The earliest this one will be open is 1203.52. So get ready. Let's see if it's gonna have a top above the halt price, which again is 704. So I'm keeping my eye there, but I want to bring your attention as well to AQMS. This one looks like it's going to be a 10-minute halt, okay? If not more. Why do I say that? 11:53:45. We should have been opening up at 11:58:45. We didn't, obviously. So this one looks like it's going to be at least 10 minutes into at least 12:03:45. So we'll see when we get in and around that time slot. But GWH continues to rock it up. So there's that 983 we're talking about. 10, I told you guys, you get into that $9 area with that kind of strength, almost certainly you're going to glance, if not wink at, that $10 level. And you give it a good opportunity there. GWH, you got into 983, 17 pennies off that 10, but now you're dropping like a stone. 983, now we're 885. So we're losing it pretty quickly. But again, guys, I really want to bring your attention to that breakout level between 8 to 8.25. I'm a buyer, so long as I like what I see in that level, right? And the reason I say that, former area of resistance, looking to act to support. I'm talking about GWH with that 8.25 level. So that's what I'm looking at right now. Excuse me. So that's what I've got there. Let's move back to LITM and see what the top is. Oh boy. Now the top is showing 730. We halted at 704, so we know that there's a buy-side imbalance brewing right now during the halt. But again, let's make sure that this one is going to be a 5-minute halt before we get very excited. And the reason I say that is because, typically it's not a hard and fast rule. The longer you're halted, the more worried people get, so they start putting out sell orders as opposed to buy orders. And last but not least, before we send it back to Ob, SOAR is taking out levels. What is this, on the New York? No, it's on the MX. Okay, SOAR, guys, it flat top broke through that 290-ish area that we were talking about. Look at the amount of rejections. Bottom chart there, guys. Look at this. Rejections, all at 290, essentially from What the hell time slot is this? I can't even see because this thing won't show me. All right, there we go. The time slot on that is 10:35. 10:35 till basically when we just went on the show over here, 11:55. Finally, we get to break above 290. So SOAR also in play here to the high side. Trade it carefully, though. Shout out to Bovin. Bovin also talking about Hover, HOVR. This one is pretty good too, Bovin. It's just a little bit light on volume, having only traded 1.5 million shares, but put some respect on that trend line's name or that price action's name right there, man. It's not even pulling back into the 10 EMA. So HOVR up 27.5%, trading right at the day high, 372. Shout out to Bovin. Good look there. You didn't happen to watch the Jays game yesterday while you were up in that Tesla trade, did you?
No, I don't.
You didn't look over to see Go Sports. There was nothing.
I didn't really see. No. I didn't even know there was one on. To be honest, but that's just
we lost, Obe. We lost 3-1.
I mean, we've been on a bit of
like a pitching duel. Yeah, we couldn't hit a beach ball yesterday, brother. It was a tough go. They got some serious pitchers, though. Let me tell you. And you could just see that based upon the Seattle Mariners as the team we're playing. They were playing the Detroit Tigers in the DS, and you could just see from the nature of their games, low scoring. And so you could tell like they were super into like the pitching side of things.
There's much stronger pitchers on
pitchers,
the other team.
And that usually means low scoring games, pitchers duels, right? We'll see how it all works out. But
I think we're gonna be right back from Madeira.
Okay.
Keep an eye here on SARO, Standard Arrow, pushing to the upside. So not SOAR, which is also moving, but SARO pushing higher. Representative Gil Cisneros gets disclosed roughly $400,000 worth of buys in September. I'm not seeing how much this specific SARO purchase was, but this is significant because apparently he is the only representative to have purchased this stock, and they're in aviation, and he's a member of the House Armed Services Committee. So that is significant, guys, here with regards to this insider purchase from Gil Cisneros. Keep an eye here on Apple, Alphabet. GeoOGL also on watch, set to sign a 1 gigawatt data center pack with India's Andhra Pradesh. So India data center pack here for GeoOGL, and back to you.
Thank you very much. I kind of mentioned a stock earlier where, sellers were very dominant. They kind of showed themselves in and around the area. That was Palantir. It's back at VWAP. I'm participating a little bit here, but we'll see. Let's see. Initial push to that VWAP area. Sellers are stepping in a little bit. I kind of got in a little anticipatorily, if that's a word there. But 176 is chopped right now. I have VWAP at 176.35s. So you can see here, kind of it pulled up into the halves, pulling all the way back down into 176s. So let's see if sellers actually step back in, and maybe we can participate a little bit with them as well. So what is some of the structure that I'm watching here? This prior high is at 75 halves. So let's see if we are going to kind of curl up and push higher. You can see the NASDAQ and the ES are pretty strong. They've come back up into their opening range highs. They're attempting to push a little bit higher, but you can see it's just straight chop, man. It's a straight chop, and we're trading below that 25,000 as well. So I got eyes on that. So here comes a little bit of a test of that 176 here on Palantir. So the question becomes simple. I'm going to keep it simple. Sellers. There were sellers that stepped down into 175 halves. Does that now turn into support? Right? We false broke or kind of tested the day low, 74s. Maybe people that are chasing the move short, punching into the lows there, 174 breakdown fails to follow through, and you get a nice reversion all the way back into VWAP, right? So that's working out pretty nicely as of right now. But VWAP has been where kind of those buyers have met those sellers and struggled to take it higher, and we've seen that price action step it down a little bit right there. So Mike P. the writer saying, let me get back to hunting. Exactly. That's what we're doing out here. We're trying to hunt for the next opportunity. So let me know what your next opportunity is. I'm just chilling. If the market pulls back, that's good confluence as well. If we start to get some structure holds as well, I like that. 175 halves. There it goes. Let's see what we do in and around those 175 halves. If buyers step back in, it's kind of like, all right, we false broke the day low. We stepped up on top of 174s. And then now, do we use that resistance as support? So here's that test. I'm looking for that confirmation. Wait for that confirmation. I want to get a little bit bigger, but let's let the trade and the price action show us that we can get a little bit bigger as well. That's what I'm trying to. I'm talking to myself out here. Just trying to make better decisions. We'll be right back from Madera.
Keep an eye here on GRND Grinder. I know we were joking about looking at this name earlier today, but this legitimately is moving here with volume. The company reportedly exploring a take private offer after a lender called some insiders loans. It was Semaphore Semaphore reporting that Grindr is exploring a take private offer. So Grindr could be going private, again, reported by Semaphore, GRND, and back to you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm just staring at the tape here on Palantir. So buyers are kind of stepping in. Let me pull up the tape for you guys here as well, so you can see it. That's still on IONQ. I don't know why. PLTR, and that is on the Nasdaq, guys. So PLTR trades on the Nasdaq. You can see here we're chilling in the 70s bidders, kind of holding it down. So we're still in that VWAP area, 176 plus minus 15, 20 pennies here. So on the initial test of that 175 half area, we did kind of hold. Buyers maybe stepping back in. So that's kind of information I'm reading. If the market wants to step up as well, very likely that this will go against me here in and around VWAP, but I'll give it some room. I'll give it some time here. The initial test did show us some sellers, so we're looking for follow through to potentially come in here. 176 retest on the day right now. Quantum as well. Oh boy, like quantum QUBT, quantum computing is what I'm looking at. The consolidation above VWAP is absolutely solid right now, and holding really, really well. Like VWAP's at $20.47, and oh boy, that's coming in real nice. As a bit of support. It's been holding, consolidating, and you can see that strength as well in the morning session. That's holding it up really well. So this is what I'm talking about. So strong leg holding above that 2020 dollar level, and then retest of that VWAP brings us buyers. So this is a good look there on that QUBT. But I got my little focus here on Palantir. I'm just chilling, waiting, watching to see if sellers can actually, contest some of these buyers. Do they even show up? I have no idea. I'm waiting for more information, but let's participate. This is me talking to myself. When I say let's, I like to sometimes talk. What is it? That third person or whatever it is. Yeah. I'm just like, all right, but you can't be doing this. You got to do this. Or you got to do that. I'm like, trying to talk to myself through in the position. Giving myself a little bit of in trade perspective.
I like that.
So 75 halves coming in right now. So VWAP sellers definitely there. That LTIM, I pulled it up because you had it on watch there. That reversion. I mean, you've been talking to me about some of these reversions on these small caps, and I watched them, man. Absolutely beautiful. So directional when they come in. And the thing is, like you said, you got to be quick.
You got to be super quick.
It's PvP. Like this is like ranked. If you guys are gamers, this is high level ranked, and small caps are definitely high level ranked, in my opinion. And like you got to be as fast as possible. As quick as you can.
Quick as you like,
that's what
baby.
You said,
No, but seriously though, like I feel that the use of hotkeys is almost like a requirement here. Yes, and I'll just tell you that I don't use hotkeys on this platform for a couple of reasons. I'm not going to get into them now, but I don't, and it's a serious disadvantage because I have to keep, I'm going through 2-3 keystrokes. By the time I've done that, you know exactly what happens, right? The price has moved from the levels, so it's something that I definitely want to iron out a little bit here, but I'm not trading monster share size, as you guys know, while we're on the show. So it's, I'm not really, I don't feel like I'm missing out on all that much, right? I'm here for you guys to execute the trades for you guys so you can see the technical levels, and then I have my own money and I do my own trading, so as I've spoken about before. So here we go. We're now moving up into GWH. I've got a nice position here, looking for that 875 to hold, and here we go, popping up into the mid 90s, looking for continuation through a GWH. Has got a seller at 95. Can't shake the seller at 95. Big seller at 95. He's gone. 98's now. So the shorts are taking this in at 9 here. Here we go, blowing through 9. We get the fill finally. Looking for continuation now on GWH. There it goes again, man. Nice. Looking for continuation again through 9.25. There's a 20 penny seller. Couldn't shake the 20 penny seller. Let's see if we can shake that and go through the 9.25, because that's where I'm waiting. And then above that, we're going to be waiting at closer to the $0.50. 19 seller this time. Something to be aware of, right? Keep your eye on the sell area. They were selling at 20s. Now they're moving down to 19s. There's a 20 momentarily there showing up on the ask side of the level 2, but not blowing through it. I didn't see any 21 prints come in there. Got 90s on at the moment, looking for continuation. I certainly see the 875. I want to say 8 mid-60s area low. This is what I'm talking about right here, which caused me to get back into this trade. I hadn't even been involved in GWH before, like today, obviously. So looking for continuation through 9.25 here. Definitely not trying to take out too much too quick, but let's go ahead and also post at, 940 or something like that. There's a seller, and there is 925 again. GWH and the small caps today, they're on one. It behooves you to kind of gauge them and to be able to say, no, today feels like the day that I can size in. Today feels like the day that I can take aggressive breakouts. Get it, Mitch?
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, baby. GWH, baby. Mitch Hoke. All right. Here we go. Here we go again, Mitch. We're looking to take out that 9.5, but the seller's stepping in aggressively again. So we've got 890s on. Packing my patience here, Obe. Know that there could be $10 in this one's future, and if there is, well, I want to participate in it, Obe. What kind of paper-handed trader would I be taking out everything at 9.25 when there's $10 possibly to be had here? So we're packing our patience, Obe.
For sure. Sometimes you definitely got to pack your patience if you're trying to take that trip. That's very, very important. You don't forget your luggage there. But yeah, coming right back up into that VWAP here on Palantir, pulling in. So let's see, it's chopping around. So this is maybe some more confirmation. We'll wait and see if sellers to actually step in. If they don't, that's fine as well. Market's kind of strong, so we got to respect that as well. And 176, what's the VWAP here? 176.34 as I have. So we're just about in and around 10 pennies. Yeah, my average is in around here as well at that VWAP, but the intention is to participate with potential sellers here. And if they're not going to be there, that's fine as well. It's showing me that it does have a little bit of strength. If it's going to bid back up and kind of reclaim and hold structure higher, that's fine. I'm more than willing to be wrong multiple times and just move on to the next one as well. Where is the next trade? That's always the mental here. And as we push a little bit higher, we'll see. QS, where's QS? QS is all the way back down to VWAP, eh? Oh boy. That thing, nice little reversion on this one as well. That came in quite nicely, all the way from 17.8s to 17.8s to 17 flats there. Beautiful, beautiful reversion to VWAP as of right now on QS. Other than that, I'm not really seeing anything too much. I'm not seeing anything too crazy that really has me jumping at it, being like, all right, I got to get aggressive with this. This is the trade, now we're really cooking. But if you guys see anything that qualifies like that for you, let me know in the chat. I'm more than willing to take a look at some of that. So KC 526
I love KC.
in the chat. Thank you so much.
Get it,
for
KC.
the super chat here. Thankful for Trader TV and the entire community. We're thankful for you. Appreciate you all, and happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving to you as well, KC. Make sure you spend that time being thankful with your fams and loved ones.
She trades small caps.
Nice.
And she's born one day after me.
Okay.
I mean,
confluence.
Yeah, confluence. Well said. It's a perfect guy to tell, right? Like, I mean, get it, Casey. All right, Obe. I mean, I don't know what else to say over here. Here we are again on this one, long at 890. We took it out there at 970. On GWH, this one is giving you opportunities. And I really want to bring in the black charts here to make my point. Take a look at this buy area. 1, 2, 3, 4 candles where the bottom is very clearly demarked. 9 2/3. The wicks, generally 9 3/4 the closing prints. I say that generally, I use that loosely. GWH, but it's got a topping tail now into 875 with this current candle high of 72. Excuse me, not 75. So I don't like this topping tail candle. It's turning into an inverse hammer candle. Moreover, it is a lower high relative to that 1155 candle, which is responsible for that high of day print. And look at the bid just drop off here off GWH as it loses 9 momentarily, but I'm still a buyer and I'm going to have to throw it in order given the umpteen amount of defense we have at this 8 and 2/3. Let's go ahead and throw that out there. And look, we'll give it to 8.5, right? So we'll risk what? 23, 26 pennies on GWH to make $1, and this one gives you $1 pretty quick. So let's go ahead and throw that out there right now. It's going to be for smaller share size, of course. I'm going to wait at 75. And the reason I say that is because I want to front run the level. That's all, okay? So we're going to go ahead and wait at 875 for a buy order there on GWH. And if it loses the bid, it loses the bid. We're out at the $0.50. It's as simple as that. EBLM is awakening. And here we go again for another attempt at 6. Now, as I've mentioned, the wicks all the closing prints reject 6. The wicks are the only thing that were able to breach $6 with a 616 high of day. So be on the lookout here for ELBM to approach 6 with a lower high, okay? We have higher lows currently still on this one, but what I'd be looking for is a continuation of the compression pattern and a lower high. Now, if you don't get that lower high and you get a higher high, well, that's just a different story, right? That's a much more bullish story. I'm talking about ELBM, guys. It's up 250%. And it's got the goods, man. And it gave you this $5 opportunity. Sadly, I was not alive to that. I should have been more alive to that. We'll look to do a little bit better next time. So that's my look on ELBM. GWH, I've already made my point very clear. LITM, this is the one that OB was talking about as a mean reversion trade. Shout out to the OG Bovin for pointing this one out. But I'm going to keep saying it. I'll say it over and over. These ones are around for a good time, not a long time. And this is the case in point right here. And it's just really about when they're going to turn on you, because the majority of them will turn on you. The exception are the ones that are multi-day runners, where they run higher highs and higher lows for 2 and 3 days. The majority don't. If you look at them statistically, most of the small cap gappers will gap down the subsequent day. And that the reason I'm trying to emphasize that is it's a trade. It's an intra-day trade, not a falling in love with trade. So LITM coming down pretty aggressively there. Keep my eye on that, OB.
Yes, sir. So, guys, exciting news for Canadian sophisticated traders. Beta Pro by Global X Canada has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3 times bull and 3 times bear exposure to the S&P, TSX 60, semiconductors, and U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special fee rebate, dropping management fees to just 65 basis points until December 31st of 2025. These ETFs also employ currency hedging to seek to neutralize U.S. dollar exposure, providing performance that may more accurately reflect the underlying U.S. equity indices. If you are a tactical sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca/3x daily to learn some more.
Oh,
nice.
I'd like to point something out if I can.
What's going on?
So Casey was nice enough to gift 5 memberships for free.
Ooh.
But those memberships have value.
Why you got to pause it like that?
My bad, OB. That's a little bit better, right?
Yes, thank you.
No, but what I wanted to show,
like, what's that over there?
I know, right? My bad, dude. My bad.
All good,
I know. It's only like when you pause on somebody else's face that you don't really notice. If it was paused on mine, I'd be noticing.
Yes.
Trust me, bro. All right, so right below the video, guys, there is that link, join. Click that to get your to membership. It's about $4.99. In fact, it is $4.99. Now, if it's showing you $6.99, it's an Apple problem. Get off your iPhone, go on a desktop, and it'll be $4.99. But why am I telling you that? Because Casey was nice enough to gift 5 different memberships. And here's what you can do with these memberships, Assassino. Let's show them. So if you go over to the Trader TV homepage and then you click posts right there. So all our videos are here. You got to look at the top. It says posts. You weasel on down and then look at this Sharif's morning note with this handsome gentleman, AKA Donald Trump, and his adversary, another handsome gentleman, President Xi Jinping. And you click read more there, click that bad boy, and you get the morning note every day. It's going to give you basically the top headlines. Each story gets its own page, so it can be a bit more thorough. You got the headline, you got the details, you got support and resistance levels here, Ob. You got the trader takeaway for both the intraday and the swing traders. It's for both. It's what to look for. And yeah, this is basically sent out, you know, right around the same time that the other watch list is sent every day. So if you like that sort of thing, go ahead, click join, $4.99. It's not a bank breaker. And let me tell you one thing. My note is not the only thing you guys are going to get on that. As I've kind of teased before, this is just the first in many other value adding products are going to be behind this membership there. So get in while it's still only $4.99, because trust me, Brendel's hand is itching. He wants to increase that price right there. So shout out to the OG there. What do you got, Ob?
Yeah, as soon as, I mean, kind of sellers step in, right? Sellers stepped in there. I was like, boom, 176. Someone wiped the bid from 176 to 175 halves.
That's crazy.
I forgot how to number math there for a second. I'm not good with numbers. I'm not that great with quick maths. But
I like how you call it maths, though.
Yeah, quick maths.
That's very, very English of you.
1 + 1, that's 2. Quick maths.
I like it.
That's how it works.
Get it, Ob.
Man's not hot. I'm joking. What's that guy up to?
Who?
You don't know the man's not hot guy? You don't know where that's from?
Who's that?
Like the quick maths? I got to show you. It's so it always jokes. I got to show you. Classic. But we'll be right back from Madeira.
Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Oh boy. Yes. Yeah. That came in pretty aggressively. So first sign of sellers kind of stepping in, but let's see. I talked about that 175 half, right? 175 half came in, tested pretty nicely, and then we popped up right back into 75s here. 175, 75s. So quarter push, quarter bounce off of the halves. So maybe this is showing us that structure is holding, and oh boy, that's pretty aggressive back to the upside as well. So you know what? I'm gonna get out of that one. That's chopping around in a way where I don't really like it as well. Oh boy, you can see that's pretty crazy. I can't really watch this effectively as of right now, but we'll be right back from Madeira.
Yeah, sorry about the guys. Keep an eye here in ASP Isotopes. ASPI is the ticker. Zero Hedge calling this one the next nuclear story and saying that it could be a long idea. Also, I'm seeing here, keep an eye on any Chinese ADRs. I'm seeing that China apparently issuing implementation rules on port fees on U.S. chips. So keep an eye on this. Also, I wasn't seeing this initially on his schedule, but Donald Trump apparently going to be going live here, speaking at the Middle East Peace Summit. I will be watching that. Back to you.
All right, guys, GWH generally, still putting in those higher highs and higher, it's still generally holding 875. So I'm keeping my eye on this one. I'm trying to build a position for continuation, but it's zigging and zagging a little bit above 9, a little bit below. We got 08s on right now. So I'm looking for continuation into 9.25, maybe even another test of that 983 high of day. And then ultimately, obviously, a $10 touch or $10 break. When we get that and in what form, we've got a seller here at 4s and 5s. Let's see if we can squeeze some sellers around this $9 area. As I mentioned, we got 08s on, but looking for a price spike up in the teens. We're posting in the teens as well as the 20s. Now it's showing me 09s, 10s. Let's see if we can continue over here. Good move into 12s momentarily, but the sell order comes in. Prior bar high, the $0.25, by the way. So keep your eye on that $0.25. That was a prior bar high. And to the low side, keep your eye again, like we talked about, 8 2/3, 8 3/4. We're going to the big desk.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Trade the Pool. Sorry, I can't read it. I accidentally closed the read. Yeah.
All right, no problem. Take over, Ope. I'll get that. I'll get that for a second.
So a little bit of a choppy action here on VWAP. I did get re-involved here in and around VWAP, just kind of feeling it out. But it seems like things are getting a little bit spicy in and around VWAP here on PAL.
I can do it.
A little bit of a chop, 75 halves all the way up to 76 halves, so about $1 chop. both ways on this name as of right now. So yeah, I'm going to try to keep it a little bit nimble. I'm definitely a little bit erratic with some of my entries, but like I said, just trying to keep it nimble and looking for much stronger trades. I would give this one maybe a little bit, I would say like a C, C+, but we'll be right back from Midday.
Beat Ackman live trading competition is here, guys. October 8th to 10th. Every day, Ackman makes his move. What's your mission? Outperform him. Beat his return. Prove you've got what it takes. Then, the grand finale on October 13th. Broadcast live on Trader TV with the Trade the Pool team, obviously, in studio. Over $600,000 in prizes are up for grabs. You got $25K, $50K, even $100,000 evaluation accounts. Go GWH, go, baby. All right, we're going to have to pause for a second while I take profits over here. Over 6,000, as I mentioned, plus surprise giveaways during the live show. Don't just watch. Compete, beat Ackman, win big, scan that QR code, and start trading right now. Here we go again on GWH. We talked about this 8 2/3 to 8 3/4 area hold. There are an umpteen amount of wicks that breach that level. Now we're waiting on the north side of 50. We know that that 50 level has been a pesky little bugger. Why? Because there are no closing prints ahead of that 50 level. So sure, it's a 983 high day, but look at how much time we spent at that 983. Bupkis, we spent almost no time. So take the wicks by putting the resting profit takers above that $50. That's what I've done over here. We're waiting here at 55s. Anything below my entry ends this trade, and then we'll set up. Simple as that. We'll set up at 875, 8 2/3 again. What I'm looking for is the bull flag continuation. I certainly see a bull flag over here. The best look into the bull flags on the day, might I add. Whether or not this continues into yet another bull flag, your guess is as good as mine. We can only react to the price that we see in the moment. So GWH, it's on one, it's strong, it's got a very clear area of support. Use that to your advantage, and let's make some money, baby. Here we go again, Obe. 45s, that seller coming in again at 45. And he's not hanging out for that long. There's a seller again, and there's a 49, 50, boom, oh, we take out the high. Let's go, baby. We're gonna take out more over here, Obe. There is into the high again, into 75, boom.
Good Lord.
Oh boy. I pity the fool that doesn't hit the like and subscribe button.
You guys better be hitting the like and subscribe button, or Neil's not coming back. No, I'm playing. So here we go, 999 higher. Are we going to the big dice? What I hear?
I think we're going up to the big dice.
Let's go. Get it, Mitch.
Get it. Here you guys have it. I'm up 90,000 shares there. I bought there on GWH at 904. We're up almost a full buck on 90,000 K. Let's go.
Nice. You're going to get that aggressive round of applause from me, Mitch Hoke.
Shout out to the half off there. Now have 40K.
Oh, no.
Looking for this to break the 10. Let's see if we can break the 10 now.
Boom, boom, boom. Look at that momentum.
Let's keep it going. Let's see if we break 10. There we go. Money, money, money. Let's keep it going.
Oh, no. Mitch, are you looking at GWH too?
You know it.
Bang,
I was in this
Mitch.
earlier. Bang,
No,
bang,
Mitch
bang,
Hoke's
baby.
trading
Let's
small
go.
caps. Oh,
all right,
my
now,
God. This is a great day. This is a great day. Get it, Mitch. That's a great
all right, now
trade,
we're
brother.
set to stop at 977 here. You might get a wick here towards 970, but I'm willing to take 30K on the account there if we can get this over.
Boom, boom,
Let's get this up. Was watching this one earlier at 7. Got the earlier break. Now we're going through 10. Let's get through that 10.
Aggressive applause.
Nice.
I mean, you make 100K, you're going to get aggressive applause from me.
Oh, yeah.
Any day of the week. It could even be Sunday, and I might even be at church. I'll still give you aggressive applause.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, shut up. Man, my church was packed yesterday.
Oh, yeah?
There was no room, bro. And it's a cathedral. Like, there's like several thousand spots for people. Yeah, it was packed to the brim.
Wow.
There was a bishop.
Oh.
Here we go. We're taking out the high mid.
We're going to another halter.
1060. Here we go,
Halting, baby.
1060. This is a monster move right now for GWH. I hope y'all like small caps because this is freaking exciting. I don't know how y'all feel about this, but this excites the hell out of me. Look at that move into the high, and it gives you a clean hold. That's the thing. You didn't get bamboozlement with this one, Mitch. Show them why, baby. Look how many times, OB, does it have to come into that 875, 8 2/3 to show you there are buyers sitting right there? How many times do you need to see that, right? Fantastic look here from GWH, and I love these ones. The ones that don't screw you over by, you know, showing you, oh yeah, there's a buyer here. You get in off that buyer, and it's a bull trap, and they send you to hell, right? So nobody needs that kind of energy in their life. I certainly don't. Now, what's the next trade, as Obi likes to say, because this one's halted. We got to trade something, right?
Oh boy.
STI. Look at the breakout happening in real time right now. There it goes through 8.5. Another one that's awfully respectful of trend. Most of the retracements are off the 10 exponential. The deeper retracements are very clearly off the 20. Use that to your advantage. Find out, discover, analyze the characteristic of the name that you're trading on the day. What does it seem to be doing over and over? Oh, maybe the algos are doing that. Or maybe they're, just let this thing go, bro. We were just at $18. Now we're at 9 1/4.
Oh boy, you gotta catch your breath, bro. Oh boy.
I do apologize about that. I'm muted. Keep it down,
It's crazy. When price action gets crazy like that, man, I totally understand, man. It's very, very exciting stuff, and the positions that work for you, solid. Yeah, definitely deserve a round of applause. This market's coming in here as well with a little bit of an aggressive bid, or maybe trying to get a little aggressive. We saw that nice little shake and bake that it just did over here, and pushing a little bit higher. So maybe poised for that push into that 25,000 mark. So yeah, the bid is definitely here on the market. We are attempting to break out of the opening range highs here, both on the NASDAQ and the ES. So it's a good look there on that one. So let's take a quick look-see at some of these Mag 7 stocks to see what's actually breaking out, what's giving us this push. So right off the bat, I see Alphabet, Google's taking a little bit of a push there. 243.10s continuing to push higher here on the day, reverting a decent chunk of that selling that we saw prior day, right? Okay, so let's take a quick look at Google. All right, getting stopped out of that Palantir as it continues to push higher. So, all right, we pulled back in, we held structure, we're broken consolidation. I've tried it a couple times. I'm gonna be like, all right, cool. You don't need to show me anymore to really tell me that, okay, yeah, buyers are now probably maybe taking over a little bit, but I'll continue to watch it. 177s here is where that prior horizontal resistance from earlier is sitting in here, but Google pushing its highs as of right now. Microsoft at VWAP though, so I'm watching that one. That one's been held down at VWAP pretty much all day, so pretty decent trend happening here. VWAP sellers off open, VWAP sellers in the pre-market, VWAP sellers going into the middle of the day. Let's see if those sellers show up once again. The market though, looking a little distinctly different as we bid a bit higher. Let's take a quick look at some of those materials, those rare earth stocks from this morning here. So MP, we know a lot of people are involved in that one. Let's see if that's showing us any sort of opportunity here. Still sideways, consolidating within the upper quartile. So I'll be patient for that one here. Broadcom, AVGO, maybe poised for a bit of a flat top breakout here.
Oh.
Take a look at that. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and 5th time it's coming in. Once again, a bit of a sandwich between these 359s and VWAP. What's going on, Mitch?
What's going on, guys? What's going on? A new position on. Let's go for it. Looking at ABAT to get hot again. So this is a nice flag pattern, right? You're getting back down there. You just did that undercut of 9. That's usually where they wash out the traders right here. So now starting to see the buying bullish engulfing candle here. Could see maybe a pullback to like 918, but as long as we can stay above 910 now, we're looking really good on this push on ABAT. Looking for this to drive back there towards the 980s and $10. Looking good there. ABAT, let's go. Batter up.
Yeah, nice one, Mitch. Yeah, good retaking of volume weighted average price and a break of trend. Let's have a look at this one. Not a bad one here from our boy Mitch at the big desk, and up 40%, mind you. Not strictly a small cap gapper, but it could be as a result of the big 40% move on the day. It's a little bit 1.1 billion market cap, but that's fine there. Let's see. Yeah, this is a nice break of trend, Mitch. Shout out to you, buddy. I'm going to pack my patience on this one for a 9.5, 975 break. I need to see a new high. on this monster, but it's already breaking out. So I'm just waiting because I'm more conservative. This is breaking out. It's a very clear breakout above trend line. What I'm looking for is a 975 high. We'll pack our patience. We'll see if we get that. But look at GWH, another high of day. 1090 high. Here we go again, showing 1080s, 1070s, 1090 high. So it blew through 10. We had a feeling, right? You know, we're really close to 9. You know, there's more likely than not that we hit 10, and there it is. We're not talking about 10 anymore. Now we're talking about 11 because it's a 1090 high. So very, very good strength on a GWH up 150%. Let's look now to see if it comes back into that pesky 10 level and holds it. Shout out to Dynamic Driver dropping euros in the chat. Thank you for the 5 euros. I call it the Diddy. Oh boy. I'm not going to read that.
You probably don't want to finish that sentence.
No. That's funny. Thank you for that, Dynamic Driver. And as embarrassing as that is, thank you for that. Let's see. I know we got a whole bunch of supers earlier that I didn't get a chance to look at.
Yeah,
so let's find out what they're.
Yeah.
All right, shout out to Day Trader LA. What's up? $5 super chat. Thank you, Papacito. Burrow growing again. Crazy bid. Good luck. Let's have a look at BURU. All right.
I think we're gonna pass it to Mitch.
Okay, just 1 second. Mitch, you got a trade brewing there or what?
Brewing, of course, looking for that break of 11. We just double topped there, so look for a little bit of a pullback coming in here. Let's see if it can hold $10. We're looking for a little sideways action here. Not much pullback on that GWH. Want to continue on with this one and ride the 90 EMA. I'm sure it's touching it right now. Looking for that to rebuy in right now. Get back above 1050. You see 10, that's going to be your sign to start being careful on the downside.
I like it. Here's a look at BURU. This is the daily, so let's just get rid of these. You can tell by how many times I've been trading it, given how many ticker symbols it has, because I always have to put them on for you. So BURU, kind of an inside day. I like the higher lows, and I like this hammer candle on Friday to close off the 10 EMA. So BURU could be a continuation trade here. Let's have a look at the 5-minute. Yep. Yeah, so we're getting very much like Friday. I don't want to say Friday was an inside day, but we certainly got you know, a bit of a sell-off on the trend since that high that we put in on the 8th. So it's not giving up the ghost in an aggressive way. But yeah, I mean, not for me intraday, right? There's just not enough range there. So sorry about that. Venu, Sharif, I took VCIG on the news this morning, but no volume after market open. Any levels that is good. Small market cap, but it gave 70% growth estimates. Great look. Let's have a look at VCIG. This is a ticker that I'm familiar with because we've seen this one before. Yeah, so this is one of those ones that, you know, just gives up the ghost super quick. I'm sorry, brother, that you got in on the news. I don't want to say this in a way that, you know, you think that I'm like lecturing or preaching, but that's not really how I mean it at all. But don't fall in love with the story when it comes to these small
You're
cap.
the professor.
You are the professor. You know what I mean, though. Like these ones, they can break your heart, right? These small cap gappers, you cannot fall in love.
No more.
You can't fall in love with these. You got to look at the TA. Yeah. If the trade is there, you follow through. If it starts giving up the ghost, you get the hell out of town. So look, it's not a good look intraday, but let me look a little bit deeper here. Let's look at the daily. Yeah, the daily is not good either. Jesus Christ. Yeah, look, I got to tell you, this is a tough look here, man. I don't know how. Yeah, well, this is an endless reverse split to maintain compliance.
One of those
right?
ones.
Yeah, brother. Yeah. I mean, like, look at this.
I call those repeat offenders.
3 reverse splits since late 24, brother. Since late 24. So within
that thing was never 11,000.
Calendar, you know, 11. They know, right?
Yeah.
In one calendar year, we've got 3 reverse splits. I hate to say it like this, brother, but it's not a good look. And I don't know how much you're in for and what price you're in at, but you know, I would get out until you see a definite change in daily trend, and you are not seeing that right now on the daily, right? Because right now you're out of the money, so I'm assuming you're bag holding from highs or near highs. And so the assumption is, well, can this one run? Is this a good enough news catalyst for it to run on a multi-day basis? Because intraday, you're out of the money, I'm assuming. And I wouldn't be falling in love with that idea. I think there's more downside risk than upside risk to that, but you're free to trade, of course, as you want. I would get out, cut my losses at $1, $1.50, wherever you're in, and just not do it again. Falling in love with headlines with these small cap gappers. Let me know how it goes, brother. I'm wishing you the best, obviously, Venu. Dynamic something or another there. The best, oh my God. Casey, we already got to. Thank you, Casey, for all that. Thankful for Trader TV and the entire community. Appreciate you all. Happy Thanksgiving. She's all class. I'm going to call her all class Casey from now on, even though that is a little too close to all class Adam. And I don't like to duplicate names, because it's quite blasphemous. But
yeah, no.
That's the look there. What do you got on your side, brother?
I'm watching this Palantir here as it pulls back in. So we kind of pulled above that prior area, pulling back in underneath VWAP here. So a little bit of a chop. I understand that Palantir is not going to be the cleanest stock more often than not, but I do want to participate a little bit and size accordingly relative to the opportunity, right? Let's see what happens. It's pulling back into my P Pro or P8 VWAP right now, 176 flats. Let's see if that can potentially come in. You can see Palantir usually has a pretty decent beta as well. That means it follows the market pretty decently. I think the last time I checked, the beta was like, I'm not going to take a guess. I actually don't know. It was like 2 point something last I checked, but it could be very different right now. So let's just take a quick look at what the beta is. But it's going to be a multiple of a decent multiple. Yeah, 2.86. Is that right? No, what is that? That says a recom? What even is that? Let's see, ATR.
What the hell is even that?
Short flow. Yeah, what the hell even is that? Where am I looking? What was the stat I was looking for again?
I don't know.
Beta. Right. So you know what? We can just take a look at it together because clearly I'm a little blind right now. So there's the beta, 2.63. Okay, boom. 2.63 is the beta on that one. So you can see kind of follows along with the market with the magnitude of 2.6. And the market's pulling back right now. So maybe a little bit of a revisit to VWAP perhaps. Let's see how that comes into fruition as we trade a little bit lower here and maybe potentially sellers step back in. I don't know. That's what I'm looking for. It could not happen as well, but staying nimble and staying level-headed is the game that I'm trying to play and get a little bit better at as well, man. So sellers stepping back in, maybe a little bit higher than I expected, but I did well to re-engage and participate in some of that action. And maybe size a little bit more aggressively as well this time around. So we'll see if it finally comes into fruition as the buyers start to look a little bit weaker than before, and the market confluence is on our side. That GWH.
Yeah, it's a gift that keeps on giving, Ob.
Going way higher.
No.
There it is.
No.
No.
Assassino kept hitting the keys. I love Assassino. Here we go again, Obi. We're in at 10, and there goes GWH. It's about 5 to 10 pennies off the high of the day. By the time I'm done yelling, it could be through 11. This one keeps on giving you, and it's got the same characteristic area support. It had the same thing at 8 3/4 that we talked about. It did the same thing at 9, and now it's doing the same thing at 10, and there goes 11. Ob is 11.18 high of the dang day. Keep your eye now on GWH, up 163%, zigging and zagging. Of course, it wicked into 11 now. This one will turn when, I don't know, and how and in what fashion and what price, of course, right? We don't really know when that all is going to happen, but we got a higher low and a higher high currently on the 5-minute candle, despite the fact that we are rejecting 11. So GWH keeps on giving, guys. We were initially in this one at 880, scalped up. Again, we've been dancing with this one basically all morning. Well, not all morning, since around 12 o'clock. So let's keep an eye on this one. I'm looking to set up again. It's just going to have to set up in the right way. We know that there's a buyer now at 10, having used 10 previously as resistance. The price action now using 10 as support. It is $11 that is currently resistance. Now, we are almost at the point where the 10 EMA on the 5-minute chart is at $10. So that will be the double whammy, so to speak, right? Where you get the overlap between price action and technical indicators. Of course, the EMA is a technical indicator, but here we are right back at 11, knocking the door of $11 with an 11.18 high. I'm not going to punch in quite yet at this level, so we'll see exactly what we get. You know, maybe around $10. We'll wait for something to drop that down. Shout out to D. Westermeyer, man. I had 2,000 GWH shares at $3.80 on Friday. I made $1,500, but look, bro, just be grateful. D, you know that, right? We got to be grateful for the L's. You're never going to catch the top, you know, the full top or the bottom. And even if you get the bottom and the top, you're never going to have enough share size, right? Like you're always going to be mad or dissatisfied as a trader. Oh, D, that's a fantastic trade. I'm shouting you out for that. $1,500 is absolutely nothing to sneeze at, my man. And a hell of a trade by you. Keep it up. All right, what else we got over there? Haley, thanks for the 2 fun rides on GWH. She's printing money. She's got money bags there, and she's clapping up a storm in the chat there. Shout out to Haley. Who else do we got in the chat? Anybody else looking at these small cap gappers? In other words, ELBM or AQMS that we were talking about. GWH, of course. But how can we forget the biggest winner on the day? And that is, of course, STI. The reason we haven't been involved in this because it's insanely spready and more volatile. Look at it. It just popped up from 1950 to 2060. This one is all gas, no brakes. It's been predictable in its setup, but it's very expensive. It's not very expensive, you know what I mean, relatively speaking, of course. It's more expensive for a small capper. But what I'm trying to say is when you're trying to manage risk, looking at every penny, this got a 20 penny, 30 penny spread. There it goes. Here comes $21, guys, on STI. It's almost up 300%. There is $21. It's a 21.05 high. It's breaking out as we speak. I'd be looking for a 20-period retracement after the making of a new high. Otherwise, pick it up at the 10, DCA at the 20. If it loses a 20 by, I don't know, let's just go 3%, something like that, you get the hell out of there and you cut your losses. GWH at highs, ST at highs, EBLM just printed highs. Not that long ago, the prior 5-minute candle printed a 655 high. The small gappers are on one today. Trade them carefully, yo. Hey.
There you go. Yeah, small cappers are definitely going absolutely wild here. And, you know, the large caps are giving us some nice liquid scalps as well. I got that 177 down to 176s. So a nice dollar on that Palantir, just reverting it back into VWAP. But again, buyer step right back in, maybe on a 200 moving average. I just have like a splay of moving averages there. But structure is what I'm mainly focused on. And I think what the main thing here was that this aggressive bid, we dropped down to 75 halves, and then we got that aggressive bid all the way to 77s and some change. So I did get pretty aggressive here. If I was, let's say, I don't really want to talk about, I guess, specific sizing, but let's say if I'm in a certain amount of size here, when this 177 kind of stalls and pulls back in, there you go. That should, well, that should have stopped me out right there, but I guess it's not going to. So thank you, come again. I'll get out of that one. That should have stopped me out as soon as we got out of got above 76 halves, but that's fine. But like I said, I covered a majority of that position all the way back down, but I was almost 10 times the size initially as I was here. You can see I'm slowly kind of building, just kind of like breadcrumbs. Remember when I said I think it was a C+ at best, so I'm not taking that much. But when it comes in and it shows me short-term price action that I think has a very high probability, I'm more than willing to exponentially size on the same trade and be like, all right, if I'm in X amount, I'm taking 20 times, 10 times, 20 times the amount for the quick push. And yeah, covering about 80, 90% in that push back down to 176s, and then it pulls back in. So all right, you know what? Chop avoided, mischief managed. Where's the next trade? That's what I'm looking for. But yeah, it's not really doing what I'm looking for. If it's gonna continue to bid up, we're making higher lows. We talked about the false break or the buyer stepping in at the low day test. The buyer stepping up at 74 halves. Buyer stepping up 75 halves on top of the structure. Now buyers maybe potentially stepping up on top of VWAP. So, you know what? I want to be as nimble as possible. That gave me the opportunity to size aggressively, but then it didn't follow through. It didn't work as well as I was looking for. Honestly, I was looking for 175s to come in from 177s, but it gives us $1 and it shows us that, you know, maybe there's a reason to kind of buy showing up if we're going to hold structure, if we're going to kind of consolidate, or maybe just reason to not participate anymore if we're going to sideways chop against this position. Another thing I want to point out is the NASDAQ and the ES. We kind of talked about the beta a little bit earlier. Prior 50-minute candle was red. We did pull back a little bit, but take a look at this one. This candle has how much time left to print? It's about 8 minutes left to print, and the buyers are stepping in pretty aggressively once again. So I have to respect that piece of information as well. So yeah, we'll see. Where's the next trade? I know a lot of people are trading some of these I guess OKLO. I want to see what OKLO's up to. OKLO, I did have eyes on. Again, bit of a miss on my part, man. That was not the best here on OKLO. This was a pre-market breakout, pre-market high breakout, all-time high breakout, prior day high breakout, whatever you want to call it. A bunch of buyers, definitely a lot of participants coming together at some of those prices, and doesn't really look back below that 161 mark. So I got to do a little bit better with getting that one. It was crazy, man. I know I said this earlier, but Friday, the market was tanking. Oh, yeah. OKLO, it did not care.
It didn't care.
It didn't care.
The materials.
So those are the nuances that I'm realizing. I'm like, yo, you got to remember that. You got to remember that if something was acting distinctly different from the rest of the market,
100%.
Like, I got to keep eyes on. And today coming in, gaps up.
Yep.
The whole market, what is it doing? Just straight chop, nothing crazy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm looking at Palantir, I'm looking at QS, I'm looking at some of these other ones. I'm glad I got out of Palantir because 177 is ripping heads off right now, so that's fine. But yeah, no, it was crazy. OKLO was the one off of the open that gave, I would say, A+.
Oh yeah.
A+, maybe pushing it. B+ for sure. B+ for sure. Just because of that disconnect, that decorrelation from the market that we had, and we saw distinctly on Friday, and we saw more of that strength coming in the pre-market today. But you know what? It's all easy to talk about in retrospect. I got to do better at taking it real time.
I hear you, bro. GWH and STI are both halted, guys. They're both up big. So GWH is the one we were latest involved in, 188%. It's halted now at 1201. It's showing me, it's a New York stock, right? So we don't know what the theoretical auction price is. Only on the NASDAQ stocks we'll be able to know. Case in point, this one right here, NQ. So we're halted at 2283. Thank you, Raymond. Appreciate that. And now we're showing a tap of 2287. So we're up nicely. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I had some sushi yesterday. Yeah, I smashed some sushi yesterday. Yeah.
Nice. This is looking,
yeah, these look fantastic. Is that tuna, Raymond? On the top? Tuna and salmon. And eel?
And
Eel.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
You want like a good electrocution every time and again.
For the show, for you guys.
Well,
Let's
of
see.
course, bro.
All right, you go.
We're gonna do one dip each.
Jalapeno. Okay.
Yeah,
you want to do that one first?
All right. We're gonna do that one. We're gonna
dip,
do a
no
live.
double dipping?
No doubles.
Okay. All right. Wasabi?
No, I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay. That's pretty good.
A little bit of soy sauce. Can't get too.
Where's
too
this one
salty.
from, Ram? Okay. Monkey sushi? I went monkey sushi. My bad.
I mean,
my bad.
that sushi hit you harder than it hit me.
They came out involuntarily. I apologize.
Understandable.
Sorry. All right.
Oh boy.
Sorry.
Market's
All right,
putting up
guys.
right now.
We're having a
little
good
bit of a
time.
snack. See, I've been kind of munching on this.
What do you got?
Funny enough.
Oh.
So I know you love eggs. I've been kind of munching on this. So it's kind of a Japanese style egg sandwich with Japanese milk
It looks
bread.
fantastic, oh.
They do it absolutely amazingly. So it's a lobster and egg sandwich, and with some hollandaise sauce. Absolutely beautiful.
Guys, GWH open.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Yeah, there you go.
1250 high. Do we get continuation, man? Here we go again. 1250 just got touched. Seller at 1250, down 1188. Mid 80s holding, mid 80s holding. Here we go again, dropping back down into 12. Do we test the mid 80s again? No. We're not losing 12 this time around. Watching. So 12 generally is being held here by buyers. It's not a specific level, it's a zone. That 12 zone is being bought up for a possible move in, and you guessed it, 13. Let's see what else we get. I need to watch for a little bit here. Okay, now we got a $0.25 buyer stepping in, dipping down into the teens. That $0.25 buyer stepping in again as we ascend back into 12.25. So good strength here for GWH, and there's the breakout into 12.95. What a move for GWH, guys. 12.95 high. We're basically at 13 bucks. Watch out for resistance, of course, at the whole dollar. Mid 90s. Oh, wow. 13.40. OB. This is parabolic right now. GWH. All sorts of insane. I saw a quick halt parameter show up there at the $0.50. I don't know if it was a seller or the halt parameter. It is the halt parameter at 49s. 49s is the halt level, at least for now. Let's watch. There it is again. Halt parameter again at 49s. Let's watch. We need to do this for 10 seconds. False halt. Boom, in the 87 OB. Oh, man, this is insane. Warrants finally getting eyes, says Darwin. Shout out to the OG Darwin, who always takes these bad boys through warrants. Make sure to check in with him about what his strategy is before employing that. So I'm going to continue to watch here with GWH monster topping tail coming in right now. 1387 high. We're dropping down in the 1260s. We're $1.20 south now of that area high, but we do have a good area of support at 11 bucks, assuming, of course, it loses 12. I'll be packing my patience on this one. Good strength. And there's STI, unhalted as well, 2283. This one's a New York stock, NASDAQ stock, excuse me, so you won't fly blind on this one. 2283 high, dropping down into 22s. This one's much wider of a spread than the others. It's 20 pennies right now. I've seen it wider. Trade these carefully, guys. I'm going to keep my eye on this one, as well as EBLM, which also was attempting another move into 6.5, but was thwarted by the sellers. There's STI into 23.95, essentially 24. There's 24.21. Oh my goodness gracious. It is pandemonium today in small cap gapper world. We're going to keep an eye on this one. We'll look to execute at some good levels. What do you got on your side, OB?
Just watching that Palantir, I'm like, all right, you know what? Even though, funny enough, because of the sizing and because of the aggressiveness, I am back up on it on this trade, but glad to not be in the short anymore. As again, it's showing me what I don't want to see. Market is strong. It's holding structure. It's reclaimed VWAP. Buyers are stepping in pretty aggressively. We got some shake and bake here. So yeah, maybe a change of character when it started doing those wipes, and then you start the bid kind of starts to confirm. I'm like, all right, I don't want to fight that. You know what? Market kind of gave me an opportunity. I took it. I'm waiting for the next one, but there is something unusual going on here. I am looking at some of the stocks in my basket, and we kind of covered ARM earlier. Would you take a look at this one, Sharif? This one, a grinding bid, dude. Oh. This thing can't stop, won't stop. Wow. Right? Like, it's absolutely crazy. This buyer has been there, and I'm sure if you throw up a moving average or anything like that, take a look at this. How clean is that? Doesn't even. I'm sure you throw up a moving average, dude. This is all the way from one. Look, you don't even have to get involved here. Look at this breakout of an attempt at opening range high when it holds above VWAP. 161s, 162s. I think this is a good area, and even this one, because by then you have trend defined and it's holding buyers. So anywhere between 161s, 161 halves and 162s, 163s. This thing, the buyer steps right back in and grinding all the way up. 171s is the day high.
Unreal.
170.97. $10 move on something that has done so far 4.63 million shares. Absolutely crazy, man. I'm talking about some of the extensions and some of the legs in this market, like absolutely crazy, right? It's just so directional. When they get directional, it's just directional. So it's just like, how do we do better at getting with the program? Literally, because there's a buyer on the tape. ARM has a grinding buyer. Every time it pulls into some moving average, I don't know what it is, whatever the definition of this trend is, it's moving in, and yeah, that's something that I do want to watch out for on ARM as of right now.
All right, each year, sadly, more than 3.8 million concussions are reported in the United States, yet there is still no FDA-approved treatment. NYSE-listed Orgenix, ticker OGEN, is changing all that with its first-in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Orgenix is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today. Shout out to OGEN. All right, guys. I saw him in there. I saw him. Live chat. Big Spile Burdette has graced us with his presence.
Boom.
Sharif, be interesting to see what happens when the bond market is open. Yeah, Look, Big Spile, you're absolutely right. But, you know, we've seen this before, right? When we get these black swan events that are kind of short-lived. And by short, obviously, it's not a technical term, but there's no exact definition that I have. But, you know, the market quickly corrects and moves along its merry way. So we'll see, Big Spile. I mean, I'm not trying to be biased one way or another with how this all pans out. But, you know, I'm going to be buying good companies at good prices. Let's just put it that way. And I tried to add some stuff yesterday into the long term. I still think I have some time, given my cost basis, to get into some of my longer-term plays. But, yeah, great point, brother. Great point. Bond market not open today. We'll have to see how it goes. But you know how the market generally is, equity markets at all. Their discounting mechanisms are forward-looking, and we'll see. We'll see. But, yeah, you bring up a great point today. The bond market not open. Chris says, DFLI, former runner. Let's have a look. You're not the first person to mention that. The thing I was just trying to focus on right now was GWH for a $12 hold, but it's not really holding at the moment. Yeah, there's DFLI. It's not my favorite name on the day. I see it's up 22.86%. No doubt about that. It's right at the pre-market highs at prior days pre-market highs. So Friday's pre-market highs, 1010, comes into that 137 area. Certainly could be interesting. It's not a big volume mover either. What the hell is going on? This thing's got 28 million shares? Because it's a dollar name. Yeah, all right, good look. DFLI, if you're interested in that kind of thing, jump right on in. It's not a bad look at all, certainly. I don't mean to make light of that. It looks great, quite frankly, but just not big in terms of notional. I want to point out SOAR as well, because this one is kind of stair-stepping up, very similar to DFLI, and they haven't done that much volume on the day. This one's about much less, actually, I should say. DFLI has done a lot more. This one's got about 3 million shares, but it looks to be testing that $3 area again. Could be an interesting look. But it's really GWH in this little dalliance it's having with that $12 area. So it's got a lower high and a lower low on the current 5-minute chart, right? So the prior candle is a topping tail candle. That's at 1255 candle with a 1387 high and an 1175 low. This current candle, which is the 1 o'clock candle, has a 1242 high and 1160 low. So if you're looking to ride trend here and hold $11, put your stop at prior bar low, which is 60, but you'd get stopped out probably if this loses. We're at 61, 62. Looks like it's holding for the moment. I'd rather just wait for this one to start showing me higher highs and higher lows, and that typically means a worse price, but I'm okay with that. But this one is not giving you any opportunity to stop. STI is absolutely exploding. It's up 355% now. It's blowing through $25. It's a 25.25 area high. Wow, the strength on this is insane. And the spread now, because there's more volume, has tightened up a little bit. It's not as bad. It's 25.60 area high now as it drops back down into 25. This one's been a real clean buy off the 10 EMA, but it is getting quite extended now away from that 10 EMA. The 10 EMA is showing me 21.50. Current price is 25. So yeah, we're really getting away from that price, which could mean a bit of a mean reversion back, yes, you guessed it, to the mean, right? So we'll see what this one has to offer, but it's already up 350% and very, very strong on the day. So that's a look there in the STI world. Yeah, just let's go through maybe some general market stuff right now, Assassino. I'm going to take just a quick break to go through some of this. Let's look at the ES. Yeah, we can show this. The ES, so the market's recovering nicely today, obviously not up as much as we were down on Friday, but the ES back above 6,700. Likewise with the NQ knocking on the door now of 25,000 again. The NQ and the Russell are the two best performing major averages on the day. More than 2.25 now for the NQ, and 2 2/3, wow, for the Russell 2000, with silver up 6 2/3% as silver now takes out $50. That is the continuous contract for SI. Gold as well, above 4,100. Gold continuing to fly, 3% for the precious metal today. And I didn't mention the Dow. The Dow's up a little bit less than 1.5, but above 46,300 in terms of the Mag 7. Who's leading the way? Well, it's a little bit of NVIDIA and a little bit of Tesla. They're both up 3% on the day. Tesla currently leading up 3 3/4, but NVIDIA, the $4.7 trillion market cap, or at least it was on Friday, 4.6 right now, definitely having itself a good day. Meta, Apple, Google, Amazon, Microsoft are all up except the Flakes. The Flakes is negative on the day, as you know, the Flakes is having a hard time riding trend there ever since that whole cancel push started happening, as you guys know, on X. But I want to say the best performing semi-microchip name on the day has got to be between ARM, as Obi was showing you, up 10.43, and of course Broadcom up 10 1/3 on the back of that headline today with OpenAI to create custom silicon. I think it was a $5 billion deal or something like that, which is a fantastic look. Nothing I'm surprised about. We've seen Sam Altman hedge his bets with everybody, except Intel, of course. Still yet to make a deal with Intel. We'll see if Sam Altman and company can strike a deal with the U.S. chip maker. But now, in case you're keeping track, he struck a deal with NVIDIA, AMD, and now Broadcom. As we know, Broadcom is sort of that go-to semiconductor manufacturer that you look to create your custom silicon. So you design it in-house and you say, hey, Broadcom, can you make this for me? They find out the manufacturing process. They typically outsource it to TSMC or whoever. But that's kind of the move, and we've seen this over and over with these hyperscalers going to Broadcom and saying, hey, help us create our custom silicon, whether it's the TPU or the Trainium with Google and Amazon as well. So some food for thought there. Let's go down the semis and see who else is near double-digit territory today. Taiwan frickin' Semi, all the way up here, up over 8%. What a great day from Taiwan Semi. And then who else, man? Who else we got on Semiconductor, up almost 8.8%. Another fantastic name on the day. Moving down here, in case you were hiding under a rock somewhere, Bloom Energy up 30% today on the back of a headline that they've struck a deal, of course. Who was it who they struck a deal with for $5 billion? Announces infrastructure. It's so stupid.
I mean, it could be a deal with Mickey Mouse at this.
It doesn't really matter,
it
does
really
it,
doesn't
Joey?
matter. This price action is off the charts. Like,
yeah, it's ridiculous.
Some of these crazy moves. Like, we talk about the market being frothy. Like,
Yeah.
this is definitely like we're
Absolutely.
tasting a little bit of froth. And look, I don't know if you've been following like some certain traders in the Twitterverse. A lot of these guys talking about and comparing it to like the .com, some of these breakouts. Some of the crazy legs and extensions, and some of them even being like, okay, we haven't seen anything yet.
Yeah.
We're still on the come up, and I'm just like, oh boy,
you know
absolutely crazy. Like we
when
could
I hear
continue
that,
to kind of push into the end of the year. I don't know.
And I'm not trying to argue with those guys with respect to price action, because they saw something I didn't see. I never traded around that .com bubble. But you know what makes me feel that it might be a little bit of a different story this time? Those companies at the time, God bless them, they ended up doing well in 15 years or something. But they didn't have actual revenues at that time. They didn't. They were speculative plays, right? But the Mag 7 actually have eye-watering revenue, You know what I mean? And so I feel like you know, when we try to draw parallels between now and the dot-com
No, but here's the thing. I'm talking about, sure, the Meg 7s are very solid.
Yeah.
Right? But even, like, I mean, I don't really follow PEs, but their PEs are kind of, you know.
They're huge.
They're huge.
Yeah.
For example, I want to use some of the quantum companies for example.
That's I agree 100%.
That's what a lot of people are talking about.
Yeah, yeah.
They're getting I saw this little clip on with Bezos talking about it as well.
Mm-hmm.
These companies, they don't make more money than like I saw a funny post. I forget who it was from, but they were like, some of these companies don't even make more money than a single Starbucks location.
Yeah.
And they're getting $1 billion of valuations. They're getting $1 billion fundings.
Right.
Like talk about like absolutely crazy, and that's kind of. Like, yeah, okay, for sure, the mags are not there, but we do have themes going on. I think Andre trying to tell me something. What's going on? But okay, yeah, I can do that in a second once I pull it up. But
I can take over.
Yeah, no, I think it's something to think about. Something to think about for sure.
I completely agree. When you bring up the quantum angle, yeah. I gotta agree with that, because. Similar. I mean, look, it's going to be a very disruptive technology if they can get it right. But right now, like, we look at some of these contracts, I mean, they're like 10, 15, $20 million contracts. And I'm not trying to belittle that, but that's nothing in the grand scheme of things when we're talking about these billion, tens, hundreds of $1 billion deals with these AI players in the actual, what's it called? High-end computing space. So I completely agree with you there, brother. We'll see how that goes. Thank you, Raymer, for that. What's going on here?
Right.
Oh yeah, me?
What's that?
How do I do that? What do I do?
Speak to touch. Speak to.
Oh. Hello, Andre.
Oh, can you talk back to us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speak.
Oh, hello, Assassino.
This is what I use.
Hey, hello, I like it.
Solid,
Thank you, brother, because I don't know what's going on with my headset today, but something's afoot, so I can't hear production team. Thank you, Andre, for that. I do appreciate it. Life's interpretation, can we talk about PayPal? Yeah, let's have a look at PayPal, man.
Let's run through some business real quick. And
sure,
then
go ahead.
We'll go through some PayPal.
Yeah.
So guys, woman boss. In Africa, a new generation of leaders is rising. The woman boss empowers them. We provide the training and mentorship to women and girls who need to start businesses, create change, and build sustainable futures. We've already impacted over 10,000 lives, and your contribution creates the next opportunity. So scan the QR code now and empower the next woman leader today. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah, what's going on with that PayPal, man? I was watching that. I actually traded a little bit of it last week as it was kind of jumping around doing some things. But a little sideways chop though.
A little bit.
I did trade it,
yeah.
But after that first couple of days, it kind of just like fell back in, I think. But yeah, good look. I like what it's doing.
Your assessment of sideways chop, I couldn't echo more. You know what immediately gets my suspicions going, Ob? When I start seeing umpteen amount of crossovers like that, I know that we're in that consolidated phase, and the technicals are I'm gonna have to be super careful with how I interpret technicals at this level. And here's what I mean. We used to talk about this a lot when we did the lessons of the day, but when you're in a consolidative phase where you're kind of trading within a range, the technicals, and in this case, I'm talking about moving averages specifically, are all but useless because you're going to get all these false signals, the golden cross, the death cross, and it seems to happen over and over and over. So you end up getting chopped. And so what I mean to say is these mechanical following systems that buy, when a trend line is broken and sell, or when it's breached and then sell when it's broken, are useless in these consolidative phases. And the way I see the price action on PayPal, that used to be joined, is very much that it has been consolidative. And I want to say it goes all the way back to the spring, late or summer of 2022 when we got into this $100 high and we have this basically $62 low. We drop a little below that, but look at that latest attempt. We got into $95 area high and we dropped into a $55 low. So look at this over here as well. Golden cross, death cross, golden cross, death cross, and here we again, golden cross, and here comes a death cross again, all but useless. So in these cases, I like to pick it up if you're going to trade or buy or invest in eBay or whatever, or again, man, PayPal, sorry, not eBay. I'd be buying at the lower end of the range. By definition, I'd have a stop. I'd have a resting buy order. Let's just say maybe around 60, right around that. What's it called? Tariff tantrum area low. If you're looking at more local areas of support, certainly 65, and I could get behind that as a level as well, given that it was a very obvious level of resistance in the earlier part of 2024 until we retook it finally in August of 2024. 64.70 had been a very obvious area. So to me, you're buying at the low end, you're looking for continuation, but quite frankly, this is a 2-year range for me where it just hasn't done enough for me. So I hate to put it so crudely, but that is not what I'm after there in terms of an investment or a swing trade. So that's what I'm looking at. All right, guys, let's talk about some of the names that we had on the day. STI is down halted over here at 2168, which is okay, because look exactly where it's down halted at. Yeah, it's straddling that 10 EMA on the 5, but for the first time in, like, I think quite a while, it's made a lower low, and it's closed at the area low. So STI could be a buy. We'll wait. It's up 294%. What's the tap say? Well, the tap is showing 2130, having halted at 2168. So we're already about 30 pennies lower. But look at that. It just adjusted to 60, 62 now. So keep your eye on the tap as we got a lot closer to the opening time. The earliest is when we'll be open is 1:20 and 46 seconds, having halted at 1:15.46. Keep an eye on the theoretical auction price. This one you'll be able to see because it trades on the NASDAQ. Whereas if you're trading on the NYSE or the MX network, you're not going to be able to see the tap. AQMS is losing the bid, okay? It just broke below VWAP, so this one could lose its spot on the side chart, and it would be no longer tradable under my long-only small cap system if it loses this area over here, which is around 9 2/3 to 9 3/4, because that would break trend, and that would make a lower low in addition to the lower highs. So that should be a cause for concern for anybody holding this long. Last but not least, GWH at that critical $11 area again, which is now the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Are we going to get a hold up here, or are we destined to head back to 10? It's an ugly, ugly topping tail candle on the 5, followed by 1, 2, 3, 4 red candles in a row into the 5 on the 5-minute chart. But what's most important for me is a fail of that $11 level. If it fails below that level, it's no longer of interest to me until it gets to about 8. Possibly if it holds 11 though, that would make it very interesting to me, given that that was a price action resistance level, and now it's conflating with the indicator support level, the 10 EMA on the 5, which is right around 11. So that's what I'm watching for. A loss of 11, a decisive loss of 11, doesn't get me interested again until about $8 on this one open.
Nice, good look there. I like the way you talk about the price action on some of these, man. I mean, you're getting me a little a little interested in some of that stuff. I see that
you
wipe
see
up
what
into
some
13.
of these guys are doing online. Let's just cut the crap.
Yeah,
we know
sure,
exactly what they're doing and
sure.
what kind of size they're taking, right? Like, yeah.
I understand. I understand the pump game a little bit, I guess. Sure. There's a certain individual on YouTube that I know you like him, but here's the thing: great value. Because here's the thing, man. The dude has made $10,000 in a day, $30,000.
I love his little thumbnails on the video there. You know exactly what we're talking about.
We'll call him Floss Mamarin. So this guy. Who kind of shows up and does some stuff. It's interesting. I think there is value to learn there. It really depends. I truly believe in.
I think some of the
statement where value is there for those who truly seek it.
Yeah.
So not necessarily copy trading or whatever, but learn what's happening. Learn the mechanics, try to be okay, well, is this fugazi? Yeah, in a sense, maybe, perhaps, and know that some of these small cap movers move just like that. So how can you kind of translate that into actual tape?
Well, there you
can see maybe large orders come in and then a flurry of chasers coming in after. Right? How do you quantify some of that behavior that you're seeing? And then where can you apply that on the chart and in your trading as well, right? It's okay, there's something to learn from everywhere, right? Like I say, what not to do, what you want to do. That's always there. And I think we do that well here. We take trades, you know, sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad, and it's up to you to really reverse engineer some of those ideas and be like, all right, what was the thought process behind this? What can I learn from this? And how can I kind of extract information so I can apply it to my own trading and my own knowledge, if it's any sort of a benefit for me. So I think that's always a good perspective to have. A lot of people just want to get, you know, they want to make a quick buck, and they're just like, oh, this guy's doing this, I'm going to follow along. But guess what? We saw a lot of that happen here on the floor. I don't know if you remember, there was a lot of people on the floor.
Okay.
And they were given fish, right? They were given fish. How many people are left on the floor?
0.
So if you were given fish and you've never been taught how to fish,
well said, man.
your longevity is absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
So it's like you want to have the learning mindset. You want to
say something
like,
too?
I want to learn how to fish. Who cares what fish? Like if someone hands you a fish, that's great. You eat it for a day. You trying to eat for life? You better learn how to do the.
And I notice a lot of people, even though they understand the setup, they don't have the belief in the setup. Can I say one thing to you? Before I went to school, I did PT, I did personal training.
Nice.
Some of personal training, as you know, is sales. You got to be able to sell, right?
Yeah,
the gym
yeah,
is not selling for you.
Exactly.
And so it's expensive, Ob. It's like 80 bucks a session. That was back then too. I don't know what it is now.
It's a lot more.
It's more now, right? So you're selling these packages for 10, 20, and they're paying multiple thousands of dollars. Yeah. And so I was very inexperienced at selling. And so it always like made me embarrassed at the end of the consultation to ask for $5,000, $7,000 because I felt that was such a huge sum of money. Maybe I felt I wasn't worth it. And you know what my fitness manager told me at the time? He's like, if you don't believe you're worth that money and you don't sell it convincingly to them, they're not going to buy it, brother. Of course, yeah. Right? And I feel 100%. That the same transferable skills, not sales, but belief in what you're doing. Yeah. If I show you how to set up something, which what they were doing with us on the floor, they were giving us certain trades, but if we didn't have the conviction, the mental conviction behind those trades, we would not size in. Exactly. Right? And so you didn't have the mental conviction behind the trade. So I felt like that was the main thing. I have to believe that this system works. Not just that somebody told me.
No, but that's the thing.
You know what I mean? I have to see it.
Of course.
Because you have to execute.
100%. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
And we talked about this I remember having a really good conversation with Wayne on this as well. It's just like, okay, you're not going to get confidence unless you actually win. Once you start winning, then you start building that confidence and being like, all right, this trade actually works.
Funny.
Next time, you take more. Next time, you take more. Now, there are certain proprietary trades that we take, and it's just like, now it's just like, all right, we've taken this trade so many times, so it's not even about how much, the size is not necessarily the thing. If it's too set up, then I'm throwing everything I have at it. Everything I have at it. There's no, like, you develop a sense of trust in your stats, in your ability to execute, and throughout that, you gain that ability to size as well.
Bang.
And I think that's huge. But I wanted to say one more thing on that point, to kind of carry forward what you were saying, but I kind of lost the trail.
Train of thought there, yeah.
Train of thought, yeah. So. No, I think that's very, very important. You got to be aware, and you have to kind of assess some of those things as well. But
life's interpretation. Yes, you're absolutely right. That's what my system is based off. Okay, so you're bang on. If you're looking at what I'm referring to, you can look at Life's Interpretations comment in the chat. So here's the deal, guys. I'm continuing to watch over here as GWH gets bought up. Now, it did dip into that 10.5, which is the 20 EMA. It's putting a very, very inverse bottoming tail, inverse hammer candle, bottoming tail, albeit still red candle right now. I'm looking for continuation here, back above 11. But guess what? I don't get back in until we make the first 5-minute candle to make a new high on a closing basis. We're above 11, and we've got a green candle at the moment with a nice, with a perfect area buy around that 10.5, which is the 20 EMA. But I'm going to wait until that 11.5, which is the prior candle. I'm talking about the 115 candle on the 5-minute chart, has a high of 1147. So if we can get back above 1150, I'm a buyer. Until then, I'm not a buyer. I'm going to pack my patience. Life's interpretation, hangry wife, that's a fact. Obi Sharif, are you talking about following up lessons with study. I learn how to fish from these guys every day and seek out my own resources to learn best channel. Thank you, brother. Yes, it's exactly what I'm saying. Because, you know, if you watch Obi punch in, you watch me punch in, well, we're the ones with the conviction, right? You got to have the conviction, though, because at the end of the day, you're going to be choosing where to put the stop, how much size you're going to be taking, and most importantly of all, you're going to hit that enter button, right? And nobody's going to be there sometimes for the trade. So you're going to have, you know, that internal belief in it. And I wish you all the best, brother. Shout out to you. Thanks for joining us, obviously. And thanks for trading these small caps, man. The more traders that trade these small caps, the happier I am because I have more eyes on the market. Shout out to Howard. Hey, shout out to Howard dropping $2. My worst trade always came after my best trade, FYI. I wonder why that is, Howard. Are you flying high on confidence, which maybe blurs a little bit of the risk to reward kind of risk management? Why is that? Why do you think that happens, Howard? And don't have to super chat again. Just tag myself or Obi in the chat. I'd love to read out your comment. Bovin is saying XCH is moving up, and there's a break of 50s on the horizon over here. So let's take a quick look. Let's flip to the 5 and look at XCH. Yes. Oh, that's a good look, Bovin, with about 7.5 million shares traded. And look at that, the volume stepping in now. You're getting a good volume spike here midday at around 130. Say less, my man. We're going to take off AQMS as that lost the bid. And we're going to put XCH. This is another Bovin Patel special. Now, here's the deal, Bovin. Let's look at this 145 area here. I want to say 140 to 145 on XCH. Why do I say that? Because you have multiple topping tails into that level from earlier on. And so clearly it's a level of resistance. What I want to know now, if it's cleared as a level of resistance, will it now act as a level of support? Right now, this current 5-minute candle has the $0.50 holding as support, but it could give way, and I could be a buyer here at 145 to 140. Does this have a headline? No, but typically they don't anyway. It's got, as I mentioned, 7.75 million shares traded on the day, and it's up, wow, 85% XCH, having closed out OB at around 82 pennies out on Friday, gaps up today, and then all hell breaks loose after the bell at around 9:50 when the bid really started coming in fast and furious. Then there was a lull, right? It did bupkis, comes back down, holds at 115. There's an accumulation zone happening there, an attempt through VWAP, a failed attempt through VWAP, but maybe this is what tipped the scales. When you failed attempt through that volume weighted average price, you don't go back into that 115 level. You made higher highs, 117, 118, and that's kind of what gave the buyers juice. And maybe this is why we're taking off here. 166 area high, Bovin. It holds 150 like a glove. Calling out Bovin Patel, the OG, always calling these ones out. That's why I want more of you guys trading the small caps so that I can have more Bovin Patels in the chat. Keeping an eye on the scanners, seeing what's breaking out right now, because this is a good one, Bovin. 173 high. We're at the high of the day right now. I'm going to be looking to weasel in here some way, somehow, Ob.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Gotta find some trades to weasel into. That's what I'm looking for as well, man.
Shout out to Mike.
It just
PG right
seems like this is a lot of chop. Like Tesla, oh boy, like Tesla, as great as it was in Blue Ocean, along with the rest of its buddy friends there. Tesla here, as of right now, kind of a chop, man. It's not really doing anything too crazy. So 420s, just holding 420s pretty well. So I guess maybe that's something. But a bit of a gap up and a hold of some of these pre-market prices is what I'm seeing right now, grinding to some fresh highs. Sellers came in aggressively 440, so that's what I'll be watching there on that one. Palantir just chopping that 177. So like I said, not really getting involved with anything because I don't see anything. But maybe TSM. TSM, we just talked about it, about how strong, how strong it is.
I just have to interrupt.
What's going on?
The Trump press conference is now over. They've kicked out the media. So there was a whole bunch of, I'm assuming, as you know, world leaders because of the situation developing in the Middle East. So everybody was there. It was a joint press conference from what I was seeing with Keir Starmer, you know, obviously Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister Carney as well of Canada. So that is done. So we'll look for some market reactions now. I don't know. I wasn't following the press conference, but I want to bring that to your attention since Adara is not at the big desk. Sorry to interrupt you, Obi. I apologize.
Yeah, no worries. We were just talking about the floor. I'm not gonna share this, but funny enough, we were literally just talking about the floor, and one of our friends shared this photo.
I love this,
and that's
bro.
like everybody,
I'll never
right?
forget that.
So it's just like, yeah, a lot of
Spencer's stash now.
Yeah.
You see Spencer's stash?
I saw Spencer recently. I saw him at Yanni's birthday party.
Oh, it is nice. Nice.
But yeah, no, I don't remember.
He's got one now because I messaged him yesterday.
Yeah,
I'm like, stash?
Does he have one? Yeah.
It looks solid too, dude.
Yeah, no, solid.
Shout out to
solid
Spencer,
stuff,
man.
Yeah. No, it's great.
Yeah.
Great.
Can you click that again, man?
Seeing the
Some
boys
of the
again.
names. You're not going to show them?
Yeah. No. There's too many people. I don't have their permission. But
yeah. There's Jacob. Look at Aaron, the machine gun.
Yeah, machine gun.
The
sneeze.
machine gun.
I don't know if you guys remember
bro.
this guy would sneeze back to back. Boom, 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 boom. We just known for the machine gun sneeze. So like we would try to time it. So we all sat in the same row.
Yes.
We're all part of the same. We were all part of the same class, right? It was me, Wayne, Aaron, Raj, and I think there was a couple other guys that they left way too early that I don't even remember.
I remember there was like a Persian guy.
Yeah, there was a that guy was absolutely.
Reza, what was his name?
Yeah, he was an interesting character. But
he fell asleep during the meeting. He pissed off Greg.
Oh no, that's
that was a different guy.
No, he used to fall asleep during meetings as well.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Greg was like, yo, you
guy.
can't fall asleep during the meetings, bro.
It was a different guy, absolutely hilarious. So Branko's in the meeting, right? Branko's like talking, whatever. This guy's literally falling asleep. We know, everyone's aware. We're like, all right, we're not gonna really do anything. And then all of a sudden he snaps awake. And then he starts arguing with Brankles about what he just kind of talked about.
About what?
I don't know what it was. I'm like, yo, dude, like what? And then, now you know Brankles.
Yeah, he's not gonna put up with that, bro.
He's not gonna.
No.
Oh, there was some yelling that happened in that room.
We gotta cover this, because we're breaking out right now on XCH. Here we go. We just took the 70 break into 85. That is the high of the day. So we get the top right there. Sorry to interrupt, though, but it was breaking out. I gotta tell everybody, XCH, another Bhavin Patel special. Bhavin, you're gonna have to start paying me over here, brother, because I'm shouting you out so much. I'm sure you can start your own your service by now, Bhavin, given the amount of times we're shouting you out on here. But well deserved, my friend. It wouldn't be that way if it wasn't deserved, right? Because you're calling out winners. Shout out to the Bhavin Patel special gang. We're gonna put that. Clip that, baby. So here we go, guys. 185 high. We're showing 79s right now. There's a seller generally at 80s, so keep your eye out on this one. It could be a squeeze into 2. I don't know how you feel about this one, Bhavin. Dropping back down. Current bar low is about 155. We're showing 75. Current bar high is 85. So you got 30 pennies worth of range on this bad boy here. Keep your eye on it. We'll keep tabs on it. And I want to also let you know STI what is coming back possibly here from the bowels of you know where, and it wants to take out $22. So if it does that, that'll be the first 5-minute candle will make a new high, and that will probably push in a lot of longs. And here we go, 21.5. We are close to 22, but I'm going to need to see that 22 break and take on a decisive closing basis, as opposed to just a quick how do you do wick. That's not going to cut it for me there. So we'll be looking at that. And while we're looking at that, let's look at this. Here we go again with XCH into the area high, showing 85s. Let's go ahead and see if we can take out some there at the area high. We're going to wait at 88s, see if we can get something. Seller at 84, 85 keeps coming in as an area high. There it is. We take out the seller at 85 and we get the 88 print. Let's go ahead and wait now a little bit higher than that. Oh, what's going on? XCH. The boys of summer are back, baby. I don't mean the Blue Jays. Hopefully they will be back tonight. Oh, though. All right, XCH losing the bid a little bit here, 194 break and take, and now we're down into 170s. Let's keep an eye on this one. I'm looking for continuation.
Break and take and some shake and bake. That's what I'm looking for here. And a lot of shake and bake is definitely happening across the board. That's why I'm not really involved in anything. People in the chat be like, oh, why are you not trading anything? Guess what?
What?
Sharif's trading the stuff that's actually moving around. My stuff is not moving around. The stuff I look at normally, it's not really doing too much. So I'm not really, I'm watching Sharif. I'm enjoying the commentary and that price action, man. I'm learning. I'm like, oh boy, like you can definitely like what I'm seeing from your entries and exits is just like when these things get going, they just go.
Yes, sir.
And then you're taking those breaks, you're taking the pushes, and it just instantly just goes.
Straight.
So it's just that's absolutely solid there. I'm liking the scalps on those, but
appreciate you.
ARM. I'm watching ARM. I'm stalking my prey as well. Right? I'm stalking my prey. I'm hunting, and I don't really see anything too crazy. But here's the thing: I'm stalking this ARM to see if that can potentially come in. We've had an aggressive bid. You guys know me. I'm looking for the potential reversion. Only buyers in charge all day today. But you can see there's a lot of stocks that are exhibiting similar behavior. Take a look at QBTS. Okay, I didn't even know there was a QBTX. I just typed that in.
Inverse. Is it inverse or
leverage? It's a 2x long. Oh my God.
Yeah,
wow,
boy.
Look at this thing. Hello. Hello. Okay, you know what? You learn something new every day. I didn't even know there was a QBTX. All right, that's good to know. QBTS is the one I'm looking at. And that thing is looking very similar right here. 41 halves. Can't stop, won't stop. Only buyers on this one. Yeah, talk about a little bit of a squeeze. Across the board in this sector, definitely coming in real hot here. No real selling throughout the day. Maybe a little bit of a pullback here off of 37s and some change all the way down to 36s. Nice little push up. But yeah, absolutely crazy. QBTS just got a massive volume injection. Yeah, right there. Take a look. Would you look at that? At 109 here on the 3-minute chart, we got an aggressive volume bar, which overshadows the opening print, which overshadows that. This candle, whatever this was, 10-12, that's probably a technical breakout level here. There you go, prior day high and maybe the week high, no, Thursday high, and then prior Friday high as well on QBTS. So technical breakout off of some of prior day levels happening. Beautiful follow through. We know the sector has got pretty much caught on fire. So we'll see. Hangry wife saying, are you waiting on ARM reversion? Exactly, yeah, no, for sure. I'm gonna wait. I'm being patient, and it might not even set up as a good reversion, right? It's just because it has a bid doesn't mean as soon as that bid is gone, it's going to revert. It could go sideways. It could just slow down, and that angle of ascent can just just calm down a little bit. It doesn't have to be as sharp, right? There's different ways the bid can dissipate, and there's only specific kinds of bid dissipations that I want to get involved with, if that makes sense. So let's see. Lee saying, take this from a hunter. Sometimes when you're out hunting for deer, you take the coyote, make some trades. Man, yeah, exactly. That's pretty much what I've been doing. I took the Palantir. Palantir wasn't that crazy. I was like a bit of a C that maybe turned into like a bit of a higher C+. Took that off, but look at that. It's straight chop. Another straight one this morning was QS. QS just fell into my lap. I was like, oh boy, this is a high probability piece, reversion back down into VWAP, and I just took that piece off, but didn't plan for it, wasn't sized effectively for it because it's not like a top setup. Right? So where's the next trade? Have I only traded 2 things today? Yeah, I guess. 2 things, yeah, exactly. So those 2 names, Palantir and QS, is what I've been involved in. But I'm watching other things like ARM, like, I guess, continuing to watch Palantir. Intel didn't really do too much today that I was looking for, but things that are distinctly different. Right? Things that are distinctly different. When it comes to distinct difference, QBTS, some of these quantum names. ARM, some of these chip-related names that may also be quantum-related. Right? So those are the ones that are really running right now. So I'm going to be patient. See, this is what I mean. A wipe back up on 176 halves all the way up to 177s and some change. So almost $1 wipe on this Palantir. So I don't necessarily want to be involved with this. Whoa, what was that?
What happened?
That was a nasty wick candle.
That real?
I tripped out. No. That's definitely a dark print. I'm like, no way. We just did.
I gotta love those though.
They always make my heart jump a little bit.
And they don't ever disrupt the analysis on the charting ever. They never get in the way.
They definitely do. You should
ever,
see the
Joey.
wicks on the spot. That's why I got the same stock, but like 3 different charts open usually, because then I'll be like, if one of them messes up, I got a check ready to go, being like, was that real? And yeah, that was not real. So I was like, whoa. But it's funny because in this market, something like that is well within range. We've seen it happen.
Well, exactly.
A straight wipe. I'm like, oh my god, news.
So you don't know.
I don't know.
You're
but then
unsure.
We see the wick happen instantly, so it's just like a quick mini heart attack.
Yeah. After what I saw on Friday, I mean,
those are dark pool wicks. Hangry wife asking what's happening, what's going on. So
you want to explain what dark pool is just for the newer traders
dark
out there?
liquidity in the book, and we can just look at it here. So let's see, Palantir. So you can see on the tape all of these different letters. Now I know it's really small, but you can see here it says market, and you can see all the different letters. Different letters are different gates, and then there's ones that are just Ds. You can see those Ds. Those are all dark pool. That's volume that's moving through the dark pools. So any sort of dark liquidity doesn't necessarily show up on the book.
Exactly.
Now, sometimes dark liquidity can be transacted in real time. Sometimes it's older orders that may have happened, earlier today, or maybe earlier on in the week, and that price was never really kind of displayed on the tape, so it just shows up as a passing kind of a thing on a dark pool. It's not really kind of traded. So what happens in our system? We pick that up. So somebody came in. There was a 180 print that came by, and it was a dark pool print, and it was very that didn't happen in the real market, but it's a past order. So
exactly,
just like it's a past order, so that's coming in. So we'll print it real time when the order comes through. But the order is just a notation of past activity, right? So that's what that is.
And it's frustrating because you're looking at it in real time. You're thinking it might be something to do with real time. They really need a better way to kind of. I get the whole receipt aspect of it, Oben, that it has to be accounted for officially on a time and sales, or so that it's actually taking place on the lit market. But I just don't like the way that it's being incorporated, because it's being incorporated with live trading data, and you're absorbing it as being live, unless you're looking at that D print, right? And you got to be super quick with it. Anybody who's watching the time and sales knows how quickly that bad boy can move, and being able to discern a quick print off it is quite tough. So that's my little rant about that. I wish they do it a little bit better.
My issue with this is
I didn't even know you wanted to talk.
Yeah, no. My
ahead.
issue with this is, and I told you this before, it eliminates the genuity of the candle print, right? And if you're a price action player, who you and I were looking at the actual prints and volume, you don't know if it's an actual wick or if it's something else, and that's why it really.
Unless you're going to go back, Joey, and compare it to the time it sells. And who the hell has the time to do that when the price is moving?
It's gone already. It's already gone already, right?
It's gone,
So that's the issue with the dark pools.
No, I completely agree. I just don't like the way that it's incorporated. I get that we need an official representation of that sale, and it has to be on whatever the grand ledger. You like it?
Sometimes I like it.
Because it shows you like distant areas of support and resistance.
It sometimes it can, like, if I see deeps or darks that are just pinging a certain price over and over again, I'm like, okay, well, even if this is old kind of orders, someone was there. Someone was there, and if it's significant
and buying
enough,
there, but at an institutional level,
exactly.
At an
so
institutional
it's
level,
institutional orders, right? So there are nuances there. It can definitely get annoying, but that's why, it can definitely get annoying. But that's why I have 5 different charts of the same kind of stock, so I can reference. I can be like, of course, I trade price action. I trade candle formation is important to me. So when these candles they mess up a little bit, I can't change it real time, but I'll switch over to my other platform, or I have a couple other charts open. Like, for example, I got a QBTS open up here, and then if I go to a different window here, I have maybe a multi-time frame QBTS set up as well, and I can always flip through different stocks like that as well. So it's a little bit annoying, but I think there is some sort of purpose for it. And it really depends on how you use that. Sometimes it means absolutely nothing. Sometimes a lot of times it's irrelevant to the current trade, but it's only in specific scenarios that I do like to kind of use that information as confluence as well. Absolutely. It does help, but that's just my perspective.
It's more legitimate on large caps, where that level is an important level, especially if it conflates with another level that you're already looking at, that you're familiar with. You know what I mean? Like, oh, they're buying there again. Guys, this is breaking out. What a move on XCH. There's the bull flag continuation. We build a position at the bottom end of the bull flag. We take it out on the break of the top, but there goes $2. And if you're wondering where I got this XCH, it's called a Bhavin Patel special. No, the way you can get your own Bhavin Patel specials is to get yourself something like this, SSE. No, we're not going to show for too long because they don't pay us. But you need a stock scanner, okay? A stock scanner, you can kind of filter it however you want, by gappers up, gappers down, most volume traded. There is an infinite, well, probably not infinite, but a lot of different setups that you can use for your gap scanners and the columns that you can include. And that's how I find these small cap gappers. I find them through a scanner, a stock scanner. So when I call it my gap scanner is because I'm scanning for gaps. You don't have to though, right? So we're gonna keep an eye on this one. We were initially involved, as you saw there, 69, we add at 72, we add again at 72 as it kept defending that 70 penny level, and we just kept scalping out with a better cost basis there into the area highs. So XCH continuing to run now with a 206 high, but guess what? We failed $2. So the trade's over, right? No, your current candle has a far higher low than the prior bar candle. The 140 candle has a low of 174. This current candle has a low of 193. The trend is intact. The higher lows are there. We're looking for higher highs above that 206 area. Be on the lookout here. XCH, very strong and very good look on the day as well. So that's what I'm keeping. What happened, Joey? What happened? Who? Yeah, straight to jail. Don't piss off Joey. You piss off Joey, you piss me off, bro. We're a team. You realize that, right? Yeah, so Joey's displeased, as am I. Yeah.
Good luck pissing me off. So.
Yeah, he never gets mad. He's not, what I like about you, bro,
I do get pissed off.
You're an even keel guy. You're, I never see you too extreme one way or the other way. You have.
Sometimes I get excited.
I know you do. I know everybody. We're all human, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
we all have those tendencies.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
on average,
Yeah.
if I had to put a moving average on it,
Yeah. I maintain the moving
if I
average.
had to put a
pretty well.
moving average on it,
Yeah.
he's a lot closer to even keel. You like how I'm throwing in the trading references now as opposed to you, right?
Of course, I love
this
it.
guy,
I love it, man.
I love going out with this guy in a non-trading environment because he's very, very skilled at making non-trading related things, and he compares them with trading related references. And I happen to love that, right? Not only is it like good verbally because he's funny with his words, but it's also contextually appropriate since we're all degenerate traders.
I mean,
myself included.
Yeah, man. Right? Sometimes you just find yourself eating, sleeping, breathing, trading, and that's just
is
like
you,
it becomes a part of you, right? In a sense, like this is what we do.
As long as I've known you,
You know
you've
what I
been
mean?
like that though. You
Yeah,
tape watched, Amazon.
I love this stuff. Come on.
I've known you to be that kind of person for quite some time, so I don't really expect much different from you now, to be quite honest, and in a good way. Obviously, you really.
I think it's all good fun, man. We haven't done that in a minute though.
Yeah, it's
we gotta
been a
go.
minute.
We gotta.
We
go
went
for
out for
towers.
Nimwood. When Nimwood was here, we went out. Yeah.
We went out for a little bit,
Yes,
but
sir.
you haven't come to Towers with us just yet.
Towers?
I think Towers.
I don't even know what that is,
twice.
bro.
Did we only go twice?
Towers.
Oh, yeah, we only went twice. We only went twice for Towers, so we can definitely go for some more
that
of
a
those.
bar?
IONQ
Ionic?
84. Is that a park?
A bar.
A bar?
Yeah.
No. It's something you can get at a bar. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Well, look at this, dude. Guys, XCH is still going here, guys. It is really going. It is the midday mover. It's up 160%. It's at a very reasonable price. So smaller account traders, you can size in substantially. I'm not telling you to do that. I'm not making that assessment at all. I'm just saying this one has the price that you can, smaller account traders typically like these ones because they can buy a lot of them and then you get outsized moves. Just take a look at that percentage up on the day, 160%. But there is the bamboozlement at 225 high. Right into $2, quick as you like. Is this a buy area though? We're still holding trend. Higher highs and higher lows, very much still in trend, intact, right now, despite the fact that we're off the high. Current bar low, just so you understand trend, 191. We're showing 208s. So if you were to get in here, you need to just give it to 2. That's too close of a name for a very volatile name. I give it to current bar low, if not prior bar low, if you can stomach that, and if it fits within your risk parameters. So I'm keeping my eye on this one, no doubt about it. We'll see what this one has to offer, but BLBX, I know a lot of you guys have been yelling about BLBX, Yannick, Bovin. I haven't been able to look at it. Let's go ahead and look now. So you guys already know what I'm going to say about this. Fantastic recovery off the bottom. I don't want to disrespect that. Buying this from 7.5 and now it's in 12, but I'm not going to trade this. You guys know exactly why. Because that 830 high, which is a real print on real volume, that's how it's about 600,000 shares larger than all the other volume bars. That's a pre-market high. We haven't cleared it on the day. That keeps me out of the trade, but I do realize your attraction to this. That $15 high will have to get cleared before I jump in. I'm talking about BLBX, not RLBX, BLBX. Small cap gapper up about 43%. Above volume weighted average price, which is showing 10, but below pre-market high, that fails one of the rules of my system. As a result, I stay away.
That's good, man. Yeah, you gotta. It's important to stay disciplined. Like
I always try.
If it's not part of your system, like there's no reason for you to be there. Why should you? Like you're ruining the process, right? You're ruining the process. I think that's a good point that Sharif makes. You got to try to stay as disciplined as possible to your process, and patience. Patience is everything. Maintaining the mental and maintaining kind of just a little bit of adherence to the plan, right? I think that's very, very important as well. A lot of people in the chat pointing out that ARM is starting to crack as well as of right now. So 171. Yeah, I'm watching it. Don't worry, I got it on watch. But like I said, just any sort of dissipation of the bid is not necessarily going to get me involved. I definitely want to see more. But yeah, if you took out 172s, you're sitting nice. It's about $1.50 down off of that 172 breakdown as well. You can see I had a moving average on here as well. That might have been you can be using that to define trend. And technically, according to that, we have broken down a little bit. But I'm going to be a little bit more patient with this one. I'm also watching some of these other ones as well. So market pulling back in, that's some good confluence. There it goes right there. So 170, I want to see what we do with 170. I liked it at 172, but it is what it is. I said I was watching it and stalking it, but kind of took eyes off for a couple of minutes and missed the ideal entry. It is what it is. But here comes in the 170. So, oh boy, cracking down a little bit more here. So finally, this break-in trend coming in. Let's see if we can make any lower highs here. So I defined the trend a little bit earlier. Had to move it around a little bit because we did kind of look like we broke it. So initially I had it like in here and there, whatever. But you get the gist, right? You get the gist. Eventually the selling comes in pretty aggressively, and that volume through some of those highs, you can see one of the strongest volume candles on the day, kind of pushing higher. 170 is pulling back in. So yeah, it gave you a quick $2 scalp. No idea if it's going to take us all the way down to 166s. That would be really nice to see. But yeah, bang, indeed, that's coming in real hot. But where's the next trade? There it goes, 169.80s trading right now on ARM, and that is getting a little strong-armed to the downside as of right now. All-day bid, man, all-day bid. Pretty much opening range lows 157, and that buyer has just been stepping in pretty aggressively, and then finally we catch a little bit of a break at that 173 as the market looks to pull back a little bit as well. So it's a good look there. I'm going to continue watching this one as well. AMD was a gift to short, saying save man, woman, peace. All right, let's take a quick look at AMD. While ARM kind of knocks around that 170. So AMD was beautiful short. Sure, let's see. Oh boy, yeah, maybe. It kind of clipped this range high here. So you can see volume kind of picking up. Where is it? After 7 o'clock? Yeah, around 7 o'clock. Volume picking up in the pre-market, and those reference highs from around that time. Supply coming in as it did in the pre-market session. Once again in the open session. In and around back through 224s on AMD. Now trading all the way much lower below this day low. This low is from pre-market session, and that's sitting at 215.20. So sellers are a little bit in charge on AMD, a little bit more of the same as what we saw the prior 2 days. Now, not everything that sold off the prior 2 days is kind of selling off like that, but it's good to keep eyes on some of these names and see if they're having some sort of a level of continuation. So Arm cracking through that 170, so we did get a prior bar low break for the first time on the 15-minute chart, and that's definitely going to bring in some participants as well. So let's see what we do in and around this 170. And Raz the Goat asking Sharif, what's for lunch, bro?
We don't get a lunch today because it is a holiday. This is Thanksgiving, obviously, because we have the harvest a little bit earlier than you guys because we're more north. And so, yeah, typically on statutory holidays, we don't have catering. But it's awesome, obviously, because real trading and this office is freaking awesome. We can choose to do one of two things. We can get a group meal, like Brendo can just get, like everybody, I don't know, sushi or wings or whatever. Or we can independently get our own food, and then we submit it as an expense using the expensing system, which is super cool. I happen to love it. Funny enough, I've never expensed anything because I just bring my own food from home. You guys know how I do, right? We bring the eggs, and we've got the goods at home. So I've never needed to do that, but it's nice to know that we have it. And this is one of the best companies, I swear, I've worked at. I haven't worked at too many companies, but you know, it's certainly one of the top ones, if not the top one that I've ever worked at. So. Hey, I got no complaints about that. Sharif's left bicep. So no random fish dish today. No random fish dish today. And I think your boy Joey Option is going to be super happy about that because he's not a fan of the beef stroganoff or the tilapia. So yeah, he's happy about that.
Beef stroganoff was dope.
I thought it was fantastic.
It was
the one on Friday
was
bomber.
Solid,
bomber.
I don't know.
I don't know why he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. I respect that. Right?
I don't know if I want to take food advice from a guy that doesn't eat pies. Come on.
Well, you know, I actually tried to get him a pie on his birthday. His birthday was not that long ago. I tried to get him a pie.
Oh, no,
I walked around this entire place looking for a pie at 10 a.m. and there was nobody selling a pie, and I did my best. So it's the way it is.
No, I'm just joking. But yeah, no, dude, you really didn't like that beef, bro? That wasn't that. That was pretty solid.
I don't know why.
It was pretty. Yeah, it was solid. I don't know. You said the chicken the day before was absolutely some of the best, right? That was fire, right? That was straight up fire. Yeah. Best meal ever here. Damn, that's
that was fire.
You know what? I'm gonna give it to the sandwiches. The sandwiches that come in, they're probably the best.
They're really good. You're talking about the breakfast sandwiches.
The breakfast,
right?
and
the lunch sandwiches are quite good as well.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, you should take advice from the individual who doesn't eat pie.
Why?
Isn't that more logical?
Why is that?
Because I'm not eating the garbage sugar.
Yourself.
It's just sugar. That's all it is.
Yeah, but beef stroganoff has nothing to do with sugar, bro.
No, but I don't like this. I don't like the word stroganoff. It doesn't rub me well.
What the hell is going on? Joey, like, I want to defend you. You're my boy and you're my partner and everything. We're the midday boys, but you're leaving me with little room here.
Yeah,
Joey.
I know, man. I'm sorry.
You're leaving me with little room.
The grilled chicken here is good, though.
I love it. I don't like the word stroganoff. It sounds like Smirnoff.
Oh.
Right, no, I love it. He's all good. All right, guys, here we go. XCH is absolutely losing the bid. Don't make me laugh, please, bro. I'm going to cough. Please. Here we go. It is going to halt now at 186. 2 more seconds in this way. We'll get the gray out. There it is. We are halted down now on XCH, up 124%, 250 on the dot, the high of the day coming in. Funny enough, though, even though we are halted, we are still above the 10. We're still above VWAP and all the other moving averages and indicators that I've got up on my chart. So I don't think this one's done quite yet. We could get a nice little move up. Now, what's the tap? 185 is the halt level, and the top is showing 171. So we're slated to open up around right here if we do open up at that price. So we'll keep tabs on that one. But what a day it has been in small cap gapper world. I'm having one of my best days, I want to say, in a long time. So we'll be pleased about that, and we'll look to do some more damage hopefully tomorrow as Look, Assassino, man, if small cappers keep moving like this, we'll keep taking these trades. It's nice to have that continuation in small cap gapper world because you don't always get it, right? Like today, I'm looking at my scanner hero. We're about 2 minutes from the end of the show, and there are 4 names in triple-digit territory. XCH, ELBM, STI, and GWH are all over 100%. You know, they're not all at highs, but just gives you an idea that, they're moving. They're moving. The small caps are moving today. Stroganoff. Chuck of all trades. I hope that small account didn't buy without a stop loss. Yeah, I hope so too, brother. 2-minute warning says Super Quant. Shout out to you, brother. Hangry Wife just reversed the reversal on ARM on the way up for a $1 quick scalp. Giving you a shout out there, bro.
The reversion of the reversion.
Yeah,
I like the way you're starting to think. Solid stuff there. Yeah, so I'm watching it, man. That 170 cracked. And a bit of a fill to follow through. But here's the thing. If you had the 172 short, maybe you're covering into here. Retest of the trend now to the downside, so that's going to be interesting. Let's see if we see any sort of confirmation. But you can see the market's strong. Chips are strong. You can see Micron is pushing up to its highs. So I got that on watch. This candle on the 15-minute on ARM is about to go red to green. So that's the thing. First kind of sign of sellers on something that's been bidding all day, like that buyer can step in at any time. That's so aggressive, right? The market's done absolutely chop crazy, breaking the highs, pulling back into range, whatever. TSM is strong, ARM is strong, Micron is strong. NVIDIA, sideways. AMD, selling off. Intel, sideways. SMCI, sideways. So I don't really like the kind of setup there, but we'll see. This could turn into something better, right? The probabilities are changing literally with every tick, with every kind of candle that's printed. So things can change on a dime. I can be like, oh, this is not a good trade 1 second, and then all of a sudden it does something that I really like, and my sentiment changes, my opinion changes, and I'm like, oh my God, this is an absolutely banger setup. Right? There's a probability that changes. Again, we talk about kind of trading being like poker. As that river is laid out, the probabilities are going to change, and you have to make decisions based off of that.
All right. Are we sending
I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. Okay. I got to move over. But
okay. All right. So Katina Man's gone. You're going over there?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. All right.
So
thanks for being on, Noba. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you. Solid show. I'm gonna take a couple minutes there, and I'll see you guys soon. We'll leave you guys with Joe.
For like a minute,
For a couple minutes.
Take care, guys.
Yeah, see ya.
Bang! All right, it's your, you know who it is already, man. No introduction. What is that David Letterman show? This guest needs no introduction. Well, maybe I shouldn't blow my own head up like that, but shout out to Mr. Letterman and company. Why do see, the thing is, I don't feel like I'm centered. There we go. We're centered a little bit better there. Assassino, tell me sit up straight and get in the middle of the camera there, my brother. But no, in all seriousness, guys, I don't got too much going on this morning, or even today. We're in the latter half of the session now. And for me personally, I was thinking short today. That volume was in. And we had that aggressive 3% sell-off, so I thought there was going to be a little bit of a continuation yesterday. We did get the gap ups, and I mean, anything can happen. We still have a couple hours left, and you never know what can. And later on, you can get those sell programs start to step in. I want to pull the chat up and see what everybody's up to here. We're going to go over a lot of your names and see what you guys are up to. So, excuse me. So yeah, with that being said, I mean, I've traded 4 names and they haven't gone well, so full disclosure on that front. We talked a little bit about the contracts that we sold Friday. Oh man, I was honestly, my weekend was made with just the fact that I just got rid of those, because me personally watching Bitcoin dip into like 108,000. I know one exchange had a dark pool wick or whatever it may be down to 102,000, and that time it would have just ruined the old weekend. So I'm glad that we got out of them, and there's gonna be plenty of opportunities to get back in. All right, boom. Bang, William Larson. This is what I'm talking about. Can we pull it up on the thing here, my friend? There it is. So this is a tip for my guy, Joey O. On Friday, he made the call to flatten, and because of that alarm, I saved 10 bands. We're going to call you the band man, William Larson. I'm glad that that happened to you. And the same thing for me, man. Even though I didn't walk away with as much cash as I would like to, we had the ability to walk away with 4 figures. So, yeah, we're happy about that. And we're just going to continuously rolling. Listen, William, for me personally, and I think you're probably going to fall in the same realm, is that the fact that aggressive selling, I like anything that is going to continue, right? So I want to see Bitcoin run into that 109 so I can get involved. I want to see, are we doing the rundown or? Oh, okay. Oh, you're out of here? All right, man. Yeah, I mean, we can skip it. I don't mind. We can talk here all day. We can go over some psychology. We can go over whatever you guys please. But William Larson, I don't have the bang. I'm sitting here at Neil's desk, so I feel like I'm bringing a knife to a gunfight at this point with nothing on hand. So what does this do? Nothing. There we go. So, all right, that was a little lackluster. But yeah, at the end of the day, Obi, take your time. If you want to go take a break and everything like that, I don't mind to.
You mean like not even
do whatever you got to do, man. I can ramble on. Okay. I was gonna say ramble on. But anyways, you are not in the chat. Can you log into the chat, Jag? Jag, you're tagging me, my brother. I can see you in the chat. Sup, my man. But no, as for trading, a scenario like this, so, excuse me, so essentially what happened in April with the tariff tantrum and everything along those lines, and I think the market had priced in a best case scenario with the China deals. Now we're going to start to see a little bit of that being priced out of it, and that's what I want to see. I think some of the extension in the overall market is obviously done. A lot of people can agree on that, but it doesn't matter. Things are going to continuously grind if they decide to do so, and you don't necessarily want to be standing in front of those grinds. So the aggressive selling I really, really like, and I think it's going to give us a good opportunity to get into these strong names, the hyperscalers more or less, for me personally, right? That's where I shoot my highest accuracies, so I stick with them. There we go, Joseph Schmo. So yeah, I mean, that's what I'm looking for. SoFi running apparently. I just see nothing. And you know what? Out of the gate, I mentioned that I was looking short. I've traded 4 names, and full disclosure, not a single one of them are green. We were relatively hot last week, and then today come in Monday morning, not as much. Everything was slightly disorganized, so I didn't have my routine in place, and sure enough, that can justify a little bit. And I was tired when I woke up this morning as well, too. Joseph, I can't wait for Trump to comment next on another taco day. Jag, yeah, I could not tag you, now I can. Joseph, question, since you thought it was a short in the morning, would you take a short at DH? What is DH? What does DH stand for? Days high. There we go. There we go, just let it think. I don't know, I would like to see some indecision. Jag, you know what we're looking for is specifically what Gorev, Los Polios, and some other trade. Pathic now starting to participate on the indecision prints. So that's exactly what I'm going to be looking for. Until then, I have no really rush to get into anything. It's kind of the quote that I left with on Friday, is that precision beats power and timing beats speed, and that's how I kind of approach my trading. I would rather just like Obi, I would rather take less trades heavier than take a bunch of little trades, putting on a little bit of risk. Again, I'm not in this to, like, when I'm putting on my swing trades, for me, and as gritty as it may sound, but when you've been in this game for, come January, it's going to be entering my 5th year. I'm not in it for $500, $600. I'm looking to put on those mid 4-figure trades. And when I buy those contracts and shares, that's exactly my objective. And I think that's a mentality that you grow, especially with the people around you. And if you watch what a lot of the traders are doing, it's like the universe essentially isn't on a budget. So wish as large as you can. So that's my mentality. It takes some time. Intraday, significantly harder for me personally. Again, to each their own, but with swing trading is where I really hone in, and I try to just start punching, all right? So let's see what yes, I know you do. It happened in the 10 minutes an hour back, which was days high. Yeah, for sure. I'm going to be looking. If I see the signals that I want, that's what I like though, Jay. jig. The more overextension, the more that I see to the downside, the more I'm specifically going to like that, all right? So be balling, only 5 years in the game. I know, I mean, it's a long time in this career. Most people drop out after a couple months because they believe that it's a get-rich-quick scheme. Unfortunately, that's not the case. That's not the reality that trading is. And to those who are those fraction of a percenters, congratulations to you, because you have the ability to achieve that what most can't. So, yeah, big ups our mutual brother. Yeah, exactly, to our mutual brother. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I'm curious to see. You know what? We've never done this. We've never done this. Everyone in the chat, whoever's following along, just put the number in. How many years have you been trading? I'm going to start this off right now. I'm going to go 4, right? I'm in 4. Boom, 4. So put that number in, and I want to see kind of how do we got a bunch of savvy vets in the room, more, less experienced individuals? Wow, here we go. There we go. We love it. Put in the months as well, too. So good stuff here, guys. I'm going to go through some of the names once it's all coming in, and thank you for the participation. Wyatt says 2 years. Hangry says wife. Charlie Taft, my guy, says 4 years. Zabo says 1 year in November. Dangerous, I know you've been in this game for some time. 15 years, 6 years, 7 years. Felix, Gorev, you've been in this game for 5 years, my brother? Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know. That's some big time stuff. 2.5, 7. Ken says 20. Ken, you don't even look over than 20. My obviously being sarcastic on that one, but nice work there. We'll go through a couple more names and see what everybody is up to and how long we've been trading. 12, we got 20, 4, 4, 1, 2 months, 1, 1, and a lot of participation there. So I thank you guys for that. Much appreciated for that. Makes my age 3 times, makes me age, oh. Jason, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started. Believe it or not, your boy had a full head of hair and very little grays before I started trading, that's for sure. But see, the thing is, I think that's where it leads to the expectations of trading. Some people, just because of a lot of people on the internet and what they've read in books, is that they think they have the ability to go to 0 to 100 real quick. But that's not the reality. It's actually relatively slow, and it takes a lot of time, and we talk about the restructuring of your brain and the rewiring of it. And sitting through these charts and the ups and downs is what really gets you to that next level within trading. So my take is this market is cool. My take is this market is going to retest the lows of the day and maybe lows on Friday. That would be absolutely amazing. Okay, Howard, $10 super chat before we go down with the rundown. 38 years of trading stocks, bonds, options, plus dad plus grandpa traded. Grandpa was board boy on NYSE in the 1930s. So it runs in your veins. Like Katina Man, right? He was telling me his dad was getting him involved in trading. He was watching Jim Cramer from a JIT since he was a little kid. So yeah, congratulations to you, and I'm glad that that worked out, and hopefully you pass it down. But guys, it's time for the afternoon rundown.
Hello guys, welcome to the afternoon rundown with Adara. We're going to talk here about Celidian Technology. STI is the ticker for this one. It consolidated a little bit for the last hour, but nice breakout heading into just 1 hour before power hour. Now, what's the deal here with STI? Well, they did announce they're unveiling their advanced UPS battery system tailored for AI data centers. We know the market recently has loved battery-related catalysts with ABAT and data center-related catalysts always. What are your guys' thoughts on STI?
Yeah, let's pull up some STI right now and see what we got going on there. Adara, thank you very much for that. I mean, from an intraday standpoint, it's not looking too bad here as it's starting to climb higher. I was looking at Tesla not too long ago as well, too. So there it is, Solidion, however you pronounce it, technology starting to pump all the way from 9. Wow. Okay, that's a big time move. And you know what? It's nothing like a parabolic one candle or a couple candles where you're getting it. It's a nice substantial grind higher, but 186% from an intraday perspective, not too bad, but from $9 all the way to 26 and a high of just under 27. My little brother is calling me on the phone right now. Little does he know that we get the American holidays, not the Canadian ones. So shout out to them. A big gap out right here from you close on Friday at $6 roughly, and then you climb all the way up to $27 on STI. So from a technical standpoint, Adara, not too bad of a look. 189% on the day.
Hi, we're going to talk here about TSLA. Tesla, Evercore ISI, raising its price target on the stock to $300. Then Melius, initiating coverage here with buy rating and $520 price target. TSLA, clearly liking these catalysts, pushing higher. And also, their China sales, actually not bad here. Still down on a year-over-year basis, but up on a month-over-month basis. So how do we feel, guys, about Tesla? Are you guys looking to jump in that car?
Ooh. See, the thing is, though, Adara, I don't want to have to hail it down too much, so we might have to hop in the app or something to get that one rocking and rolling. But yeah, I mean, I was not expecting this in Tesla. We did have a little bit of a move on TSLA, and we got out prematurely, but this grind higher, I was not suspecting that whatsoever. But I mentioned this earlier in the morning to Sean, just considering how aggressive Friday's selling was, I was going to suspect an inside day and then maybe a little bit of a move to the downside, cracking through some key support levels. But I mean, China numbers not too bad with Tesla. The tax incentive obviously is in the past now, which might have gave a little bit of a boost. But at Tesla, personally, I think a little bit more selling is warranted. Maybe not, but before we approach that previous all-time high, I would like to see a little bit of a liquidity grab below those supports in which I was showing earlier, and then a continued move to the top side. And I'm looking across the board on a lot of these tech names for the exact same scenario. We need them to cool down a little bit, and then sure enough, even though we did experience that 3% pullback in the overall market, I'm looking for a little bit more, 5.5 to 6%, and see if we can get that move. But today's price action of 5% is displaying otherwise.
Yeah, I think this one's definitely going to be on watch as well. Something I've been mentioning. As much as some of these intraday moves are kind of choppy and consolidative, especially on something like a Tesla, I'm noticing that it is doing some relative volume or increasing volume in the blue ocean session.
Yeah.
The average volumes are increasing, so we're seeing that participation, and sometimes we can see some interesting levels show up in both sessions. I think 420, a little interesting place as well. That's holding as a bit of a double bottom. We can see that in the pre-market session right there, a bit of a gap up hold on top of that 420 as well. And that's where buyers came in pretty much all day. You can see retest here. Even this shake and bake, you look like you're kind of pushing, you fail. It's kind of apparent that sellers might be taking over, and that's an aggressive pullback in, almost 100% reversion of this leg. It is 100% reversion of this leg, but take a look at this strength. Nice consolidation and a nice slow bleed back up, almost back to reference prices from Friday. Oh boy. Now Friday was absolutely crazy. Everyone said the sky was falling, and the markets were falling as well. And it's interesting to see some of these stocks kind of reverting as if nothing happened, right? A little bit of panic selling on on Friday, and then a bit of reversion, and then some on coming in on Monday. So interesting action nonetheless. This thing is consolidating, so back within range here. I was looking for a potential continuation. That 400 held exceptionally well. We reclaimed 420, and we're poised for a little bit higher as of right now as we trend towards some fresh prices on Tesla. So it's a good look there.
Big Bear definitely not looking too bearish right now. This name is one of Sean's favorites, and they actually have a catalyst this morning partnering up with Keysecond to deliver this AI-enabled edge infrastructure. BBAI, kind of similar to Palantir, will often get these pops higher on catalysts that are related to contracts. Now, BBAI, just under 22% short float. Thoughts?
Ooh, BBAI, baby. Let's see what we got saying. We don't even have to say his name, and we already know who loves this stock. Very, very much so. Obi, on Friday after the day ended, what was I saying to you? I was messaging you. I'm like, yeah, blue ocean.
Oh, yeah.
Blue Ocean. Come Sunday night, and sure enough, you have the ability to catch that gap up. So the market did recover. The thing is, though, I think if we were in a little bit more of a panic mode, we would have seen some more continuation on today's session. That necessarily wasn't the case. It was actually the total opposite in what I was thinking. And why? I'm just going off of previous data, right? Like, look what happened last April. I mentioned it earlier when we were getting involved with all the tariffs. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at some point throughout this week if we do get an aggressive selling session, but it's not going to be today, unless it's coming within the next couple hours. But as for BBAI, a really nice move. Let's pull out to a daily and see what we got cooking up on this. And I mean, we're just right back to where we essentially peaked on Friday. This selling pressure, I would have never have guessed that we were just going to climb back up all the way to $8.85. Now, as for tomorrow's session, if we have the ability to sit on top of this range, then I would like that continuation. So yeah, BBAI really starting to move. These AI plays, the quantum plays, not looking bad whatsoever, Obi.
Yeah, man, I'm seeing squeezes across the board.
Yeah.
And a little bit, maybe a little bit of the same happening here on BBAI. Again, aggressive selling, maybe people positioning in on Friday. You can see this is just a 3-hour chart, but we clipped that prior structure high and we closed near day low around 7. So if you're like, oh boy, maybe we're positioning in, this is it, this over, range high, basically a false break of the range high, guess what? We come into this week and boom, back up to those highs. So everybody positioning in on those swing shorts getting absolutely a little sweaty here as we push back up into some of those highs. So I do like the way the structure is building on this. I like the way the volume's been pushing up into this push up into $9. Can we get to 1050s? I mean, that would technically be the next spot. We know that BBAI has the ability to kind of move the way it does if and when that kind of participation steps in, and it seems like it's getting started a little bit. I'm starting to hear the bear starting to maybe grumble a little bit. We haven't heard it roar just yet, but the grumble is definitely there.
It's been poked.
Yeah, AMD rumbling to the downside today, guys. This one only advancing lower. Not much of a catalyst here for AMD. We know this one was on watch last week with their OpenAI deal. In fact, they actually pushed a little bit lower on this 9 a.m. candle as Broadcom announces an OpenAI deal of its own. Either way here, AMD, only catalyst I could really find for today. Mizuho raising its price target in the stock from 205 to 275. AMD trading near day's lows. Would you guys get involved here?
From an intraday standpoint, yeah, sure, we get involved, but there's zero chance that I'd be buying AMD all the way up here. Actually, negative chance that I would even do anything along those lines. I'm glad that they're really starting to participate. They've been doing it since the April lows. You had that lengthy downtrend. After that tariff tantrum, you get that bounce up there, and then the stock goes from $75 all the way up to $240. That's a 217% increase. I would not be buying up here, regardless of who they're striking deals with. For me personally, I just think this space is slightly overbought in the long duration, so I'm waiting for more of a pullback in AMD, and I wouldn't be surprised if we run into 200 at some point in the near future.
AMD is kind of showing us a little bit more of what it showed us last week. Sellers stepping in and around those same areas. This was interesting to me. This right here, this consolidation high. This is a 15-minute chart. This consolidation high from Friday, where we could not get past this 221, and we sold off even more aggressively into the after hours with a low of 207.28. Now coming back into today, kind of gapping up, pushing back into some of those levels. I was looking for this to kind of hold or fail. Didn't really give us too much. It did kind of chop around. So pre-market highs, if you're using those, that definitely that could have definitely been used to be like, all right, well, we false broke those. Sellers stepping back in on 224s and trending a little bit lower as well. So we haven't quite gotten down to prior day's lows, but that gap up brought sellers right back in on a name where we saw, again, aggressive push. What was this absolutely crazy bid up, almost 35% pop. and a flush consolidation, sideways run, fresh highs, all-time highs on AMD, and now we're holding that structure. So right here, I see these lows at 202s, these lows at 207s. Now the question I'm asking is, if these sellers are dominant, how far can they push it down? Do we hold any sort of structure? We're still holding some of these reference pullbacks from the crazy move that we had last week on the OpenAI deal from AMD. So maybe sentiment is shifting. We kind of talked about how yeah, the whole time it was NVIDIA. NVIDIA was, NVIDIA was the belle of the ball, and it was just like everybody was like, oh, we trust NVIDIA. That's the AI chip, and waiting for other chips like AMD and maybe even Intel kind of beat down a lot more than some of the market leaders. Finally, AMD got that seal of approval from a strong AI company like OpenAI, who's been making these deals, and they finally got a little bit of a bid, retracing and maybe bringing some of that price back up to what people think was, or people thought maybe it was mispriced or whatever. Regardless, buyers step in on that catalyst, and we're holding up consolidation. So I'm watching this, advancing for sure. As long as we hold these consolidation lows, I think we're still within an uptrend on AMD. Okay.
Speaking of AI deals, our last name on this rundown also involves an AI deal, and that is Broadcom. Broadcom and OpenAI announcing this morning that they have a partnership for 10 gigawatts of custom AI accelerators. And then here's almost maybe the more interesting part of this. Broadcom's chip president saying on CNBC that their mystery $10 billion customer that they mentioned back in September is not OpenAI. So what that means, guys, is there's another customer outside of OpenAI ready to spend a lot on AVGO.
Yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing, right? All these hyperscalers and the chip names are starting to become intertwined in some way. And people talk about a bubble, but Sam Altman has his hands in every cookie jar at this point, it seems like. So, I mean, another pop-up there, not too bad. And then it's just essentially moved sideways. If we pull up this name from a daily standpoint, I think one thing to note is that, yeah, we fill up the gap. We don't get quite to this pre-pivot right here at 316.20s, and then you just punch through some of the resistance zones right here at 347s, and then you're off to the races. So as for Broadcom and just the chip space in general, I'm looking to start to rotate out of this GPU craze and then maybe into some financials or something along those lines. We know we got the reports coming out tomorrow, starting tomorrow anyways with some of the big banks. So that's what I'm going to be looking at. Good. It is a very nice look in Broadcom from the April lows, right? If we go down, we just almost doubled in price, more than 155% to where we're currently trading at the high of the day, even more from that previous pivot high. But I'm waiting for these names to cool down. Why? Because I don't want to buy them all the way up here. At some point, the market will find something to sell off on. You just have to be patient enough and sit on a little bit of cash and wait for that catalyst to come in.
I think that's a good look there. AVGO had it on watch this morning. I was like, all right, cool. Another OpenAI catalyst. And to be honest, I was looking to potentially take the reversion of this leg because we saw what AMD did. We saw what some of the other names did on that OpenAI bid gap up. Not really a strong continuation, but yeah, a little bit of a pullback here. Sideways chop since then, holding that 350 as of right now with a day low of 343 on AVGO. So nothing too crazy, but we'll be right back with some breaking news.
Papa John's, PZZA, popping higher. Reportedly, there's a $64 bid for PZZA. Now, the high of the day right now is just below $48. So this reported bid is well above where PZZA is currently trading. Again, this is not the first time we've heard of a potential sale here for PZZA, but either way, reportedly a $64 bid. Back to you.
There you go. Let's take a look at Papa John's. Thank you for that there, Dara. As always, Pizza ZA, Papa John's. There it is, a big time move. So, I mean, $65 potential offer on that one. You're going to see this probably continue to climb. We can go back out to the daily and see what's going on there. What's Domino's Pizza's ticker?
DPZ.
DBZ?
DPZ.
DPZ. Domino DPZ.
And they report tomorrow, DPZ, so interesting timing.
DPZZZ.
Maybe we get a nice delivery tomorrow.
Delivery, yeah, so there it is on Domino's Pizza, and then PZZA also getting a little bit of a move there as well too. So thank you for bringing that to us, Adara. Let's see. I'm really curious to see if that's going to be a continuation throughout today's session, or this is just going to. Oh wow! Okay, there it goes. Bang! 5-minute candle close. You go from 46 all the way up to 50. Volume supporting the move and starting to increase. So don't chase it. Be patient, but all the way up to $65 as Adara brought us. I wouldn't be surprised if price action leads into that area, Sharif, Obi.
Thank you. I mean, I might not be as big.
Yeah, wait, close.
I take it as a compliment. You know,
What is that? Is that
the sweater's a little loose?
Yeah,
Make me look a little
it's
big,
a little loose. Got you guys make some same muscle mass kind of and density.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he'd be too happy.
No. You'd be like,
what do you mean?
What's up with that lunch you got going on over there?
Yeah, I've been kind of working at it, and I haven't really had a chance to eat it.
Is that from
it's
club?
Yeah, it's the lobster egg sandwich, and I've been taking nibbles at it.
Yeah.
It's really good.
It's really good?
Oh, it's so good.
Give me a rating.
Out of 10, I'd say about a 7.5.
Oh,
pretty solid.
Adara.
What's going on, Adara?
Let's talk more about pizza, specifically Papa John's Pizza. Again, so here's a report. Reuters is citing a source saying that Apollo Global, or APO, has reportedly offered $64 a share to acquire Papa John's Pizza. Apparently, these talks are in the advanced stages, and there actually could be a deal finalized within weeks if these discussions continue to progress. Now, Earth Capital was previously linked to this deal. Now it's unclear if they're still involved, but either way, Apollo reportedly involved here with PZZA, Papa John's. Back to you.
So yeah, I mean, we're still looking at it. $64, trading at 49. Keep an eye out on this one just in case it decides to gap up, or that's going to be the actual buyout price. I mean, why not get involved with that? Obi, I think you're a little bit more well versed in buyouts than I am. Mm-hmm. So if the buyout price is going to be around $64, why not just YOLO here at 50 and then wait for it to go? And
60?
Yeah, to 64.
The thing about buyout deals is you got to understand the nuances of that. There's a lot of I'm sure there's a lot of algos and everybody that runs a bit of an ARB on that. And yeah, if you're trading like M&As and you want to be the first to the news, like those guys are probably like you can see the chart on Joe's screen there. Those guys are probably already getting in 43s, 44s, 45s, 46s.
Those guys are in. What do you mean? They're in way before that.
Yeah, of course. So but that's what I'm saying. Is like it's technically a breaking news trade, right? So it's just like they're already in pricing in a lot of stuff.
They're already positioned.
But if you see it down at 43s, then I love that idea. That idea is like, yeah, of course I'm going to get in here at 43s, right? So that's something that you do want to kind of watch out for. But yeah, it's something that I'm not going to be that fast. I'm not going to be that kind of a participant.
Okay.
So that's something you got to definitely watch out for. But it's good. I want to see that continuation. But I like M&As. But we got a little bit of business right now. So guys, each year 3.8 million concussions are reported in the United States. Yet there's still no FDA-approved treatment. So NYSE listed Orogenics, that's OGEN, is changing that with its first in-class intranasal drug designed for rapid brain access. With the concussion treatment market projected to reach $8.9 billion by 2027, Orogenics is uniquely positioned to lead the way. Learn more and schedule a meeting today.
Yes, sir. So, Chef Joe. Okay, that might be the only pie that I indulge in is pizza pie. And shout out to Detroit style pizza as well too. We'll give those. All right.
You like the deep dish?
I love a deep dish.
Yeah.
I love a deep dish. I like all pizza really, to be honest.
Favorite Toronto pizza place?
Oh, easily Batty's.
Batty Alley's, yeah.
Yeah, easily. There's
so cliche, bro.
Yeah, bro.
It's so cliche.
But there's a reason. When you're the best, you're the best.
I mean, Batty Alley's is nice. They're nice.
Okay. We'll stop there. What is yours?
I think Batty Alley's is pretty.
Oh, so cliche, bro.
No. There's a few spots. Yeah. I'm trying to remember. What's the other one?
North of Brooklyn.
Right. Yeah, north of Brooklyn is pretty dope as well. I like that. Batty Alley's is a little oily. That's the thing. It's like it's really kind of, it's good.
It's amazing.
But I can't eat a lot of it. Like it'll definitely hit you.
Let me remind you all that Batty Alley's almost definitely paid for a sponsorship at Law & Order Toronto, because there's a scene where they were there where they did not need to be there, and they clearly say Batty Alley's. I find that a little sus, to be honest.
What? I know it, Derek. I know you don't like that. I know you don't like that, but in all seriousness, I love Batty Alley's. I think it's fantastic pizza. Renaissance is pretty good. That's Detroit
There's
style.
another one called, I think it's called Fourth Man from the Fire as well. I think that one, I like that one as well. They do like donuts and stuff as well.
Oh, nice. There's Dino's Wood Oven Pizza, which isn't too bad. But Jag, my good friend Jag. Joseph, I have an options question on open interest. When do they close these contracts? Let's say there are 10,000 open interest on a ticker with an expiry at 4 p.m. Do those contracts stay open until then? Yeah, until they close or they expire worthless, right? But what happens is is we look for the rollover as well too, right? So if you are in the money on your short contracts, essentially what you can do is roll them over to a further dated so they stay open. They're not closed just yet. So, but come Friday, and you look at the options chain on Monday and the size is substantially decreased, then sure enough, what happens is a lot of those contracts have expired. But if that size stays relatively the same and even starts to increase, you can look at it as a potential rollover as well too. So a lot of individuals rolling those contracts over. But the money man himself, Money Mitch.
All right, guys, so it's time to start looking for things that have consolidated and found support here. So one name I'll bring up really quickly, USAR. You can clearly see the consolidation here and now starting to pick up. So this is the area where I can start looking for recovery above this $40 spot. I think this is a great one to look at. One name that is breaking the high. So I look at normally like a leader and laggard. The leader, UAMY. You can see how it's starting to break the high there at 1664. So I think this is a really good setup as we start to look for the miners and the mineral plays to start getting hot again. Another play here is very similar, right? ABAT. Take a look at this one. Was just earlier, was in that kind of flag pattern. Now it's sideways here. Just broke above 9 here. Let's see if this can make a run maybe towards 10. Taking a look at some of these plays. I think these are the ones you need to be looking at. Nice little pullback consolidations that haven't really broken, probably haven't broken VWAP and have been staying above VWAP or right at VWAP.
All right, yeah. So
thank you very much, Mitch. Sorry, I want to ask, how's the Beat the Ackman going? Are we beating Ackman or what's happening?
He's always beating Ackman, man. I mean, we've been on that GWH. Did you guys see that move to 14?
What percent move was that? Wild.
It was a beauty. I know that we were first on that at 7. At 7 here, guys.
That,
so, I mean, just imagine where that could be, right? Those are the types of trades that don't only make the day, could make a career, really. Let's be honest.
Ooh.
Yeah, no, for this is, I'll pull up the chart here as well. Yeah, $7. Mitch was talking about this at $7 right here. That's when this volume really starts to increase. And take a look at that extension. So from that point of price compression and really where that bid steps in, 100% move. $7 to $14, yeah, that's absolutely solid, man. This is what I was talking to Sharif about as well. When these things really get going, these can go absolutely crazy. Now, yeah, how much volume has this thing done? Yeah, there you go, 147 million shares. Right, so you can definitely have distinct counterparties to kind of play around with. Absolutely, what's going on?
This guy banned. He's back somehow.
He's back?
Yeah, I don't know.
You banned him and he's back.
Yeah.
Back from the depths of the ban.
Oh boy. Another one.
I'm surprised you actually noticed.
Yeah, you know what that's saying? People don't forget. I'm that individual. I don't forget. No, in all seriousness. All right. I don't know what you're asking me, but I'll answer your question. If we're bullish pizza, why do we always dump it at the end? I don't quite understand what's going on. Yeah, Maxi, I might have done that, to be honest with you. Let's see if we can get a move down here in the market back to VWAP as Tesla's starting to cool off a little bit there, Obi. Double top there on the TQs. Double top on the TQs. I would have liked to get a substantially better entry, about 20 cents higher than where I'm currently trading at, but we'll take this double top. Let's see if these big names want to start to come back in a little bit. Sellers step in, and we get that move to the volume-weighted average price. But Adara, what do you got for us?
What I have for you guys is kind of an odd catalyst on DBRG, Digital Bridge. Elon Musk has started following the CEO of the company on X. And that appears to be why DBRG is moving. Now, I want to clarify as well. I've seen a couple different posts, like starting as of yesterday, of Elon Musk following different CEOs. It's unclear if he just started following him now, but either way, it's currently circulating on X that he followed this guy. So either way, Digital Bridge CEO now being followed by Elon Musk. Back to you.
Right on. So yeah, that's what I got going on, guys. I'll pull up my chart here. Sorry, I got a lot of things. Neil's setup. My old setup. Let's see what we got going on. Shout out to Neil, though. Hopefully he's doing pretty good. And we'll pull that up. Let's see if we can get this move. We got some key support levels that we need to punch, but there is a neckline right around 102.80, double top there at 103.60s. So let's see if we can get that to come in. This is going to be our attempt. Like, I mean, we tried it here, got stopped out, tried it again, got stopped out, tried it one more time, and got stopped out. So maybe this will be the one. If not, then that is going to be our at-bats, and we will have struck out there one more time. So that's all I got going on right now. Obi, someone in the chat was asking us about Triple U.
Oh, there it goes.
I just don't think there's enough liquidity in this name, in my opinion.
What? Isn't it doing like crazy volume today?
Look at you. This is not doing.
I mean, oh, no, you're looking at the wrong one.
Triple U?
Quadruple U is probably what they mean.
Is that what they meant?
U. There's one more U in there.
One more Soldier Boy.
Yeah.
One more Soldier Boy in there. All right. So yeah, I mean, okay, that's a different story.
I know that thing's doing.
Now we can talk a little bit different, right? Now we can speak a different language. Here it is, bang. You have that wedge starting to be formed. Let's see what happens on that front. But let's go, bang. There it goes, Obi. A nice move to the downside on the TQs. Let's hold this, man. We're going to continue to hold this until we get down to the volume-weighted average price and see if that starts to pick up the momentum. This is exactly what we want to. Shout out to our boy Charlie Taff, who told me a while ago that he was going to look for a short on the market. I didn't think sellers were going to just disappear just like that, especially after Friday. Hopefully they step right back in. Probably won't be as equally aggressive, but if we do get some of them starting to participate, we're already in our position.
I mean, I'm looking for that to happen. And I don't know if you remember, over the past couple of weeks, we started to see some interesting price action. Google would wick like $1. You remember that? Google would randomly wick $1. It did this for like a couple of weeks. $1 down and then rip right back.
Right back up.
So like there were cracks that were happening. Right before the selling became aggressive. Yeah. Right. And remember what I said. Remember what I said on Friday. The first thing to you guys when I came in, I'm like, I feel something weird. I'm like, these sellers.
You did. Yeah.
I'm like, something's weird gonna happen. I don't know. I'm feeling it. The way we're trading. And oh boy, did that selling came in not only last Friday, the Friday before, but last Friday as well. So it should be interesting going into the end of this week as well to see if we get more of the same. Interesting stuff nonetheless. It's almost as if price action is kind of telling, you know, the calm before the storm can almost be picked up on the price action. But you know what? It is what it is. You don't know. I didn't know that the presidential tweet is going to bring in that kind of sell volume. But the thing is, what we saw was that sellers were looking for any and every reason to get involved. We saw what happened on the Oracle. We saw what happened on the AMD like before the rip up. So like any and every reason to sell was getting just slammed into.
Yeah, exactly,
right?
exactly.
So it's just like, okay, maybe more reasons to sell. Like that's the liquidity coming in. They're going to sell to that. I have no idea how that works. But regardless, it's almost interesting to see how that kind of panned out. And we did take a little bit of a pullback, but these reversions, man, we're still sticking. We're still holding up pretty nicely. Like names like Tesla, names like Alphabet, like look at Google. Google's pretty much reverted back to prior day's highs, right? Damn. Sure, selling came in Thursday, Friday, but reclaiming that prior day's action all the way. Like let's take a quick look at Google, man. This is absolutely wild, absolutely crazy. So like I said, everyone you know, was crying that the sky was falling on Friday. You know, Bitcoin with a bit of a crack on was it Sunday or Saturday, something like that. I started getting alerts. I'm just like, oh no, it was the same day. It was Friday night. Yeah. So I started getting alerts. I'm just like, yo, Bitcoin's getting cracked. Absolutely beautiful reversion.
I know.
From 107s to 115s, and I was like, oh boy, that was great. I mean, that was a solid reversion to have if you had it. But liquidations galore. Some of the biggest liquidations.
Yeah.
But funny enough, a couple of weeks ago, I was like, okay, you know, I'm not going to buy up here. I'm waiting for that aggressive pullback. I want to see, because we know how Bitcoin kind of moves. Like, we've been around long enough to be like, all right, this thing can have days where it gets absolutely destroyed. It has periods of time where it can pull back 50, 60, 70%.
Yeah.
And over time, those have probably been some of the best places to kind of pick it up and start, you know, DCAing after those sellers are done. So now that I'm getting more comfortable with the concept of reversions, I definitely have eyes on some of these strong
going to the top side there.
Well, to the top side as well, but these aggressive sells that get picked up as well. I like those as well.
Bang! There goes the market to the downside there. Obi, bang! This is what we're talking about, man. At some point, we had a feeling that they were going to step back in. Let's Diamond Hayne, Deontay Wilder this and see if we can get that back into the volume-weighted average price. 102.50 is going to be that primary target. And on this pace, I think we'll get there momentarily. So let's pack our patience. I'm going to hold on to this full position just due to the earlier losses that I endured. So essentially, what I'm looking for is a strong risk to reward, the continuation to the downside, and just holding full size until target. So yeah, let's zoom out a little bit. View up on P8 is going to be slightly different than some of your other platforms here. This starts generating data at 6 a.m. Opposed to what the overall market is at 4 a.m. But yeah, there it is, double top. That neckline, I think this is going to be a good place to maybe take some. So I'll eat those words relatively quick, 30 cents away from the primary target. But if we do get to the lower end of that range, I'm going to look to slowly piece them out. Nor am I that substantially heavy either as well. So Netflix earnings, hero puts are important. Hero puts. Actually, let's do this. Considering that we're running into earnings week, guys. Oh, I don't have it up here. Let's see if I can find it. Options, AI, expected move. This is the site that I always bring to you guys. And then we're going to go through the calendar and look at some of these names. I'll just start off with JP Morgan. Man. Obi, I just need a straight up answer, but let's not complicate this. If you can own one stock and one stock only, what would it be?
In the States? Like
let's not complicate it. Let's not complicate it.
Yeah.
One stock and one stock only.
Google.
Bang. I like it. I love the way my man thinks. That's a great call. I can't debate that. Put that in the chat as well, too. RB says BMNR. Okay. To each their own. Now, as for our expected move here on JP Morgan, we're looking at about 4.6% with a high of around 322.03 and a low of around 293.83. So not too bad of a look there. Let's take a look at our options chain to see if we have any concentrations of open interest that we want to keep our eye out on. And we'll pull up the old chain and see what we got going on with JPM. Oh, okay, I don't like this signal here that we're experiencing. Nah, I can hold through that. So we'll still hold on to this position. Nice selling from 47s all the way down to 13s, 103 there. Now, JPM's options chain, let's look for the concentrations. If there is any, nothing substantial. At the money IV sitting around 49%, nothing crazy. And yeah, I don't see any call walls, specifically 315, a little bit there, 7,500 contracts. As for the volume, nothing substantial. I think we're going to see a little bit more activity on the put side. No, I'll eat that real quick as I see that we have 13,900 contracts right there at that 335 strike price. Volume, nothing crazy on that one. But yeah, that's going to be the largest on the puts from what I'm seeing. So could that act as a potential base right at 300? Shout out to, what's his name? Jared Butler, is it? That's it. That's it. Gerard Butler. Bang. All right. Anyway, get it, Gerard. Says it there. Yeah, that's the guy from 300, no? I know. I corrected myself to Gerard. I don't know why I said Gerald. But yeah, so there it is on JPM. We'll go through some of the other names later on, and then we'll also take a look at some of the top performing sectors momentarily. But Obi, what do you got cooking up there?
I mean, I'm watching that Tesla. I saw that pullback come in. I'm watching the market as well, kind of dabbling in a little bit of a feeler here. And it's okay. So I was like, what time is that? I'm looking across everywhere for the time. I'm like, wait, just look at the tape, dude. The tape tells you the time faster. Like the tick happens a lot more than every second. But yeah, 2:46 as of right now. So just about just shy of 15 minutes into power hour here. Tesla did look like it's kind of breaking the bid, but picked up pretty decently. So a little bit of a feeler here. We'll see if that one kind of comes in. But yeah, going into the end of the day, Tesla's strength, I really, really like that. Let's see if that potentially, there you go, stop me out right here. So yeah, a little bit of a feeler, pulling back in the 433s, just 434s, just shy of that, pulling back in. So yeah, not what I was looking for. I'm looking for that to come in right away. And funny enough, I punch in and I'm like, okay, it goes $1. I'm like, all right, well, if this is gonna go, I don't have the size that I really want just yet. And I think I'm getting definitely much, much better with this. And we've been talking about this as well.
Yeah.
It's just like, okay, being really, really nimble and light when you're just like, okay, this is kind of the area or whatever, you know, just testing, throwing some stuff out. But actually, when the trade shows up, just exponentially sizing and being like, okay,
I think that's really important.
This is the place. I definitely want to be, 10 times more
Beta
than,
Pro?
Than what I want to be in. And look at that, Tesla coming right back in. So sellers stepping right back in off of that 435 area. So if we're going to reject 435 after a high and also breaking the trend, I'm going to be a little bit patient. The market's taking a little bit of a pullback as well. So let's take a quick look at what else is moving around here. TSM, man, these are wow, ARM as well. Remember, I was like, oh, ARM, I don't want to necessarily revert ARM. Guess what? This is what I'm talking about. When I'm sitting here and I'm like, okay, well, yeah, this is a reversion, this is a reversion. You see a lot of false positives, and over time you get to really discern some of those false positives from the actual ones that are worth taking. And take a look at this. I was just like, yeah, I don't want to be involved necessarily. Look, trend break, sure, it gave you that $2. Right? But is that what I'm looking for? Buddy, VWAP's all the way down at 166. It's not like, that's not the kind of action that we're looking for. And look at that straight blast back up to the highs. You're probably getting stopped out if you haven't gotten out already. So ARM really, really strong to the upside right now. Strong arming some shorts.
Ooh, strong like bull.
Strong like bull.
Strong like bull. All right, guys. And now for some exciting news out of Canada for the sophisticated traders on the stream. Beta Pro by Global X, Canada's largest provider of leveraged, inverse, and inverse leverage ETFs, has just launched 6 new triple leveraged ETFs, offering 3x bull and 3x bear exposure to the SPY and TSS 60, semiconductors, and on U.S. Treasuries. Even better, they're offering a special free rebate, dropping management fees to just about 65 basis points until December 31st, 2025. Plus, the U.S.-focused strategies use currency hedging, offering the potential for pure performance and exposure. If you're a tactical, sophisticated trader looking to amplify your performance, check out betapro.ca. 3x daily to learn more now, guys. All right. So yeah, I mean, there it is. We're still sitting in this short here on the TQs. You can see that we did run into some support levels right at 103. So maybe we'll get another pop up. Hopefully we go mid-range there, and then we continue that southeast trajectory. But Mitch, I know you're always good to go, but are you good to go? I want to ask you a couple questions here, if that's all right. So what I wanted to lead towards is that we noticed that you're pretty good at picking some of these names and how they're running, and I wouldn't necessarily call it front running it, but give us a little bit on some of the criteria. I don't know if you're running a scanner or something that you're specifically looking for that allows you to find these movers.
Good question.
I feel like people do things wrong, right? They come in the morning, the majority of traders do what? Gappers. What's the gapper? No, I think the opposite. I'm always looking at sector, industry.
Hold on, Mitch. Hold on, Mitch. We got a little Mikey issues. We'll get back to you there momentarily. Is it on?
There you go. 1, 2. I'm back. I'm good.
He's back. All right.
Sorry about that. So like always, guys, the one thing you want to be doing, right, is working backwards, not forward. Everyone comes in and look at the gappers list. The gappers list is kind of a trick. It's telling you this stock is hype, right? Well, you want to find the industries and the sectors that are hot. Then you'll find a theme within that to play, right? And these aren't all in the same industries, but I always focus on the theme. What's coming into play? What's being talked about on earnings reports, right? Like one of the ones I'm watching now is the genomics. Genomics is getting a lot of talk. Healthcare is getting a little bit hotter. So I'm keeping focus on those names. A lot of times I'll start building watch lists and I'll wait for a leader to show me the move. I call them show me moves, right? That's a big stock taking a big move, right? In healthcare, we have TEM and Grail doing really well. Those are AI stocks in healthcare. So I'm starting to shift towards some of the healthcare watch, and this is how you find plays, right? Same thing with the nuclear space. You just grab all the names, you put them in a watch list, and you watch that leader to laggard style of trading. Always start with the macro, then go into the micro.
I'm hearing it a lot this morning, Mitch. People are correlating you with Steph Curry. How's your jumper? Those lines are all right.
That's all I gotta say. You can see the form. You can see the form.
You can see the form. It's all in the form, and within the trading as well too. No, fantastic stuff. So as we were talking about you just looking for that specific sector and industry, and then you're looking for leaders and laggers. How do you kind of weave out some of the noise and just hyper focus on some of the names that you think are going to be running on the day?
So a lot of things always are going to go back to the daily charts, right? I always say swing trading is my bread and butter. There's a reason why. I focus on daily charts first, and then I look for intraday to show me that the momentum is, the timing is correct, right? Because a lot of times in day trading, it's about timing. Right? So one of the things you want to be looking at is just aligning yourself with the best daily charts, especially right now that we're having a market that trend trading is probably one of the best strategies out there right now. So that's what you want to be doing in this current environment. It's always about what current environment you're in. So you got to adjust your strategies towards that. But right now, it's all about trend trading, and you're going to follow those dailies. You're looking for pullback to like a 9 EMA or short-term moving average, whichever one you want to use, really. It doesn't have to be the 9. I use the 9 because the MACD, right, kind of plays in with it. And I know that traders look at the MACD and they're looking for the cross, so that's why I use the 9, because it's the signal, right? But I think this is the way to do it, guys. And I think that if we want to win as retail traders, what do we want to do? We want to focus in on the flavor of the day. What's the flavor of the day every time when you come in? And you're going to find that if you have a good watch list, like I do, I put like 50 names under that watch list, and I just look at right at the open, and it depends at the open. I look at percentage change from the open, and I look at what's leading there. Are there 3 or 4 names? Is it quantum? Oh, it might be a quantum day. Let me go looking in there. Oh, Rigetti's leading? Let's go look at QUBT, QBTS. Maybe we can find one that's lagging or doing a red to green move while the other ones are just doing a gap and go.
Yeah, you know, fantastic stuff. So yeah, so another thing, as for the competition, who's leading it? How much cash are they up? Where are you sitting from a ranking standpoint? How's that going on?
Well, right now, I got to get the new updated list, but definitely we have some traders just kicking butt right now. They're making me swing harder and harder, and that's how you know they're doing well. So I'm excited to see who takes the top position. I remember last time, $1 million wasn't enough. So we'll see what happens this time, right? 100%. So going to be pushing towards getting towards that 500,000 level. I'm going to be looking to see who gets up there. Right now, I'm still keeping an eye on this GWH to see if it goes for another ride up. Definitely holding in on the 10 here. So let's see if we can get this next push up, right? I've been in this one for multiple times. Let's see if we can really get another push up into that level and start to find some buyers here. And I want to tell you guys about my best pattern, which is the rule of 3. So the rule of 3 says we always get 3 tests of resistance, 3 tests of support before we get the breakout. So I actually look for these all the time. This gives me the ability to look at flag patterns and triangle patterns. And instead of trying to always get in and look for the breakout, actually build the position up, right? So in this case, like on this stock, you get in a breakout, a pull back, a breakout, a pull back, a breakout. Now this last pullback gives you a lot of wick action, showing you buyers over here in this area. That's what I look for when I'm looking at these styles of trades. It's called the rule of 3. A lot of traders look at these. When I started really looking at these is when I was looking more at like line charts of flag patterns, and I'm still studying to do my CMT. So these are the types of things that I really look into. And the rule of 3 is so good. That's the only time I've ever been where I've come up with something that I'm like, I don't know if I want to give it away.
Yeah, no, fantastic stuff, and keep us updated on who's leading that race there, and the cash that they're raking in, Mitch. So much appreciated.
The only way we know how to do it. Ready to go to those Blue Jay game too. You guys heard me.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a winning type of day. Let's
so,
keep it going.
So you're rooting for the Blue Jays, right?
Oh, of course, man.
Okay,
Got to, man.
All right.
I'm mad my man Bochette. Bochette is out right
yeah,
now.
I know. Bochette's out. He's got the
Bochette.
hamstring. So yeah, let's see what we got going on. Hey, they need to tie it up. It's never good when the opposing team takes that first game, especially away, not necessarily the home team there. So a little bit of a tougher look. But guys, here it goes. We're starting to head a little bit south now on the TQs trade. This is the support level we were referring to earlier, and you can see the momentum really start to pick up. Look at the weakness in the tape as you had those bids starting to slam, and there it is, bang, bang, bang. We're going to hold this all the way to target. That's going to be 102.50, so let's see if we can continue to rock and roll full-size diamond hands this one. If it's working, Obi, today, I think we have to allow it to. And what I was referring to yesterday is the fact that, or sorry, not yesterday, as for Friday, I don't think that sellers are just going to absolutely disappear just like that.
No.
So I think you had to be patient enough to wait for some solid opportunities. And sure enough, there it is, as we're right at the neckline on the TQ. Should I take a little bit to make it look pretty? No, I'm going to try to go for that full risk and wait for that 102.50. At that point, we will take 75% off there.
Nice. Great trade, man. I'm glad that's working out. And what a snipe off of the highs there. False break of those prior highs, prior structure.
Appreciate that.
And as soon as that uptrend breaks, absolutely solid entry there. So good stuff. I'm kind of waiting. I'm watching this BBAI as well right now. That arm is continuing to hold that trend and continues to push up. But kind of going back to what Mitch was talking about, I love the top-down approach that he's talking about. I kind of that relates to me as well. I don't necessarily look at like in terms of like from a sector top-down approach, but in terms of like time frame, I'm definitely doing a top-down approach, looking at stuff from all the way from like multi-month charts all the way down to like minute charts as well.
Yeah, you like the monthly charts.
Yeah, I'd love the monthly charts because I want to again, similar concept, right? You want all different kinds of players, all different kinds of participants, all coming together at a given point, and maybe at that point you'll find that price action can get a little bit interesting, can get a little bit explosive or directional as well. So that's kind of what I like to look for, and the distinct difference as well. Which one of these is not like the other in the sector, right? Yeah. We kind of talked about the quantum sector today, and there are a few names that are distinctly different. Some of them are not as strong. Some of them are just blasting to the upside. Right, similar with the nuclear reactors. Not all of them are looking the same. Some of them are very, very strong. So that distinct difference can definitely give you opportunity as well. So I definitely like the conversations that we're having here.
Absolutely.
But let's have some conversations in the chat, man. What are you guys trading? Where are your guys' eyes looking at right now? Because I'm not really seeing anything too much. Yeah, I know BBAI is going. A lot of people talking about BBAI in the chat, but look at that. I'm not really chasing any of these prices to the highs right there. Yes, it is going. A lot of people are talking about this. There's a lot of buzz, and it seems like just holding that structure and continuing to push higher. So let's do a quick check of some of these volume gainers, and yeah, of course, BBAI is going to be top of the list there. How much volume has this thing done? 170 million almost. All right. ELBM didn't really participate in that. Plug Power, I guess, this one kind of moving around as well. Okay, so last week this was in the news, I think, or kind of had some sort of relative volume for some reason, and just trading within its range from last week. Nothing too crazy. GWH, we've been talking about this one as well. A little bit of a breather all the way back down from 13s to $10, but you can see still holding this general trend that we've been making for the past couple of days here. This is Power Hour, oh boy, and let's see what some things are doing here. Tesla's pulling back here, so reversion on Tesla might be the one as it pulls back in, and again, we know Joe's in the short. The market's definitely pulling back in as well, so some confluence on that one. Relative strength there on Google, man. I'm watching that Google pretty closely as well. I know I said I would probably get long this one in the personal if I had one stock to kind of participate in. But funny enough, as much as I talk smack about Apple and their products.
Yeah.
That's one of my biggest holdings in the
long term.
Yeah.
All right. Well, rightfully so. You can talk smack about it.
No, for sure. It's just like I might not like what they do, but like I can't deny the market. I can't deny the market.
Exactly.
I have to listen to what the market tells me.
What is it?
Everybody and their mother has an iPhone. You know what I mean? It's just everyone has one.
Except for you.
I mean, I don't have one, but my mom does have one. So, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. No, so it's a cult following, right?
It is.
And it's over time you start to realize that some of the best longs and some of the best swings and some of the best ideas hold because people are positioning into them. They have strong sentiment, and it's something to watch out for. And Apple definitely is very, very strong in those. But that same kind of price action you can say for something like a Quantum. Maybe they don't make the money, they don't have the fundamentals.
Yeah, they don't got it.
But they
yet.
still have people positioning in. They have people. It's a cult-like following. That's why the price action is like that.
Nice.
Right? It's just like it's very interesting to watch. But yeah, Apple, one of the strongest cults for sure. That's why I definitely want to have Apple in my portfolio for that. But
for sure.
Yeah, of course.
For me,
I had a little bit of a scare at the beginning of the year. I'm like, oh boy, this is coming in real close. But
yeah.
Yeah.
Years
and I didn't. No, not after years of holding. Just after a couple years of holding.
Okay.
That thing's what are we trading at right now? 200 somethings on Apple, 250.
Yeah.
250.
Are you? Let me ask you this question: are you buying anything up here?
I actually recently bought something, but it's not related to anything. I'm not going to say.
You're not going to disclose that? Fair enough. All right.
You saw what my last swing was. I mean, since I joined the floor, I've only talked about 2 stocks for swinging.
Which were?
And those have been absolute bangers. Again, not.
What were your 2?
I've talked about one of them, so I can on the show. So I'm down to talk about that one.
Okay.
And that's Bombardier.
Oh,
right?
okay.
So have you seen what Bombardier's been doing? Let's go straight up to a weekly chart. So in terms of swings, I'm very similar to that kind of concept of my day trading. Quality over quantity. I bought this in 2022.
All right.
Or 2021, something like that. In and around here. Right? And this is what this stock is doing. This is now Bombardier, Canadian classic. You know, the government's not going to let this one fail, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And this one was beat down. I mean, it was beat down. This was a sub $5 stock.
Yeah.
They had a forward split. I think they had a 25 to 1. Yeah, there you go.
Did they actually have
25? A forward split.
Damn.
Right? Boom, boom, boom. And that was the swing. I took some off in the 160s. I'm still holding about 70% of it here as a 200, but absolutely crazy, right? So it's stuff like this that I like to swing. I only need a couple of these in my life. I only need a couple of these in my life.
It's
a
true.
Few of them. Maybe a couple is a little too less.
Well, I mean,
but I only need a few of these, and it took 4 years to pan out. I didn't know it was going to do this.
Yeah.
Dude, I started looking at I started getting alerts in my portfolio when it started going parabolic from 120 to 140s. I was like, oh boy. You know what the TSX is doing. Canadian stock market is absolutely running.
Nuts.
Look at the TSX.
It's nuts.
Like, forget about Bombardier. Sure, that's a crazy parabolic move, and maybe we're getting some government deals. I don't know. But the bid is definitely there. The sentiment is there. Our banks are strong. Our resource stocks are strong. But look at the composite. Right here, all-time high.
What the
strong push.
hell?
That's the TSX.
Yeah, I know. It's
right?
insane.
And look at some of our banks. Look at TD. Look at RY. Right.
TD has never been.
Look at TD.
Is that TD?
This is TD on the weekly.
No way.
Look at RY. Like, what do you like? You know what I mean? This is stuff that we use.
Go pull up
like
TD on the
I
monthly.
use RY. Look at TD on the
monthly.
monthly.
I want to
see. So you want to see it on 1 month or 3 month?
3 month. Longer duration.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah. I like 3 month. Look at this consolidation breakout.
What the day?
Look at the breakout.
I don't remember.
Right? Look at the breakout. If I didn't show you the time frame, like, are you taking this breakout? That's a breakout. That's a consolidation, failure to follow through, level hold, and then a breakout of 90, and now we're trading at 109. Right? So it's always good to watch higher time frames when a lot of things start to confluence. Right? And a lot of players start to look at the similar things. It's absolutely crazy. Yes, Hangry Wife saying OB is excited. Yeah, I get a little excited sometimes because it's not because like the trade is working, but take a look at that price action. Man. It's so beautiful the way it told you it's building.
Bang.
It basically spoke to you. The question is, were you actually listening?
Ooh.
Right? That's a question I always ask myself. So Los Pollos Hermanos say Obi should have bought NVIDIA 4 years ago. Yeah, exactly. That was a better trade for sure.
Yeah,
that was a better trade for sure.
You could do that all day.
Right?
You
I
can
be
literally go around
you
that
could
bush all
have
day.
bought the S&P, you could have bought this, that, and the other. It doesn't matter. This is what I had, and that's what worked, right? That's what I believe in. I had one other stock.
All day I could do that.
I like to go with I think Buffett used to say this. So diversification is great if you don't know what you're doing.
Is that what he actually said?
I mean, in a sense, it's like diversification doesn't make sense for a player that knows what they're doing.
That's a little bit of a spiel that I was putting on not too long ago, and I didn't know
like why would you diversify if you're confident in your abilities and you're confident in your trades? It doesn't make any sense, right?
No.
If you have the ability to, and if you have the stats and the systems to kind of get into those undervalued stocks, and you have something that works, why? Doesn't make sense. Why would I diversify? Because I'm unsure?
Yeah.
Because I'm scared of risk? Because I want to hedge?
Come on, dude. There's a valid point.
You know what I mean? Like I don't think that really makes sense. Diversification, I think it's great if you don't have like for example, my sister literally messaged me. Funny enough, I'm so proud of her. Friday, she's like, "Hey, I bought some. I bought some SPY and Qs." I was like, "Absolutely beautiful." I'm like, "Get ready to buy some more lower." Right? I'm like, if it goes lower, it's funny. I think it was was it Peter Thiel or I remember I forget.
Peter Lynch?
Yes. Okay. So Peter Lynch has this thing on market cycles. It's funny. Darren knows that because we were talking about this with Jose in the back just last week. He's like, the market pulls back sometimes.
Yeah.
The market pulls back. Sometimes it pulls back 10%. Sometimes it pulls back
a little bit
15%. Sometimes it pulls back 25%. You have to know over time that if you're invested in stocks, the market will pull back, and you have to be okay with that, right? And it's over time, it's almost periodic. Every 5 to 10 years, every 6 years, every 15 years, we have one of these pullbacks.
Yep.
So the question becomes, are you going to be the one who's panic selling during those sell-offs, or are you going to be the one being like, oh, things are on sale, so I want to buy?
Exactly.
Right? Like if you look at higher time frame charts, like dude, like stocks only go up. The S&P 500 is almost rigged to do well. It literally takes in the best performers and kicks out the worst performers.
Yeah.
And if you look at the M2 curve, the money supply curve, if you print more money,
it's only going to go up. It's only going to go up at the end of the day.
You know what I mean? People talk about, inflationary pressures are not necessarily here. I said this last week. I don't know what you're talking about, but it cost me more dollars to buy my same stocks.
Well, they also go up as well too, so that could explain a little bit more there. I mean, if the price is going to appreciate, then sure enough, it's going to cost a little bit more. But I agree with what you have to say as for the diversification. As for inflation, I think that's more based on goods, right, and services.
There's a lot more other factors, but I'm just making a point there.
I get what you're saying. So for me personally, my greatest, I guess, investment of all time was the marijuana stocks. And that was there was no diversification there. It was just all in on those. But yeah, if you have the conviction behind it, I have some good friends that have made quite a bit of money with just holding one names and conviction and holding on to them. I like the fact that you brought up the multi-years that it took to get that. Things aren't going to happen overnight. So that's what I was talking a little bit about Bitcoin and stuff too. It all depends on your risk. But these halving cycles are almost they have a high probability that you're going to see an appreciation within the actual underlying asset itself. Is it guaranteed? Absolutely not. But if you go back from previous data and previous halving cycles, look what's happened. And that's just kind of where my mentality lays. And this is what I was talking about there, guys. Let's get back into these markets and see what we got going on. I don't have the bang, which is unfortunate, but there it is. We did take some off where we were telling at 102.80, just south of that support level, just in case we got that bounce. And sure enough, we did. Is this going to be a reload opportunity? Possibly. Let's be patient. Google was on an absolute grinder today. So congratulations to that name. We did take an attempt on the longs, and we didn't have the ability to stick through it. It didn't sell off as aggressively as some of the other names did on Friday, and now we're starting to see a solid recovery. But Obi, tell us what you got.
All right, guys. So in Africa, a new generation of leaders is rising. The woman boss empowers them. Provide training and mentorship to the women and girls that need to start businesses, create change, and build sustainable futures. We've already impacted over 10,000 lives. Your contribution creates the next opportunity. Scan the QR code now and empower the next woman leader today. What's going on, Mitch? Let us know.
What's going on, guys? I'm looking at a trade here, USAR, right? Keeping an eye on this name. We've been watching this name for a long time. So one of the things you can clearly see here is kind of the structure getting built. And this is the pattern that I've been telling everybody about, that liquidity, right? So you can see how this sets up really well here. But right here, there's this little wash before the green comes in, right? And this is what I've been talking about to traders, right? Well, if you set your stop right there at this support right there, well, you got washed on that move right there to the 39. And now it's right back up through the 40. Let's see if it can start to climb through this 40, 50 spot. That's really where I could start seeing some bigger strength come into this. But these are the exact patterns that I've been looking at more and more. This slight little undercut here, those liquidity moves can really help you start gaining some nice quick green, right? You see it right after that. The buying comes right in. Now you look on the tape to start seeing if you're seeing more of that offer versus what it was doing in that pullback, a lot of bid action.
Action, yeah, good look out there, Mitch, as always. Yeah, just let us know, brother, if you have anything that you're keeping your eye out on, or you're in any position, just tune in without any question, and we'll get you involved in the conversations for sure. But yeah, a lot of people are saying AMD potential bottom. I don't love the long right now, considering that we just have that steady downtrend. Is this going to be a reload opportunity on the TQs? Possibly. Let's wait until we come up to 103.30. Glad we took a little piece off there, so now we're at a break-even stop. But this candle, yes, the volume is starting to kick in, but there is a little bit of selling pressure still within these 5-minute prints there, guys. So keep an eye out on that one. If more of this wick does get complete and filled, then just wait for it to kind of maybe sell a little bit more, cool off, and then the turnaround. See, the thing is, we can't always expect a V-shaped reversal. That's just not the reality of the market. Things take a while to turn around, so you might get that in AMD. Google's still climbing higher, NVDA south of the volume weighted average price, Apple heading back into VWAP as well. So we never got that pop up here. We'll still be a little bit patient. If we do get that move into this support level, which was support level was now can act as possible resistance, then we'll add into that position and look for the primary target of the volume weighted average price. I would not be surprised by the end of the day if we fall into that area, and that's exactly what I'm looking for right now, Obi.
Nice.
Excuse me. Let's take a look at the SPYs options activity to see if there's anything that catches our eye. There's going to be a lot of volume stepping in. We'll always have hundreds of thousands of contracts, but we want to see around 500,000 if we are going to get that type of volume. So you can see the concentration through 161 all the way to 666. Okay, 666. We don't necessarily like that one there. But yeah, there it is. The most volume, and OI is at that 663, not OI, sorry, just volume there. So a lot of these contracts are starting to be closed, to get to your point there, Jag. So, refresh them. I'm out of the chat now. So hopefully that answered your question a little bit. Here comes the TQs. I'm not going to chase the reload right here, but we have the ability to hold it from 50s all the way down to 102.81 when we decided to piece a little bit out, still holding on to 90% of the position, and we're going to continue to do so until we hit that primary target. That is VWAP. Now, as for our scanners as well, too, guys, SQQs, choppy, RGTI, these quantum names have been absolutely insane. Let's take a look at it from a daily perspective, and bang, you're just blowing. Oh my days, this stuff is insane. This is insane. From September earlier in the month, literally just over a month from today, we'll try to see if we can find it. We'll go to the 12th. 240%. This quantum space is just going absolute parabolic. There's no questioning that. QUBT, a little bit more subdued, hasn't been participating like its peers. IonQ, I'm going to bring in Mitch here because he loves talking about leaders to laggards. I want to get his opinion on why necessarily we have the likes of QBTS continuing to climb, Rigetti continuing to climb, QuantumScape punching through some levels. Why is in QUBT participating, and could we see a possible rotation into some of these laggards here, Mitch?
Yeah, I think you definitely have to look for it. Like a recent one that just started going is QMCO that was like left in the dead, right, for a little while. This is just like also algos trying to pick up, right? They're trying to pick up the theme. That's why I do it, right? And really the leader, IonQ, is what really got this party started. I think that's the name that you got to continue watching. And that's the name that's going to continue leading up. It actually has something underneath the belt. I've talked to Niccolo De Masi when he actually first brought this company through SPAC, right? This is a SPAC, right? Not all of them lost. This one's a really good one. IonQ, it's continuing and it's about to almost break the daily high. Actually, I think you're through that high already. So this is the name that just keeps the party going. Leaders to laggard, right? That's why I look at IonQ and what followed, Rigetti, and then you got different ones that have different gas pedal, right? And that's what you want to be finding. What's one that's smaller but has that gas pedal? You see how these all went. If you look at the chart, it's right after IonQ. So the tip also is that you don't got to catch the leader. Look for that laggard style play. You might just catch a winner.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And there's one thing that I kind of want to lead to as well here, Mitch. So we noticed that we have the IonQs, the RGTIs, they're leading the space right now. We can go across the board and there's a lot of them climbing higher. But what happens, and I'm curious on your opinion, so what happens to the laggard that if the leaders start to continuously sell off and you experience that 15, that 20% pullback, what can you see in that laggard? Do you think that they have the ability to play catch up, or do they get hit equally as bad as some of the leaders were before?
Yeah, you want to see the leader kind of continuing on, right? Even when the pullback. A perfect example is Bloom Energy and FLNC. So Bloom Energy kept going higher and higher, and I was using it as an indicator to stay in FLNC. FLNC was on a pullback flag pattern. Why? The more speculative name, not as good on the fundamental side, doesn't have the diversification that Bloom Energy has. So watching that name continuing to tick higher was the way to maybe play some of that lag. Another thing to do is when the leader takes that big fall, right, that's the day that you really need to take a look at the smaller one. If it doesn't fall, there's a reason why, right? As simple as that. And I think that that's what you need to be looking for, right? They're going to tell you there's going to be a leader takedown, right? And with that, you can also look for short opportunities this week. At some point, this euphoria is going to break, right? And these stocks are going to be extended on the upside. So I don't got to catch IonQ, but I can definitely catch the others after IonQ breaks.
Yeah, I love it. Love it. Fantastic stuff there, brother. Good as always. As always. I mean, we're still short the overall market here, Mitch. We're starting to pull back a little bit here. I got to keep my eye on some of these bigger names and what they're up to. I know OKLO has been on an absolute monster tear. Google's still grinding around those highs. Amazon, see, this is my next trade, but I believe that there's some weight on its shoulders just due to the tariff issues with China. But watch out, anything south of 215 and even 210. If we can get into Amazon south of 210, I'm going to be an absolute buyer of this name. AWS is a monster and continuing on its growth cycle. Same with some of these cloud providers as well too. So once those numbers get in, if we can get in a good price before then, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some topside movement. I was, man, oh man, like you have these names, 150 back in October. You had, where was Amazon trading at $100 again? And it's like, you just have to pick up some of these names, especially when you got so much cash on hand. Obviously, there's a little bit of a margin issue with the China products and everything along those lines, but you have to be, I don't know if it's to say, swaying from the e-commerce aspect of Amazon because that's still an absolute giant and dominating the space, but you have to look at the emerging sectors within it, and that's Amazon Web Services, and I'm going to expect that space to continue to grow, and that's why I really want to get involved in Amazon. Why? Because a lot of these Mag 7s, with the exception of Tesla, a lot of them have put in new all-time highs, and we have yet to do so in Amazon, still down roughly 10% from that previous high. So that's why I want to be a buyer of this name. We can go through a couple of the mags. That's Apple. Same thing, but it got significantly closer from that peak, only 1% before it decided to sell off. Sharif and I were talking about this consolidation, and we thought that we would continue to the top side here. Not necessarily the case. You have this liquidity grab of the aggressive selling, a lot of the heavier reliant Chinese companies that are reliant on China selling more aggressively, and that's why I think we've seen in the likes of Apple and in Amazon some aggressive selling, but I like this. Obi brought us to this, told us this earlier in the day and mentioned it, is that I think coming with experience, that it's like, okay, you don't necessarily panic, even though you can get out of positions. That doesn't mean panic, but now you're sitting on some cash and it's gonna allow you to buy in at some lower prices. So that's exactly what I'm looking for, especially with these hyperscalers. You give me a lower price, I'm getting involved, Obi. Is that, no way. Oh, I thought that was an intraday standpoint.
Yeah, we'll go back to that chart in a second. We'll be right back from Madeira.
Mind you guys, tomorrow we're getting bank earnings. What if you're looking for more info on bank earnings? Check out X at TTV Research because I have a whole bunch for you. This infographic was actually posted over the weekend. So what it does here is it shows the EPS estimate and revenue estimate for 6 of the major banks reporting. So these first 4, JP Morgan all the way to Goldman Sachs, they report tomorrow morning. The last 2, Goldman Sachs and Bank of America, they're going to be reporting on Wednesday morning. Either way, this is all available in one handy infographic on X at TTV Research. But the banks aren't the only thing reporting tomorrow morning. With that in mind, here is a very detailed look at 9 of the biggest names set to report tomorrow morning. You've got Ericsson, BlackRock, Domino's Pizza, Johnson & Johnson, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, Albertsons, and Citigroup. Again, X at TTV Research. I just dropped this post, guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much. Always test in the chat saying thanks for the lead on that QBTX play. I smoked that. Yeah, no, congrats. I didn't even know QBTX was a thing, man. And sometimes that's what happens. You find some stocks or some ETFs by mistake, and you're like, oh boy, this thing is it's more than valid. And sad Peb in the chat saying, Obi, your long would be green now. And I think you're talking about Tesla because I do have eyes on Tesla. And yeah, Tesla's back above 435s. But here's the thing, man. Sure, long would have been green right now, but that wasn't the trade I was looking for at the moment, right? So it is what it is. There's a lot of trades that I'll miss, and you'll hear Neil say this often, and I take this advice from him, and I'm getting better at taking it as well. You have to be able to miss the trade to take the trade, and he quotes that quote that a prior trader that used to come on the floor, a legendary trader, used to kind of say that to him as well, and I'm trying to kind of manifest some of that into my trading. But the chart I was looking at, and Joe was like, oh boy, was the 3 month. We're talking about overextensions, and I'm looking at the 3-month chart here on Palantir, right? 3-month chart has not looked back since this 43 break, right? And that happened earlier this year. Absolutely crazy push on a higher time frame on this one. Like, is there any strong reason to sell on this chart? I don't know. We hit a flat 190 high there, and it seems like we're poised for a little bit more. And I was just like, we can just use a simple definition of like, look, since the beginning of this bid, where that volume steps in, this is a higher time frame chart. The prior bar low has not broken. So if we were to define trend in one way or another, you can see that it's definitely overextended. So it's going to lag, like it's overextended from moving averages or what have you. Those are going to be lagging behind significantly. So just using a prior bar low might be an interesting option as well. You can see it has not violated that since April of 2023. So the question becomes, everyone's like, oh, where's the top on Palantir? Well, this might be a good definition of trend to finally be like, all right, I don't have to clip the top. I don't have to catch the top. But where is the real sign of sellers kind of coming in? And that's what I was like, okay. So Palantir, absolutely beautiful there. So I found that quote. I didn't want to butcher it anymore. But so the Warren Buffett quote that I was saying.
Yeah, yeah.
So the quote specifically is, he famously said that diversification is a protection against ignorance. It makes little sense if you know what you're doing, right? And we found that out. That's come to be true in today's market.
Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
If you were like, oh, AI sentiment is absolutely wild, and a lot of people are positioning into some of these names, you didn't really have to diversify a lot. Right? If you picked a couple of strong names, why would you want to buy other names, right? But if that was your case, we recently saw a post about a trader who was a school professor. Yeah. And in 3 months, he had a sub $1 million account. Yeah. In 3 months, this guy bet heavy, hard and heavy, because he had the conviction on all of the mineral and the rare earth plays as well. Yeah. This guy his account goes from sub million to 20 million in 3 months.
That's nice.
That's conviction. Why do you need to diversify in anything else?
Yeah.
if you know what you're doing. And it's like, it just goes to show. It's like, if you look around and you look at certain market participants, you know that to be a fact. And you know, if Buffett's saying it, it might hold some sort of value, right? So anyways, that's a bit of a
Would you classify, so if I were to just go, say I were to allocate all my capital into SPY, would you classify that as diversification?
Just all capital to SPY?
Just SPY.
I think it's a diversified product.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect answer. That's very, very well said. All right, guys. So this is it, TQs. Obi, we get that move all the way down, but we just couldn't get to VWAP. So we're not going to allow a winning trade to turn into a loser. So that's why we just get out at that break even. I took only 20% off right here and was leaving the rest and now starting to come back in. So a little bit of a squeeze, PA. There is some indecision prints around these highs, but there it is. You bounce right up at some key support levels and then you head right back towards that high of the day. And now you're starting to come back in a little bit more again. So that's exactly what happened there. Now, as for, okay, cool. So yeah, okay, sorry, I'm not tapped in. Mitch, what do you got for us, brother?
Yeah, I just want to talk about the conversation you were talking about, concentration and names and diversification and that kind of game. I think it's very important, especially if you're a trader out there, you maybe do swing trading or something like that, right? One of the things that I really learned from is some of the best kind of swing traders and trend traders that trade higher, right? One of the things that you see is that what they preach a lot is to play less and play strong in the high conviction names, right? But the question is, how do I find high conviction names, right? Well, I always talk about having a combination of variables. There's 4 major variables, right? There's story, there's fundamentals, there's technicals, and then there's the overall market. When you can have all 4 variables playing into your stock, those are gonna give you higher conviction to go ahead and load the boat, right? You only wanna be loading the boat if all 4 agree, because it can happen where you have a good story, a good fundamentals, good technicals, but then the overall market's just coming down on you, right? And then you can't fight the market, right? You can't fight the trend. But when you have this type of market, like we do right now, euphoric market, there's looking for technical breakouts, right? We're all seeing these technical breakouts. Then you want to find a name that actually has decent fundamentals and has been left behind. And then now all you need is a story to get hot, right? That's what happened to the nuclear space. These stocks like SMR, NNE, no one was watching them for a long time. And then what happened? The story started to develop. Story develops, that leads into fundamentals, that leads to technical breakouts, and then all you need is a euphoric market.
There, Mitch.
Some fuel for the fire.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely solid. Yeah, no,
That's what we're looking for. That's what we're always looking for. And you need to ask yourself, what is the market doing with my play right now, right? Is it the time for euphoria, right? Is it time for continued illogical style move, right? It's not about logic and illogic, guys. It's about catching and making money, right? And if you fight that and you try to say, oh no, but this stock can't go higher, we all know how those stocks usually do. They go higher.
They go higher. Yeah.
I mean, look at Tesla for an example. I think Tesla is by far a prime example of a stair-step squeeze. How many times over the past few years have you had like strong bearish sentiment on Tesla? They're like, oh, they don't even make money. They don't even, you know, their P's, this, that, and the other. But here's the thing: it's another cult following.
Yeah.
The positioning is there. The technicals are there. Right, the fundamentals, yeah, they're definitely. I think they're definitely there, and you know, everyone can have different definition of what kind of fundamentals they think are strong for a longer time frame or a bigger picture. Like, you know, you want to maybe find things that are somewhat undervalued as well. But yeah, no, I definitely agree with Mitch there. You have to have a confluence of factors, and when you tick all of those boxes for your list, those are going to give you some of the best opportunities. And if you're missing one or two, it's nowhere near how close it could potentially be. Odyssey Fights in the chat saying bought 200 shares of QBTS earlier this year, up over 70K. Wish I had bought more and not been more diverse. Would have been up 400K if I had the conviction in it.
Hey,
man.
I hear a lot of wish in that.
Yeah.
You did great, man. Give yourself a pat on the back.
Exactly.
Right? I always say that, you know, sometimes you're not going to get the meat of the move either. But the truth is, it's about trading well. Right? You got to give yourself the pat on the back. We fight ourselves too much as traders sometimes. And one of the things I think is very important is giving yourself positive reinforcement when you actually do something well.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
That's absolutely solid. Have you read the book The Gap and the Gain?
No, I got to check that
So
one out.
it kind of covers that concept. So it's a short book, absolutely game-changing for sure, in terms of like really adapting that mental of being like, okay, we always talk about, you know, like, oh, this is, I need to work better on this. I need to do this. I'm not doing this well. I'm not doing that well. But comparing yourself to who you were maybe last week or last year or last month or whatever it is, and just giving yourself that encouragement and being like, look how far I've actually come.
Exactly.
Right? Using that as a sense of measurement as well. You can, otherwise, you can be like, oh, I've been trying to work on this for a whole year and it's not really giving me any sort of results. But that's just looking at the negative. I really like that point. You have to be able to find the silver lining, pat yourself on the back for the stuff that you have been improving on, so that you encourage yourself to improve even more. And that's a growth thing, right? That's not, that has nothing to do with trading. I mean, but it has everything to do with life.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you've been in this game for some time, everybody has those thoughts where it's like, if I just had a little bit more, the story would be completely different. We can talk about that until we're blue in the face. But unfortunately, that's not the reality of trading. You put on what you put on, and if you had more conviction, you would have put on a little bit more. And I think that's a massive lesson for traders to learn. We talk about the conviction, and if you have the higher probability in your favor, then just put on the size. Don't go with that what-if history. Just do it, and if it works out, then congratulations, you put on that monster trade and you can talk about it after. But I'm pretty sure everyone in this room can say, oh, imagine if I just went in all on this name.
And this is perfect talk, because I think one of the most important things, and we talk about limited risk often at Trade the Pool, is everyone can usually, when they get into trading for like a year or two, it takes a little bit, but they get to the point where they're good at risk management. But there's very few that can actually know how to put risk on. This is the thing that's going to separate you in the day trading business, right? It's not necessarily about taking those quick stop outs. It's how do I know when to actually size up and hit the gas pedal?
Exactly.
Because that's when you're going to make that big equity move, right? What we're trying to do is essentially ride the equity curve, take very small downturns. And how do you do that? You hit the brake pedal when things are not working, right? But then when it starts to work, hit the gas pedal to get that equity curve right back through that. That's how you start to really gain on a linear fashion on your equity curve.
Absolutely. Once you start exponentially bet sizing, and it takes time, right? It's a trial and error process. You're going to go heavy on a couple attempts, and it's not going to go in your favor. But once you understand why and everything, you break it down. Where did I go wrong? You correct that, and then sure enough, when you see that opportunity arise once again, that gives you ability to really put on that side.
Yeah, and I can tell you as a trader that was trading before Trade the Pool existed and took a lot of hits like that, right? Painful hits, you know, your life savings kind of hits. That's what we're trying to avoid. That's why Trade the Pool was made in the first place. It's to get you the ability to trade often and take these kind of shots. Then you'll learn when do I know what's an A+ setup or a C setup, right? Distinguishing the setups and having conviction is really how the top traders are making it. They're not just trading everything underneath the sun, right? They're looking, they're making plans, and making sure that the day's action actually commits to that plan, right? And I think that's the hardest thing that a lot of traders do. They get a nice little pre-market setup, then the market opens, and they don't ask themselves, what is actually happening today?
Yeah, fantastic stuff. And I think it's really important. It's a skill that takes quite some time to kind of hone in and perfect. But once you do, you know. So guys, I talk about this all the time. It's like, okay, yeah, I love trading contracts, I love trading options, but not every scenario requires options contracts or options trading. I talk about the hybrid system. You go from a share standpoint, and then when the thesis starts working out is when you can really start to leverage your system and that specific trade. So that's what I talk about all the time, is that I like a starter, I like to get my feet wet with some shares, and then once the thesis is panning out, then it gives us the ability to use these leverage derivatives and really make that trade as large as we possibly can. And we talk about this. I think being selective is really important. You don't want to be in everything from a swing trading standpoint. I like certain things, but I want to stick with names that are repeat offenders in the direction that I'm looking for. And then I also want to have the ability to just put on that size, as I mentioned before. And I don't trade that many that often, but I have no issue with sitting in a swing trade trade for a couple of weeks or a month. At that point, and I mean, but not sitting stagnant and going negative, but it working and to see if it's going to continue to work. But at some point, you have to come to the realization is like, hey, this might be the top, and this is all that the trade is going to provide me. And that's exactly what happened with the IBIT position, with my Ethereum position after the Genius Act. Is like, okay, the market isn't going to provide me anymore. Don't be greedy and take that position off and wait and be patient for that next opportunity. All right, so that's what I look for. You don't always have to be, whether it be day trading or swing trading, you don't need to be in something all the time. Be more selective. Find those higher quality setups, and with that, you're going to have the higher probability in your favor, and I think that's an extremely important thing to understand, all right? So yeah, stopped out break even on the TQs. Everything else seems a little bit quiet now, Obi. Google putting in a new high of the day. Who does it think it is on today's session? So now engulfing Fridays, we've blown past that top there, Obi. I did not think that was going to be in the works today.
It was building
What did we say
it,
on Friday evening? We said if we go north of this, this is going to be insane. So that shows you that there's almost no fear in this market. Speaking of fear, let's take a look at the VIX and see what that's up to.
That was above 20 this morning, or was above 20.
It was like 22 at some point. All right, let's get that ad done, and then we're gonna pull up the VIX here.
All right, guys, traders, listen up. First month free. That's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite. Analyze, strategize, and capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips. It's an all-in-one platform, so don't miss out and execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading? Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. All right, man. Yeah, no, I think you bring up some great points there. Yeah, the VIX was 20 this morning. 22 on Friday. Absolutely crazy. And I got all my alerts, and I'm like, all right, it's game time, right? VIX above 20. I love that environment. It's solid. We've been seeing the signs of potential selling. Even a couple of weeks ago, I don't know if you remember, I was like, yo, the VIX is starting to wind up. Yeah. Starting to step up, starting to wind up. You know, it's interesting how even volatility starts to kind of, you know, give you signs of building up, and then all of a sudden, boom! All it takes is one sort of event. But yeah, no, man, you gotta be thankful, you gotta be grateful, and yeah, you know what? Going back to the comment of, like, you know, maybe you would have been up 400K. Hey, man, like Mitch said, you didn't catch. It's okay, you didn't catch the meat of the move, but at least you took a bite. Right, at least you took a bite, and that's what matters. And you got to think about, sure, maybe you have some regrets, but no regrets. Right? What can you do better next time? How are you gonna? You were able to identify the trade, right? You were able to identify it. You had conviction. You said to start off with. So how do you stick with it, right? I think that's definitely a big part of the puzzle there as well. But yeah, let me know going into the end of the day here. Not really seeing too much. We got only about 22 minutes left. Joe, so yeah, closing imbalances may be something here. Yeah, Google's the strongest here, pushing up even higher, 243.95s, and yeah, that is something that I said last week. I was like, if we break these highs, that could poise us for an interesting level of maybe price action here. But we'll see. That 25,000 that we've been knocking on the NASDAQ didn't really come in today, so things might be just relatively strong there. And funny enough, I was like, oh, if you want to pick one stock, which one would you own out of all of them? Yeah. I didn't even look at Google's chart. I was just like, yeah, just Google. And it's like it has so much relative strength on the.
Regardless of the chart,
what they're a part of, what they do. And I think it just goes for itself. It speaks for itself, where you can be like, yeah, these guys are going to be around for a while. Right, these guys are going to be around for a while.
They ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, they've got their hands and feet in a lot of different things, and Amazon's a similar one. Amazon's a very similar company as well. They do a lot of different things. They're into cloud, they're into retail, they're into whatever, a lot of different things. And they're one of the biggest I guess postal companies
Amazon
as well, right?
Yeah, exactly,
so
exactly.
It's just like there comes a time where it's just like, okay, these guys really have to mess up. They have to really mess up for.
They can just buy their way out of any issue, though. That's how much cash they have. At any
too big
point,
to fail?
They're too almost.
Is that a real thing? I don't know. But yeah, they fit the definition.
Okay, well, I mean, aside from the dot-com bubble, right? Yeah. Well, I wasn't trading then. You weren't trading during the dot-com bubble.
Yeah, but what were some of the market leaders? GE was a market leader.
Cisco was the most.
Cisco was huge. Yahoo
Cisco was the largest company in the thing. But again, I don't want to get into too much of what I don't exactly know. But what I do know is that they didn't have the cash that these current companies have.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's, for me personally, it's like, okay, we've seen in the likes of Google with its antitrust. Okay, yeah, that's gone. They're going to pay a fine. They have to share some of their data. Boom, the stock goes absolutely parabolic. Again, these guys have so much cash that it's hard for them to fail at the end of the day, in my opinion, and that's why I will always specifically stick with them, and I think that they're always going to continue to do it. Why? Because you know what, Obi, you have a great idea. Here's 10 billion. How about your idea is now mine? What are you going to say? Oh, yeah, for sure. Where do I sign?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, right? Okay, yeah, where do I sign? They could just buy whatever they want. We heard the talks of Apple teaming up with Anthropic or Perplexity, and it's like, okay, well, these guys are sitting at like $16 billion valuation. Well, Apple hasn't made an acquisition that large ever, except for Beats by Dre. But if they decided that they wanted to do it, sure enough, they can.
Yeah,
why? Because they have the cash.
They have the capital to do so, right?
So,
yeah, for sure.
So yeah,
that's a great point.
It's just the cash. They have the money on hand, right? So they're not going into the debt markets.
They're willing to spend it as
well.
Right?
And they're willing to spend. I mean, Apple doesn't spend nearly as much, but they have the ability to benefit from this AI trade as much as anybody. Why? Because you have to pay them to. How is ChatGPT on their app? They have to pay them. How is Perplexity on the App Store? You have to pay them at the end of the day. So maybe not directly are they spending it, but they have ways that they can monetize it and make money from it. So.
I was just reading in the chat.
Yeah, I know. Hangry, I understand that, but there's nothing going on.
Like, okay, you made 20 trades in the last hour. That's great, man. I mean, solid. Good stuff. But you know what? Trades haven't set up for me. We talk about quality over quantity.
Yeah, and
we do our best to try to bring you real trading as much as possible. Don't forget the name. Alphabet continues to push a little bit higher here as of right now. So look at this one, man. This one could be something on imbalances. There you go. As I say that, there's my alarm for imbalances.
There it is.
8 minutes left for those
8
to
minutes.
come in. Potentially, and we can let's just run through some of these stocks here and see what's doing what. Let me know in the chat if you guys see any sort of other outlier stuff here. So in terms of the Mag 7, yes, Google is the most is showing the most relative strength here. It's even, you can even consider it overextended to the upside as well, which is distinctly different. I'm just looking here from the rest of its peers, but there is one a little bit extended to the upside with about a similar magnitude, and that's Tesla. Tesla holding up its highs as well. That breakout of that opening, not really opening range, but the morning session range for 428s, 429s. That's holding up pretty nicely. 432 consolidation with this action as of right now. But I'm going to be waiting mainly for these imbalances now to see if a trade kind of falls into our lap. But absolutely crazy, man. This market has so much opportunity. We talked about OKLO in the morning, OKLO with that relative strength as well. And oh boy, look at that. Fresh highs in the middle of the day, 175.90. So we did push. Had relative strength on Friday, relative strength today, one of the stronger stocks in the market today. So definitely there is opportunity for the longs, there's opportunities for the short, and yeah, there's opportunities for ranges as well. If you love trading ranges, there's a lot of things that are just straight up stuck in a range and not really doing too much and kind of just knocking against those same kind of levels, right? A lot of people were talking about Intel as well this morning. ARM, we know we had eyes on ARM. ARM still continuing, man. ARM went to 175 cleans. That might have been nice. I think maybe if you're looking for a bit of a hold of level, maybe some sellers coming in going into the end of the day, 175 all the way down to 172s. But yeah, I took my eyes off because this wasn't doing what I was looking for. I kind of knew that coming into here, even though it looked like the setup. It checked a couple of boxes, but it didn't check all of them, so I didn't even pay it any sort of mind there. Where is the next trade was what I was asking, and you know what? The next trade doesn't have to be today. The next trade could be tomorrow. The next trade could be tonight.
Exactly. Ooh, speaking of,
we've been swimming. And there be sharks.
There is big time sharks over there. Let me know if you guys have been trading Blue Ocean as well too yesterday.
A million volume.
What did?
Midnight, both I think it was both Tesla and Nvidia and Intel was doing volume.
It's nice.
So like that kind of volume I haven't really seen. So it just really goes to show that there are participants.
Yeah.
There are more and more participants that are coming in, and I spoke on this last week. It's like that's just if you're a day trader, like, and they're like illiquid stuff is, you know, it's only, you can only do so much. But when the liquidity starts to come in, oh boy. You know, when the counterparties start to come in, oh boy. You know, you can start thinking about providing some liquidity or removing it as well. I really like removing it in certain scenarios. But the imbalances are coming in because, or soon enough, because I'm seeing this tape start to shake around a little bit. Maybe people positioning in for some of those numbers. About 5 minutes left for that to come in here. We got
hold on, sorry.
Millionaire with a super chat.
Yeah, cover that. And soon after that, Obi, hit me up after, as soon as you're done that super chat.
Yeah, no worries. So, okay, so this might be one for you, to be honest.
Ooh.
So small cap millionaire saying, guys, please advise. I'm in the quad U call, $16 strike, 11/21/25 calls. I'm up $900. When should I get out? I don't know. I think I'm going to leave that to Joey O. Again, don't forget, not financial advice, but if you didn't have a plan for your trade when you got in,
then you don't have a trade. It's that simple.
That simple.
And we're giving it to you harsh, right? Because we obviously care and we want people to extract as much money as possible from these markets because it's extremely difficult to do so. I'm short this market right now, thinking about taking a little bit. We had that nice move to the downside. This is the second attempt here, right? So we had this nice move, got stopped out 80%, and now we're looking for that another move a little bit heavier than before, so I don't have to give it as much room to run. So 103.20, we're gonna take some out there. Guys, please, I'm in the triple U call 6. Okay, we're gonna go over that. We had a different super chat. Or was that the super chat you just went over? Oh yeah, okay, it is. So sorry about that. So please advise, I'm in the quad U call, 16 strike. They expire November 21st. Call, I'm up $900. When should I get out? Again, we don't know how many of them you have, but we're never gonna be opposed to this, right? We always talk about taking profit and then leaving some for a runner. If you have 10 contracts, take 6 of them off, take 7 of them off, take 8 of them off if you're comfortable with, and leave a little bit of a runner so you still have some skin in the game and you're not sitting across your table being like, oh, it's ripping, I wish I had some more, or I wish I didn't take it all off. Instead of feeling that FOMO, just go and do it instead of contemplating and wishing that you did it. So yeah, shout out to you, $900. We'll take that all day, every day, especially in this market. So nice work, almost that 4-figure trade right there, my friend. And that's exactly what we're looking for. Shout out to those contracts. My guy Pathic said something insane. The others, whatever. Added 65 contracts of Google at 245 calls this week. Expiration will swing. Okay, so you're gonna roll some of those. I think what you mean by that. Let's take a look at Google. See, the issue is, and Mitch and I were talking about this earlier at our lunch. We're like, hey, there's a time for the contracts and there's a time for straight out shares. Now, I think expiring this week, the at-the-money IV is 34%, but what is that relative to? What is the at-the-money IV on Google actually trading at? And you have the 245ers. Okay, so you're at the money on that front. Not too bad. We like that. Let's see if we can exceed that. Google now trading at 243. Those are at the money. I'm not too sure of when you bought them necessarily, but we have broke through Friday's high, which is a positive signal. And obviously, I wish all the best. I hope you print up a massive storm. You've been crushing it as of late, Pathic. So nice look there, my friend. We're going to take a little bit off here on the TQs. Bang, as we're starting to sell lower, 20% right there, Obi, on that reload there. So Erie Pages, brief thoughts on how your bedtime routine to secure the sleep you need. This is an area of urgent attention for me in your life. Yeah. Oh, sleep. I'll tell you one thing. I am not a functioning human. As I got into my early in my 30s, I need that sleep. So I'm in bed 10:30, 11, lights out. There's no questioning regardless. The only time I'm up later usually is on the weekend or if I'm coming back late from hockey. But it's fall asleep immediately after I get back from the sleep is one of the most important factors in day trading. Why? Because when you're tired, you don't make rational decisions and you make mistakes significantly easier than if you're well rested and alert. I know Obi's big on the sleep as well.
Oh, for sure, dude. Track your sleep as well. You know, have something. You can't just be like, oh, I slept well. I slept. You need to have data. You need to have hard data to kind of fortify and support your theses. So if you're like, I've been getting good sleep, well, prove it. Get a tracker and look at it and see how your sleep quality is going. And since I've got this, my sleep quality has improved significantly. Now, of course, last night I said I stayed awake till 4, but I was trading, right? Give and take. And yeah, decision making off of the open, maybe not the best. I missed that OKLO, right? But here's the thing. Still kind of maintain the mental, still understand and self-aware that you are kind of, on a lack of sleep.
Oh, is that the early? Yeah, we got the earlies.
Right
yeah,
here. No, it's imbalances now.
Okay, yeah, bring it to them there, Obi.
Right now, so let's see what's going on here on the NASDAQ. But yeah, sleep is absolutely important. Rigetti with a buy imbalance here, about 3.4 million. So RGTI, let's take a quick look at that one there, see what that one's up to. Okay, NVIDIA with a buy imbalance as well. What's that one doing? Nothing crazy, just 187 to 80s. But yeah, RGTI is pretty decently big with the 3.5 million shares, 3.75, it's growing, so 3.75 million shares to buy on RGTI here, so we can try to pull that one up, and maybe that is the next trade. But yeah, this is what I mean about sleep. Sleep is absolutely necessary, as sleep is going to be one of the main factors for your decision making, right? If you're in a groggy mood, it's not going to work. You're not going to be at your 100%. You have to remember that when you step up to the plate, when you sit down in front of your trading screen and you're getting ready to trade, understand what game you are playing. We said this before. Trading is a PvP game. There are people who are faster than you. There are people who are better than you. How can you get that one up on them? If you have a lack of sleep, maybe you know what? Maybe you were looking at a screen, like looking at screens going before bed. Look at the quality. This is what I mean. Track your quality of sleep. You start to understand the nuances of what things can actually affect sleep quality. Eating too much sugar before bed, right? Man. If you eat some sugar before bed, best believe like you're not going to be at 100%. Your body, and if you eat dinner too close to bed either.
Do you have the imbalances up there?
So I do have the imbalances.
Okay, yeah, Brandon, show the folks here the imbalances.
I'll keep these up.
Yeah,
so
keep that up there.
RGTI is here. We can pull up RGTI. That's what I was about to do here. RGTI, that's 54.30s right now. So yeah, rip city to the upside here on RGTI. Going to be patient and watch for this one there. But it seems like that thing is going as of right now. Sleep is a cousin of that saying Aurora Alpha, nice bars for sure. But no, strong emphasis on sleep. Understand who you're up against, and you want to give yourself the best chance and the best ability to perform. If you're not giving yourself that, you're cutting yourself short.
I just think consistency is key, whatever it may be. Everyone's routine is different. If you believe that you're a night owl and it works out for you, we'll continue to do so, and especially if it's working. Just be consistent in your everyday movement, regardless of what it is. And sure enough, you'll find consistency in this, but it takes a lot of time. If you're not hitting the gym, if you're half in the gym, you don't eat consistently, then sure enough, in your day-to-day operations in life are not going to be consistent, and you're like over here scratching your head, oh, why isn't this working? Why isn't this working? Well, just got to be a little bit more consistent. But to each their own. Each individual is different. Each human being is different. And me personally, in order for me to say somewhat consistent, is that I need quality sleep, and that's as simple as it is. But Obi, the imbalance is not too bad. What's the highest we got there? We got Rigetti with 4.1 million to a buy side. Here comes the market roaring back up there, guys. We were short. We took another 20% off right there, so we're still holding this. We did get that wick down to 103, but it might come down to our break even right there. So we'll hold on to that. Only 7 minutes left here, guys. If you have any questions, let us know. You'll never find me in the gym, says Steve M. I understand not having emotion control if one is tired, but otherwise decision making is just setup. Yeah, but if you're, again, emotional control, you can be in it. What if you're, so Jag, let me put it to you this way. What if you have 6,000 shares of something on and you're tired and you're not emotionally stable because you're tired and you're grumpy, it's not working out as fast as you'd like, like, or it's not doing exactly what you like, you start making irrational decisions. Why? Because you're frustrated and you're not level-headed. Again, we can go back and forth about this all day, every day. At the end of the day, it's up to you. It's each individual, to each their own. Your body does what, you do what your body tells you to do. Hopefully it works out for you, and hopefully you find consistency within this overall market. There it is. We're out break even on the TQs, moving higher. The MAG across the border climbing. There goes IBIT up to 65.85. We haven't talked about this one much there, Obi. Was I thinking that we were going to see this continue, or this move to the top side in Bitcoin? No, but we're going to give it a little bit more time. Let's go to the higher time frames and see what we got going on. A slow curl over, aggressive selling in the situation on Friday's session, all the way down to $61, and then bang, we're now back at 65. So if you had to grab that, if you had the ability to grab it off of these lows, you're up a couple points. But Obi, what do you got for us?
So guys, Trade the Pool, they're here with us today. Beat Ackman live trading competition is here. So from the October 8th to the 10th, every day, Ackman made his move. So your mission was to outperform him, beat his return, prove you've got what it takes. Then the grand finale, that's today, October 13th, broadcast right here on Trader TV with the Trade the Pool team live in the studio. So we got over 600,000 prizes that are up for grabs. 25K, 50K, 100K eval accounts, plus surprise giveaways during the live show. So don't just watch, compete, beat Ackman, and win big. Scan the QR code and start trading today. Oh boy, this RGTI is absolutely going crazy as of right now, but I think we're gonna pass it to Mitch. What do you got going on for us?
What's going on, guys? I wanted to, of course, talk to you guys about the giveaway that we're doing right now. If you've seen a link in the description, go ahead and click that now. Don't miss out on your opportunity to join Trade the Pool and get one of those lucky eval winners. So, hey, we've had a great day trading here at Trade the TV studio. Of course, Michael Katz, CEO, trading also. That's what we're about. We're a group of traders getting after it. So how was your day, Michael?
It was okay. I mean, traded the competition account, of course, and luckily I did good. Some of the trades, we will talk about it later on in the recap. But, you know, Mitch, let's talk about Trade the Pool. We got this 2 minutes to talk about that. The change in the way traders behave and act in the market, right? Focusing on actually performance and skill and not about their capital.
Yeah, because I mean, at the end of the day, I always say, you know, a winning trader will probably make money, right? And that's what the important thing is. Learning how to win is very hard in trading. And the one way that you can do it with us and not give up your capital, right? Because that's what I think traders need to be doing more often, is working up the skill to where they want to go ahead and reach their goals.
Yeah, for sure. And it's about time and money, right? So you gotta, you know, you spend hours in trading and the education part. But at the end of the day, if you're trading your own capital, let's say 5K, 10K, you can only make a much, right?
Yeah.
In 1 month. But if you're trading $50,000 or $100,000, it makes more sense. Now you invest in your time and you actually perform better.
Yeah, I mean, and also the thing that matters also is that you got this limited downsize daily too, right? There's a daily cutoff also. So if you're having just a bad day, well, guess what? It's not the end all be all to the account. You'll still be alive and battling to battle one more day. This is where in another brokerage, what would they want to do? Of course, they'd want to sweep you and take all that money away from you. So, hey, don't be one of those traders caught with, you know, your pants down. You want to go ahead and be trading with risk mentality, right? That's one of the best things I think of Trade the Pool. Trust me, even I hit a daily loss limit sometimes.
Self included. And guys, we have a day trading platform or program, and you have the swing. So either way you go, you're good with that.
Yeah, you know I'm a funded swing trader also, so I'm on that side too. Got to have the mix, right? I always think it's a good thing to have a swing and a day trade account. There's days where I'm killing it in the swing account, and maybe the day trade, I can push it to the side.
Amazing. So go and check out the description below for the registration of the giveaway. And soon, after the recap, we will talk about the winners of the competition. We had 4 days of competition, beating Bill Ackman, and let's see who won.
Yeah, we'll see who made the most money today also. Coming up, stay tuned.
Dang.
Yo, that's
there
exciting
it is.
stuff,
I know.
guys.
We're
Yeah,
going to see who
solid,
won
solid.
that one. Mitch, are
Who beat
you?
Ackman? Is it one of you? I'm curious.
Yeah, Mitch, did you poll at least in that or what?
Ackman was up about.
Okay,
Right?
okay.
But
so,
I just took a peek at the leaderboard. I'm blown away at what a guy
so you
made.
didn't
So just get ready. I mean, this is the type of things that you want to do, right? When you do these competitions, they're also a way to really test your skill level, right? How much money could you make if you had that type of money, right? There's only one way to find out, and that's to actually do it, right? And I think that that's the important thing. It also teaches you really quickly how you can start to play the sizing up game. And if you're able to make a really good return, it should show you that there's a way for you to either size down on the account and do the same thing, right? Just because you did it in $1 million account doesn't mean you can't do it in a $10,000 account or even a $1,000 account. The strategy should be similar. You just got to find the right way to size up.
absolutely, man. Fantastic stuff. So yeah, Victor, you gotta scan that QR code. I don't know if it's that one specifically, but yeah, go and check it out, guys. All right, 10 seconds left.
Boom,
Fantastic. Thank you guys for participating with us. Nice OB trade. Nice trade there, OB. Bang. And there goes the market. It is officially closed. I think our market recap is going to be brought to you by the Trade the Pool folks. And I think, is Adara participating in that one? Absolutely, she says. So fantastic stuff. To all my fellow Canadians, I hope you've had a fantastic Thanksgiving and crushed as much food as you possibly can. Obviously, while watching us here at Trader TV Live, Obi, do you have any Thanksgiving plans?
Not right now. I think I got some potential car issues, but yeah, later tonight.
You
maybe,
have car issues?
Yeah, like today
Not with the brake, my wallet.
driving in.
The check engine.
No light. Just things started like rumbling. So I was like,
is that yours downstairs?
Yeah. I mean, I drove mine in today.
Oh man. So there goes the break my wallet. What do you think it is?
I mean, well, we know what these things do. Maybe it's a gasket valve.
Oh my God.
I'm hoping it's either mounting or sparks, because I can probably do that. Like if it's, I hope it's sparks, because I can just change those sparks. But we'll see. But no, Rigetti, absolutely crazy close there. We saw the imbalance grow from about 3 point something to about 4.5 there, and then actually flip to a sell. We got the move all the way from 54s to 55s there. You guys were standing there. You guys were like, oh boy, where's the next trade? Why aren't you participating? High probability conviction trades. You don't need a lot.
How many clicks you got on your beam?
You just need a few. I think it's pushing like 115.
Oh, that's when
it's around that time. I know it's around the time. I'm just like, I put a lot of clicks on it, but yeah, for sure.
That's not too bad. 115, not too bad. So yeah, whenever let us know whenever they're just give it to me. They're good to go in the ear. We'll continuously ramble on a little bit. I hope so. I hope everyone has a fantastic session. A little choppiness, price action. I thought the volatility would have been kicking up, and I thought we would have seen some more potential down moves in the overall market, but that doesn't seem to be the case. This is what secular bull markets do. They just continuously grind higher. Any dip, 3%, 2.5%. Investors and traders are looking to buy it up. So there it is on today's session. Tomorrow's got a whole new day. We got Blue Ocean starting at 8 p.m. as well. Keep your eye out on that just in case we get some volume kicking in. And even you can be trading the post market. Obi, I know you're going to be on Blue Ocean come 8 o'clock, 8:30, whatever it may be, or you're usually punctual on that front. 7:45, he's there sharp, and I'm shooting Obi messages. Hey, let's take a look at that. So that's what we got going on for this evening. Other than that, Assassino, we good or no? Assassino, you have no idea? All right, whenever. Just let me know in my ear when we're ready to go over there.
Sure, man. So
we're good? All right, cool. As for Sergio B, when am I going back to Texas? I have no idea, but when I am, I shall let you know. But guys, thank you very much. We're off to the recap. It's the Trade the Pool boys and Adara. Let's see what they got.
Thank you guys so much for sticking around with us here for the market recap show. I am, of course, Adara, and we have with us today Mitch and Michael from Trade the Pool. Now, they have a lot to cover for you guys, but first, we're going to go over here some of the headlines that maybe we forgot about that were moving the market today. Let's take a look here at the screen. You can find this infographic, as always, on X at TTV Research. Now, Meta once again poaching some AI talent. Now Mark Zuckerberg going over Mira Murati, formerly of OpenAI. They're going after her lab. Was Meta a stock that either of you guys were looking at today? We're going to find out about that in a second. But and also, Bitcoin was absolutely on watch here today, guys. We know there was that massive crash on Friday, and we talked about how a certain Bitcoin whale was able to benefit quite nicely from that in a short position. BTC, though, certainly attempting to bounce back along with a lot of other aspects of the market. Tesla pushing higher, especially later in the day as well, trying to form a bit of a base around that $420 level. And we had a couple price target increases plus strong China sales. So there is some fundamental basis alongside the technical basis for TSLA to be strong today. Now, were you guys looking at any of these tickers, Meta, crypto, or Tesla today?
I mean, Tesla, you got to always look at it right now. Definitely on a big run, and it's been after that 400. I thought it'd look back at that 400, but it definitely hasn't, and it looks like it can keep running there. So I'm keeping watch on Tesla. I also caught that early Disney move today with some news, and I think maybe the Tron movie had something to do with a little bit of the run. Decent box office. It wasn't the best, but I might have to check that one out. Did you guys gonna check out Tron?
I don't know.
I don't know either. I traded a little bit of Tesla. I took a quick short at the beginning of the day when it reached that resistance level, but after that, I dropped it.
All right, well, let's get to the competition, right? I think we got a leaderboard to announce here. So let's go ahead. Let's dive right into that. Let's take a look here. The Beat the Ackman live trading competition. Of course, we're on the final day. This is the P&L challenge. And boy, oh boy, look at this leaderboard. There's someone at the top here with $490,000. And the best part, a win rate of 77%. So with $1 million, we're almost talking about 50% returns in one day. You can't beat this, really. You really can't.
So yeah, I mean, while we get that set up, we'll just remind you guys about some of the other things on watch. Apple getting a price target downgrade from Jefferies. And again, they keep kind of decrementing their price target in this stock by 60 cents, then $1.50, nothing super significant. Bloom Energy, though, was absolutely significant. It had a really nice gap up. Was not able to quite sustain that strength all day, but it gave you really good opportunities to the long side and the short side. Now, why was it moving? Because it made a $5 billion AI deal with Brookfield. We know AI absolutely on watch. Intel getting a downgrade today from Bank of America Securities. Kind of a scathing note here saying that they're not really sure that you can be banking on the company's foundry business when it doesn't have any outside customers. And then last but not least, Paramount Warner Brothers merger still on watch. Let's see if they can actually settle on a bid, because as of right now, reportedly, Warner Brothers finding the asking price a bit too low. How you guys doing over here?
Yeah. So regarding the competition, first of all, for those of you guys who participate, thanks so much. And those of you who missed it, we're going to have many more in the future. We had a great competition, 3 days that we traded against Bill Ackman, and then today the top P&L took it all. And again, this is the leaderboard. You can see it in a second, the leaderboard of the winners. We're going to announce it tomorrow on our live stream, and we're going to send an email. Of course, you don't need to track it. You will get it, no worries. And besides that, we can talk about trading, right? Whatever we traded today. Mitch, you want to start?
Yeah, GWH was definitely the top move of the day, right? I think we started seeing that one move to 7 all the way up to 14 on the peak. So trades like that definitely are the trades that you're looking for in a competition account. So definitely, these are the types of trades that you can be trading with Trade the Pool. Or there's people that like to short these crazy runners, right? And I think that that's the types of things that you can do on Trade the Pool. You don't got to be worrying about the borrow costs. You can just as simply hit the short button, right?
Yeah. So that's awesome. Guys, you have any questions here for Mitch or for Michael, definitely let us know here in the chat. Also, Palantir, just so you guys know, Monday, November 3rd, they will be releasing their earnings. So we have a confirmed earnings day for Palantir. PLTR, is that something you guys were super looking at today?
Yeah, Palantir is always going to be a favorite pick, right, of many out there. I think at some point this is going to be probably one of the best short opportunities, but at this time I think we're definitely looking to see Palantir continue higher. At some point this AI bubble is going to break, but right now it isn't the time.
Yeah, absolutely here. Party P asking, when will options come to trade the pool? So, I mean, I guess I'll pose that to you guys before we get into the competition.
Yeah, so of course for Trade the Pool, we have different evals, right? Of course, there's not many props out there for stock trading, right? I think that's the biggest thing that we have available to you guys, right? There's a lot of now Forex futures out there, but if you're looking for stock trading, this is the prop firm for you, right? So take a look into it. We have swing and day trade accounts, max and flex. Some that are, of course, like kind of timed, you have 45 days, and some where you have an unlimited amount of time to get to the goal, right? I'm a funded trader on there, so if you guys haven't seen me before, I trade live every single day. I show everything, and I think that's the important thing too. You guys can clearly see the transparency and that we provide.
Yeah, and I mean, for decades, traders used to trade the normal way, bring your own capital, work hard, save money, bring your own capital, lose half of it at least in the first 6 months when you start to trade. And we actually changing that game when you don't need to put any type of money except from just a tiny fee, a minimum skin in the game in order to register, go through the evaluation. Once you pass the evaluation, you get funded, we split the profit. And that actually changes everything because you take your mind out of the money and you focus on performance. And once you detach yourself from that, you automatically become a better trader. And of course, when we set limits like daily pause or max loss and other rules, that will give you the boundaries. And once you stay within them and you work with that, you become a better trader. So that's the main goal here. Go and check us out at tradepool.com. Mitch, let's go over a few trades that we took today. We can do that?
Yeah, we can definitely do that. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look here. Pull up the Trade the Pool platform here, guys, so you guys can see certain trades. Let's go over that GWH trade, right? That was the best trade of the day.
For sure.
Definitely. So let's go back to that. This originally broke out from the 7th spot. So we're going to take a look into this, right? This was kind of like an earlier pattern here, but I think this is an important one to look at because a lot of times I'm looking for a big pop, right? Something what I call a show me move, right? And I'm looking for some pullbacks. This is exactly what this stock did. At first it did a nice little pop, started to come back down. You got a secondary pop. And then when you started to see this kind of pullback area, this is when I was starting to look at it. And this last little 690 attempt and then holding through the 7 was exactly the kind of the trigger for the trade. Once it started to get past through the 8th spot there, that's when I would say that, you know, you start to look for kind of selling into the strength, right? That's another thing that I think a lot of traders kind of have a tendency of struggling, which is selling into strength versus selling into weakness, right? Mm-hmm. So I think this is a really great breakout to try to sell into. And then maybe you could reload back towards the 9. And I like these kind of momentum plays where I'm selling the first rip and I'm using that money, the house's money now, to go ahead and continue trading that name. A lot of times we keep the unrealized and we're like, oh no, I'm gonna hold this name. But why not pay yourself that first, which is a nice rip, and then use that to actually size into the trade and get back in, right? Because in that way, I'm not really risking money that I didn't have. I'm risking profits that I've actually made.
100%, yeah.
It sounds really cool. I do want to let you guys know here about a small cap I'm seeing running much like GWH. Nice. Maybe this could be tomorrow's GWH. ELAB. This is PMGC Holdings. Now, I want to let you know I'm not seeing any news on it. I did already look. But the market cap here is significant, $3.53 million market cap. Really small float, about 610,000 shares, 3% short float, so nothing significant here. Is this the type of stock that you guys might look at for tomorrow?
Yeah, I think it's all about, with the small caps, it's about finding where the momentum is, right? And this clearly has a kind of what we'd call a day 1 move, right? Now we need to see if we're going to get that day 2 or day 3 move, right? I think that's what you really look for in the penny stock game. The ones that just go pop and drop in one day, those probably aren't the charts that you want to actually trade because it's very unlikely that you master that trade that one day. But on this stock, you can kind of look back, and that's what you want to look back in these stocks. I look back at the history, and does this stock make a day or 2 day type of move? You don't see too many runs here on stacking action. So that's what I want to see in penny stocks. So if you're looking at that, you want to see an actual pattern that in the past has gone 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 4 day run. Okay, that's a stock that I want to watch.
Yeah, same goes for ELBM, right? Today made a massive move. If you bring up the chart, we can see that it started very nicely on the ELBM.
This is it?
You did?
Yeah.
So
You can see it on the hourly. I'll go to the hourly chart.
yeah. So it's actually started a massive move. It's not that, for sure. ELBM, BM.
EM.
Yeah.
ELAB?
No,
There you go, we
this
got
one.
it.
Yeah. And it made a massive move to the upside. It's actually created a formation before the opening bell, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes before the opening bell. I took a long on that pop, and then you can easily see, you know, it continued to increase over and over, gave you a few pullbacks, a very nice pullbacks, and all of a sudden popped all the way to the 8. I closed it at around 650, 640. But those are the stocks, if you're looking for penny stocks, looking for small cap, those are the stocks that you want to look for.
Yeah.
A strong momentum on pre-market, low float, all the goodies, and of course the formation that you can take from the hourly chart or the 15-minute chart.
I love this. Remember I gave you guys the rule of 3. I don't give it to too many. So if you see here on this specific stock, right? So you get stocks moving waves, right? So you see this first wave up, a pullback. Then second wave, a pullback. Third wave, pullback, the rule of 3, right? After that third pullback, you want to see strength and volume start to come in for the breakout. That's exactly what we got on this stock as you started to see the volume increase here at 6. And then you really got the breakout move when you get this volume to come right back in here on the 15 candle right here. And that's a nice little breakout with volume, which is what you're looking for. At that point, you can measure the flag action and maybe look for an extension from that.
Yeah, I mean, it's been quite the day for sure so far. We're already halfway through this recap. So, guys, do you want to give us, for our audience here, a little bit more about the winners of the Beat Ackman trading competition here at Trade the Pool? I guess look at the leaderboard here if we can.
Yeah, let's take a look back at here. Of course, the top one at 490,000, but right behind there, we got 383 Urel Romain here coming in with an 83% win rate. And it doesn't only mean that you got to have a high win rate, right? Because you can see here, there's a 41% win rate and also getting up there. Joshua coming in with $353,000. And there's a cool one here, Steven, right? Steve Nixon with a cool 261,000, but 100% win rate. So I'm thinking that he got one big winner and said, you know what, I'm going to call it quits. Can't blame the man if he did that. So, hey, another strategy for a competition, right? If you're trying to win, take a big shot, get that big winner, but maybe end the day. This is what's so hard for sometimes traders to do. When they get that big winner, they're thinking that they're going to stack the big winners, which is very unlikely, right? When you get outlier results, take that gift and run with it.
Yeah, I mean,
sure.
Makes sense for sure. Yeah, I guess you guys have any more insight on what usually works in this competition?
Yeah, I will go with AMD to show one more strategy or setup that we can use. Because a lot of the guys are obviously like to trade those penny stocks, but for those of you who like to trade those big caps, we can definitely look at AMD because it did an amazing job today on both sides. And I know Sean took that short from the top, but I actually took that long right from the bottom. So if you can put the pre-market session.
Yeah, let's put the pre-market session. Hold on 1 second here. I need to add pre-market.
On
time scale.
Yeah, moved a bit pre-market too on the Broadcom news as well, because of course OpenAI and Broadcom making a deal, AMD not liking that so much because they just had their OpenAI deal.
Alrighty, yeah. So the idea, I'll take them out.
Yeah, go for it.
Appreciate it. Alrighty, so if I'm going to the hourly chart, for example, here we go. The hourly chart, you can easily see that AMD got this nice move to the downside and actually catch this support area right here before it popped, right? So pre-market, just before the opening bell, it dropped, sorry, it was here, dropped to that support level right here. You can easily see that. And then if you go to the 1 minute chart, you can trade it and basically buy the dip on this one. So that was the, where is that? Okay. So that was the beginning of the day. It dropped to that support area, closed the gap of the pre-market or aftermarket, and then went straight to the upside. And of course, in most cases, it will give you a chance for a pullback. So if you miss the first drop, you can easily go for a pullback, or just, as I did, add more to your position. all the way to the top. Here you also have a major liquidity level, and this is where Sean took the short, and I covered my long position.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that like a lot of times there's different ways to take trades, right? We were talking earlier today with the example of Bloom Energy in terms of a stock that was in play today. That long was actually really good off of some of those lows and you go retest VWAP, but then you could have gotten the short earlier in the day or also even later in the day heading into the close, right? So I think I like that you mentioned that with AMD. There's always multiple ways to play a stock. It's really about how can you apply yourself and how can you, I guess, make the most of that catalyst and that opportunity. So I think that is really key. With that in mind, is there anything you guys are looking at heading into tomorrow? Maybe some sectors on watch. We know bank earnings are coming up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so I'm watching to see what happens with this SMR breakout because I've been watching NNE. You guys know I mentioned I come with trade ideas every Tuesday. So NNE has recently become the leader. Sometimes leaders and laggards can kind of switch roles. All of a sudden now you have NNE taking the lead and that had a little bit longer consolidation. That's continuing to the upside. So I was waiting for SMR to kind of pick up. And I think that the kind of the downturn that we had on Friday kind of helped. Right? Because now a lot of traders were out of SMR, and then today, what did you see? The strength come right back in. And there was an actual high volume bar on that pullback, telling me more and more that probably people were using this trend line to go ahead and then buy, right? You could clearly see kind of that supportive line as it keeps coming back to that area. So that was an area to go ahead and take a step up, right? At this point, we could start looking to see if this starts to lead this nuclear trade back into play. You guys know I'm all about the themes, so that's what I'll be focusing on. How the theme plays out. Does GEV recover? OKLO, they all kind of work side by side. There's usually a leader and then that lag effect. So I'll be watching that space as one of the spaces that could be hot.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think in addition to, we don't just have bank earnings, we also have, of course, tomorrow we've got Domino's, we have Johnson & Johnson, lots of different things that we're going to be reporting for sure tomorrow morning. Now later in the week too, we're going to have ASML, we're going to have TMC or Taiwan Semi, United Airlines, so certainly lots of opportunities beyond purely bank earnings. Now, for the banks, are there any specific banks you guys are going to be maybe looking at to trade or even maybe longer term, because not all of these are viewed as really day trade friendly?
Well, you guys know how I like SoFi, so I'll just look for kind of financials to do a little bit better, right? That's what we need, a kind of rotation into play. But of course, Goldman Sachs. That's one that I look at all the time, and then what do? They beat, right? And I think that that's what I'll be watching. Another thing to look at is how also you get a lot of times Citi that comes in late. It usually comes in right at like 9 a.m.
8 a.m. usually, yeah.
Yeah, right at 8. Right at 8. So I think this is the important one because sometimes you could have like really good earnings from JPM, and then like kind of it's following, and all of a sudden Citi's is the one that breaks it in a direction. So when you get these stocks that report later, closer to the open, I think those are the stocks to pay attention to. So Citi is one that I always watch out because it could be that the banks are down, but then Citi doesn't even report the best earnings, but then all of a sudden the banks look great. Well, watch for that Citi to report to really swing things.
And you got to remember to watch the chart, right? Because you got to, maybe the earnings are great, but if the stock is already up and running very extended, then in most cases, even if the earnings are great, you will see a move down, right? So always watch the chart and understand what happened before, and then take into consideration the earnings data that comes up.
And I think one thing too with banks that I think is super, super important to remember is it's not always going to be EPS and revenue. It's also going to be the investment capital, right? What is being invested? How much are customers investing? Is that actually changing on a quarter-over-quarter basis? Is it getting worse? Is it getting better? I think the investment aspect is super huge for a lot of these banks. And remember too, this day one is usually a lot better for these bank earnings than day two. And by that I mean in terms of what reports in the first day. JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, all coming tomorrow morning. Those are going to be a lot more closely watched sometimes than the names we get later in the week, like Morgan Stanley and Bank of America. They're going to be coming tomorrow. And then we've got Charles Schwab way later in the week. So that's, I think, important to remember as well. What's reporting when. And again, you can check all of that out on X at TTV Research if you want to take a look there. 8 minutes left, guys. Is there any other fun facts here about this contest that we want to go over, or more ideas for tomorrow?
Well, one thing I'll mention is Johnson & Johnson is going to be massive.
Yes.
Because everyone's watching the healthcare space with the recent Trump comments, right? This stock has been on a big rip. You also see a lot of volume it's probably when Pfizer kind of started to make their run, right? This is a big move. that we need to keep an eye out, because if there's going to be rotation to healthcare, well, that's one way to keep this party going, right? So I'm going to keep watching this Johnson & Johnson to be a big read. And we got to look at the earnings, look at the comments made, right? I'm sure they're going to make comments about generic drugs and things like that. So keep your eyes to see what happens here. Of course, Johnson & Johnson is one of these stocks that's on a big rip right now. I want to see how this kind of starts to react. Are we going to go to value trade? Are we going to stick in growth trades? This is one of the things that you got to watch. I saw Apple selling off a little bit today, so I'm a little bit worried. What's going to happen here? Is it going to be a value rotation, growth rotation? Are we actually going to maybe rotate away, right, and actually go into a real correction? That's why in a raging bull market, they always say, there's rotation at play, right? So continue to watch what's rotating here underneath the hood to stay with the bullish momentum. I'm seeing a stock, UAMY, continuing that move from the day. And what does that tell me? More minerals, action, that type of play. Lithium still on the radar, those types of plays. Hey, you guys know I'll keep bringing the themes right here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those rare earth minerals are probably going to continue to be on watch too, especially I think with all of the China-U.S. trade tensions, but then B, we know that the Trump administration is investing in a lot of these companies, right? We had TMQ, we had LAC, so I think I think there's certainly a space that's going to be hot for sure. Now, were you on LAC or TMQ? And then furthermore, I guess, do you have advice for how to play these types of names? You've got that big pop, but can they necessarily sustain that upward momentum? That's always the question.
I will say I did sell the rip immediately on LAC, but I did have it at 350s, right? That was a swing trade put on idea right there on Trade the Pool, did that idea live. And I think that's what we got to look for. I always look at the themes, right? So I actually usually look at like 2 or 3 quality names and then 2 or 3 speculative names, right? So in lithium, I'll give you like 2 or 3 speculative, right? LAC was one of them. I brought it here way before the move happened. And another one, LAR, is an Argentinian lithium name that I'm keeping an eye on. And SLI, it just broke 4. Those are your speculative names. But look at high quality like SQM, ALB. I think those are just starting. If you look at SQM chart, that usually goes on a yearly trend, not necessarily a daily or weekly trend. That stock's been down for 2 or 3 years and now starting to turn, right? These are the plays that I want to be in, because a lot of people looked at lithium as the situation of EVs, right? EVs, batteries. But really now we're looking at lithium, not so focused about EVs, but more focused on how they can provide support for the power for these big data centers. And I think that is a surprising use case here of lithium that wasn't expected, let's say, 2 or 3 years ago.
Yeah, I think that's a super good point, especially too with a lot of these utilities plays too. Bloom Energy, super to the upside. We know CEG rallied in tandem with that. VST, Vistra, they're another utilities play that has a really strong correlation with AI, specifically because they're in Texas. And of course, the project Stargate is something that we're going to kind of see that correlation with, right? So I think that is super huge. Guys, we only have a couple minutes left. Is there anything else you want people to know about Trade the Pool right now, about what you guys offer, and I guess about this contest and the results of said contest?
Yeah, I guess this is the time to say, guys, we're the studio of Trader TV in Toronto. So we flew all the way, and we are going from here to Orlando to the Money Show. If you want to meet us there in a bar, grab a coffee, whatever it is, send us an email, let us know. We are more than happy to meet you guys. We're going to be in Orlando for the next few days and then going to New York City, to the New York Stock Exchange. We're going to enter there. We're going to stream live from there. And of course, again, if you want to meet us there, feel free to let us know. We'll be more than happy to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely meet everybody there. And guys, if you are a Trade the Pool trader, drop it in the chat. Let us know. I want to see everybody out there. I know someone was asking in the chat, guys, if you can answer, what are the prizes from this contest too? We saw all these awesome daily gains. What can the winners expect here?
Right, so we're talking about evaluation accounts. There will be a few tiers of that, from 5K all the way to the 100K. And you will be able to execute your trades on an evaluation account. Once you pass the bar, reach the target that we set, you go to the funded stage, and then we split the profit.
Yeah, exciting stuff. A lot of people too are asking, where can we find you guys on social media? Let us know what your social media accounts are, because a lot of people want to follow it up.
Yeah, of course, we got it at Trade the Pool. You guys can follow us on Twitter, but if you guys want to follow me specifically, I got at MoneyMitch_TTP. Of course, I come on all the time, guys. I'm going to continue bringing themes and ideas. That's what I'm all about, and I actually do this on a stream. We have our own live stream, right? We're on from Monday to Thursday, and I show it all underneath the hood. I always call it a way of giving back. I talk about a movie, Pay It Forward. I think all traders should pay it forward. There's always some mentor or somebody that taught you how to get to the level that you got to, so you might as well pay it forward for other traders. So come on over and learn.
Yeah, absolutely. Check out Trade the Pool and check out the streams as well. Money Mitch is usually on our stream around 8:45 a.m. Eastern on Tuesdays, so you can absolutely check that out. We also have Steve, the Tileman of Trade the Pool. He's usually on Friday afternoon sometimes, so definitely lots of things to check out there. I guess any parting words, guys? 1 minute left of this stream.
I would say that the winners don't stop, right? I gave you AMD, right? I gave you SMR back in September, back in that time, right? I think LAC winner, Intel. We were talking about it with Brendan right here. And he was like, why Intel? Why? That's not a sexy name. It's like this. This is why you got to stick with the small words. And what we got to be looking for now is more exposure from the U.S. government, things like this that we can take. And the key thing is that there's something that's unexpected. When that unexpected thing can come to the market, that's really when we can make the most returns. So, hey, limited risk of an ability to continue trading. And if you're a beginner trader and you're looking at somewhere else, I think you're personally doing it wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, wise words. Thank you again here to Money Mitch and Michael of Trade the Pool for being here with us, and shout out to the whole Trade the Pool team for being with us in studio all day. With that, we're going to let you go. Happy Canadian Thanksgiving to those who celebrate, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Go Jays!
8:30 a.m. Eastern.
Go Jays, baby!
Let's go.
Pa!
Good show, good show.
Great job.
Thank you, Brendan.
Thanks for coming.
No, I appreciate it.
Appreciate everything. Enjoy. We'll stay tuned.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, thank you. Good show, good show. Good to see you guys.
Oh, I'll hit a bomb, bro. You see that swing? Like, I was telling Neil when I came up here. I was telling Neil.
Where'd you get your lunch?
Let's go to a batting cage.